Fragments of memory floated in the void, each one showing scenes from Gislen Perdium's past. They depicted him not as a mere soldier, but as a man once feared and respected, the strongest knight of the kingdom. Betrayed at the height of his power, his name had become both legend and warning. But now, with time turned back, Gislen stood once more at the beginning, fully aware of the path that had led to his ruin. On a burning battlefield, Gislen emerged from the flames, armored and composed. His enemies faltered, recognizing the man they believed long gone. Their surprise turned to fear, as Gislen proved that this time, he knew everything: the traitors, the traps, even their hidden reinforcements. What once overwhelmed him now fell before his relentless advance. While blood and fire consumed the field, Gislen confronted the very commander who had once betrayed him. The man screamed in rage, but Gislen silenced him with a single blow. There was no room for mercy in this second life. A year earlier, Gislen had awakened in his tent, realizing he was alive, reborn before the war began. Gripping his chest, he smiled coldly. This time nothing would be left to chance. On the blood-soaked battlefield, Gislen Perdium lay defeated, his body broken by the noble knight Idaeon, one of the continent's strongest warriors. Idaeon declared the war over, mocking Gislen's efforts. Despite his wounds, Gislen resisted, shouting in rage. But Idaeon remained composed, revealing their alliance with House Delphine. The war, Gislen realized, had been a carefully orchestrated trap, his downfall planned long before swords clashed. As Idaeon exposed more details, Gislen's fury grew. The betrayal had run deeper than he thought, with multiple noble houses conspiring together. Even as he screamed in defiance, his strength failed. With a final strike, Idaeon ended his life. But death was not the end. Instead of falling into oblivion, Gislen awoke in his younger body, back in his family's camp, alive and whole. Confused, but alert, he confirmed it wasn't a dream. He had returned to the past. Soon after, Ricardo, a soldier from the Perdium household, entered his tent. Gislen, now fully aware of the treachery ahead, acted with ruthless precision. Grabbing Ricardo from behind, he demanded answers. His glowing eye revealed something terrifying. This was not the same young master they once knew. This was a man reborn with vengeance. Now fully aware that he had returned to the past, Gislen's instincts took over. The soldier Ricardo tried to brush off Gislen's strange behavior as a tantrum, followed by sleep, unaware that the man before him now carried decades of battle and betrayal in his mind. Ricardo mentioned that they were preparing to return to the Perdium estate, but to Gislen, it sounded like a cruel reminder. The estate had fallen in his original timeline, reduced to ashes and ruin. As they rode out, memories clashed with the present. The once great Perdium land still stood, its people moved peacefully, and the familiar scenery hadn't yet been tainted by war. Gislen, caught between relief and disbelief, tried to mask his shock. He was living among the people he had failed to protect, but this time, the outcome would be different. The truth solidified within him: he had truly regressed. The world had returned to its original form, and he had been granted another chance. Gislen remembered the years he wandered as a mercenary, the battles he fought, and the moment he returned too late to save his home. But now, with everything restored, he stood before the Perdium flag once more, ready to rewrite his fate. Standing among his people once more, Gislen was overwhelmed with emotion. Everyone he had lost in the past was still alive. Though his heart wanted to rejoice, his mind stayed cautious. The memory of the orc raid haunted him, a mission that had turned into a massacre in his first life. That mission had been his reckless attempt to earn respect by leading a small raid. The scouts reported only 3 orcs, but reality was far crueler. Over 20 orcs ambushed them, including powerful commanders. Most of his squad had died, and Gislen had barely escaped with his life. Now that same day had arrived again. As the army prepared for battle, Gislen knew the orcs would strike first. The calm was broken by the sound of crashing barricades. The orcs swarmed the field with brutal force, catching the soldiers off guard. Commander Skoven tried to maintain control, but the chaos unfolded too quickly. Orcs broke the formation, and before anyone could react, a massive figure launched a deadly ambush. This time, Gislen wouldn't be caught off guard. His eyes burned with focus. With the weight of the future in his mind, he prepared to take command and change the outcome. The battlefield trembled as a massive orc swung its club toward Commander Skoven. Before the blow could land, Gislen intercepted it, cleaving through the beast with a decisive strike. Skoven turned in disbelief. The young master had moved with precision and power far beyond his age. The surrounding soldiers froze as Gislen cut through multiple enemies, holding the front line alone. Blood soaked the ground as soldiers fell, but Gislen stood firm. Despite his overwhelming skill, he noted his limitations. Mana was beyond his current reach in this body, and he had to rely purely on experience and physical ability. Even so, it was enough. His movements were sharp, deliberate, and efficient. With enemies still pressing forward, Ghislain approached Skovin, the commanding officer. Calmly, he extended his hand. His tone left no room for debate. "The commander writes. Give them." Skovin, confused and reluctant, hesitated under the pressure. Ghislain's presence was undeniable. He was no longer the inexperienced noble boy from before. The battlefield was unraveling, and only one person had control. The request wasn't just a formality, it was a demand. Ghislain had returned not to follow but to lead. This time, he would take command and shape the war himself. Ghislain stood before Commander Skovin and repeated his demand, the right to command, but Skovin, wary of the young master's inexperience, refused. He couldn't risk handing over authority while lives were at stake. Ghislain, however, had no time to argue. As a massive orc charged toward them, Skovin stepped in to handle the threat, giving Ghislain one last dismissal. But Ghislain acted swiftly, with precise timing. He disabled Skovin mid-motion, catching him off guard and forcing him to watch. Without hesitation, Ghislain leapt in and struck the orc with deadly accuracy, piercing its weak point in a single blow. Skovin was stunned. How could Ghislain know that vulnerable spot? Seizing the moment, Ghislain addressed Skovin directly, explaining that decisive action, not hesitation, was what mattered in battle. His combat skill, clarity of thought, and fearless execution silenced any doubts. While orcs roared and charged the soldiers, Ghislain took control, directing the troops with sharp orders and leading from the front. Each slash was calculated. He built momentum, cutting through the chaos while soldiers watched in awe. Ghislain was no longer just a noble's son. He was a warrior reborn, commanding not by status, but through sheer capability and unshakable resolve. Ghislain, now drenched in blood, shouted a challenge to the orcs, drawing their attention with fearless confidence. He carved through them relentlessly, his movements calculated and fluid. The sight stunned the soldiers around him. Even Commander Skovin couldn't believe what he was witnessing. Despite the fatigue showing on Ghislain's face, his swordsmanship was flawless. He targeted weak points and used every ounce of momentum to cut down enemies with minimal effort. Skovan. The young master moved like a veteran knight or something even greater. Then, unexpectedly, Ghislain broke from formation and dashed across the field. Soldiers watched in confusion, some fearing he was fleeing. But Skovin quickly realized the truth. Ghislain wasn't retreating, he was drawing the orcs toward the cliff's edge. As the horde followed him, blindly, the terrain shifted. Ahead was a sheer drop, and Ghislain was sprinting straight toward it. Skovin's eyes widened in realization. Ghislain had a plan. Without hesitation, he ordered the troops to form a shield wall. He finally acknowledged Ghislain's leadership, not with words, but with action. "We'll follow the first son." The tide of battle was turning not just through force, but through strategy. And Ghislain was the one leading it. Gil, exhausted but focused, realized he couldn't take down the entire orc horde alone. Despite his strength, his stamina was running low. Still, rather than retreat blindly, he formulated a plan, recognizing that Skovin, the experienced commander, would understand his intent. Gil began drawing the orcs toward the cliff. He knew that while he couldn't kill them all himself, the terrain could do what his sword couldn't. As Gil dashed toward the cliff's edge, the orcs, enraged and single-minded, gave chase. Skovin quickly grasped the strategy. He shouted for the troops to form a shield wall near the edge, ready to follow Gil's lead. At the precise moment, Gil leaped, signaling the troops. Skovin ordered the soldiers to push. The knights surged forward in unison, crashing into the pursuing orcs and sending them over the edge. The impact was immediate, and brutal. Countless orcs plunged into the chasm below. Cheers erupted among the soldiers, breaths ragged but relieved. They had survived. However, their celebration was cut short when they saw Gil falling too. Skovin watched silently, eyes locked on the young master's descent, yet Gil's expression showed no fear, only clarity. This had all gone exactly as he planned. Gil led the orcs into a narrow path near the cliffside, knowing his stamina alone wouldn't be enough to finish them all. As the monsters pursued him in a frenzy, Skovin and his troops waited in position. Gil timed his retreat perfectly, letting the orcs chase him right to the cliff's edge at his signal. Skovin launched the ambush. The soldiers crashed into the enemy from behind, forcing the orcs over the ledge in a massive coordinated push. The trap worked, and the orc army was destroyed in a single maneuver. But in the chaos, Gil lost his footing and fell as well. Skovin reached out to grab him, but Gil's grip slipped. He plummeted into the mist below. The soldiers looked on in horror, calling out to him, in the dark void. Gilles saw visions of Belinda, his childhood tutor who had gone missing after his family fell. He awoke suddenly in bed, confused, but alive. As he looked around the room, Belinda entered, worried and emotional. Gilles was speechless. The woman who had guided him for years had survived. Overcome with emotion, Gilles embraced her. Against all odds, both had returned from the shadows of the past. They were alive. Gilles led a calculated ambush against the invading orcs, luring them toward the cliff's edge. Though skilled, Gilles knew his stamina wouldn't last in prolonged combat. He directed the troops into position and used the terrain to his advantage. With the signal given, his soldiers launched a final charge, pushing the enemy over the cliff in a massive collapse. The plan succeeded. Dozens of orcs plummeted to their deaths. But as the dust settled, Gilles lost his footing and slipped with them. Clinging to survival, Gilles was pulled into a strange dreamlike void where he relived fragments of his past. Among the shadows, Elena's voice echoed. Then came Belinda, reaching out, calling him back. He awoke in a bed, his body aching but alive. Belinda, his long-lost tutor, was at his side, still worried, still loyal. Gilles embraced her, stunned by her presence after years of thinking she had vanished during the family's fall. Later, Belinda reminded him of a promise to attend the festival with Elena, but Gilles' memories brought dread. He knew something terrible would happen. As Elena smiled, unaware of her fate, Gilles clenched his fists. He had just 1 week before Elena dies. Ghislain returned to the estate and was suddenly pulled into a tight embrace by Elena, who was overwhelmed with emotion. Though surprised, Ghislain didn't resist and quietly returned the hug, admitting that he missed her. Belinda, observing the moment, grew suspicious and demanded to know why he was acting as if everything was forgiven. She reminded him of his previous cruel words, forcing Ghislain to awkwardly apologize, clearly caught between regret and confusion. As things calmed, Ghislain took a step back to observe both Elena and Belinda. The scene stirred painful memories. In his previous life, he had dismissed Elena's invitation to the festival, prioritizing war preparations instead. That decision led to her death, her body later found mutilated alongside her guards. The memory left a deep scar. Now, reliving this timeline, Ghislain swore not to make the same mistake. Their interaction was cut short when Jamal and Philip, Elena's bodyguards, arrived to escort her for festival-related duties. Ghislain listened silently as Belinda teased him for his past laziness, but he no longer responded with pride. Watching Elena leave, Ghislain reflected on how much he once ignored and how determined he was now to protect what truly mattered. Motivated by guilt from his past life, Ghislain volunteers to assist with the upcoming festival preparations, surprising Belinda and Elena. His offer shocks them, as he had never shown interest in helping before. Despite their confusion, the group heads to the bustling market square. However, Ghislain's intimidating aura makes the merchants and workers uneasy. His attempts to help are rejected, and he's asked to stay out of the way. While struggling to integrate, Ghislain reflects on Elena's tragic fate in the previous timeline, how she was ambushed during the festival week. He realizes that preventing such an event requires more than just being near her. He needs strength and readiness. Amidst the crowd, Fergus, an old knight who once served Ghislain's family, appears and warmly greets him. Fergus insists on bringing him back to rest, but Ghislain asks instead to be taken to the castle. There Ghislain declares his intent to train. Fergus is surprised but obeys. They arrive at an old training hall, which had been preserved over the years. Ghislain is impressed by its condition and recognizes its value, something he never appreciated during his mercenary years. He prepares to begin rigorous training, determined to rewrite the fate that once ended in blood. As Ghislain stood in the training hall, a memory struck him. Had Fergus also perished in his previous life? He quickly brushed the thought aside and told Fergus he planned to live longer this time, having learned that dying was far worse than expected. Amused by Ghislain's unusual maturity, Fergus commented on his demeanor, but Ghislain only smiled knowingly, aware that his second chance was rare. After sending Fergus away, Ghislain began training in solitude. Reflecting on his past, Ghislain realized he had once treated everyone, even Elena and Belinda, like enemies, but in truth, he had simply failed to value them. Elena's death, he now understood, wasn't just a personal tragedy, it triggered political upheaval. The noble behind her assassination belonged to a rival territory, and her death became the spark that led to a devastating war. That war ultimately ruined House Perdian. Determined to change the course of history, Ghislain began cultivating his strength immediately. He started by rebuilding his body and regaining control over mana. Drawing on his battlefield experience and knowledge from a scorched magic tome, he forged a powerful mana core, then a second, and a third. Pushing himself to the brink, he created an unstable force that nearly overwhelmed him. Ghislain completed his core creation training using an intense method that rapidly generated explosive mana strength. However, it required an enormous reserve of neutral mana, something that had once drained him to death in his past life. Remembering that mistake, Ghislain held back before exceeding his limit. With blood on his lips and fire in his eyes, he vowed vengeance against those who destroyed House Perdion. 1 week later, the day of the festival arrived. Ghislain equipped his sword and made his way into town, determined to protect Elena this time. Elena was surprised by his arrival, commenting on his strange behavior and dedication to training. Ghislain deflected her remarks, but her warm smile showed her appreciation. She confessed she liked the current version of him better. As they walked together, Belinda noticed a shift in Ghislain's aura. He too realized that his changed behavior had already begun influencing others and shaping a new future. The people around him were beginning to trust him. Reflecting on the many branching paths of fate, Ghislain saw himself as a strategist on a chessboard, one who could tilt outcomes with precision. With the knowledge of his past and the power he gained, Ghislain concluded his preparations were finally complete. As the festival night winded down, Ghislain sat with Elena, reflecting on how peaceful everything had remained. No attacks, no threats, nothing like the tragedy from his past life. He began to wonder if his presence at Elena's side was enough to deter the disaster. Still cautious, he invited her to explore other areas of the festival, mentioning a lead from a friend that new events were happening nearby. Elena eagerly accepted the offer, her mood light and playful as she held onto the arm of one of her bodyguards. But Ghislain's sharp instincts kicked in the moment he saw their movements. A grim realization dawned. These weren't just loyal guards, they were the very traitors responsible for Elena's assassination in his previous life. As Elena cheerfully walked ahead, Ghislain stood frozen, staring at the two men who had betrayed House Perdion from within. His internal fury rose, but his expression remained cold and focused. Now, with full awareness of who the enemy was, Ghislain prepared to act. This time, he wouldn't be too late. The tragedy that once marked the beginning of their downfall had reappeared, but this time he was ready to crush it before it could begin. Ghislain followed Elena, Jamal, and Philip to a secluded corner of the festival, confirming his suspicion this was the trap laid in his previous life. As they arrived at the quiet plaza, Elena and the others questioned the location, wondering if a performance would really happen there. The area was barren and dim, surrounded by crates and with poor visibility, far from festive. But Ghislain, analyzing the layout, recognized the intentional positioning. The supposed performance space was actually a setup for an ambush, with escape routes cleverly sealed off. Realizing danger was imminent, Ghislain acted quickly, urging Elena to leave. She resisted, confused by the urgency, while Jamal and Philip tried to keep her in place. The tension escalated as Philip suddenly addressed Elena with an unsettling tone, his demeanor shifting. Elena, startled, noticed his unnatural expression. Jamal soon followed, revealing twisted smiles and ominous words. Their behavior triggered alarm in Ghislain. This was the moment of betrayal. The same traitors from before, now exposed, moved to restrain Elena again. She grew fearful, confused by the shift in those she once trusted. Just as the tension peaked, a dark figure approached the scene from the shadows, suggesting that the true orchestrator was ready to act. A cloaked man named Frank, accompanied by masked subordinates, arrived at the meeting point. He commended Jamal and Philip for executing the plan cleanly. The two traitors proudly presented Elena as promised, hoping to finalize their deal. However, Frank noticed an unexpected presence: Ghislain, the heir of House Perdion. He hadn't agreed to include him. Attempting to cover the mistake, Jamal mockingly offered Ghislain for free, claiming he had followed them blindly. Ghislain, furious, confronted them for their betrayal. But Jamal arrogantly dismissed his threats, confident that escape was easy. Jamal revealed his disdain for their house and mocked its weakness. As Jamal taunted, Ghislain struck with lethal precision, cutting him down instantly. The betrayal was met with swift retribution. Philip, stunned by Jamal's fall, took Elena hostage in desperation, but Ghislain showed no hesitation. In a second clean strike, he pierced Philip through the head with his sword, ending the threat. The spectators, including Frank, were stunned. Ghislain's power and mana control exceeded expectations, making them question if he had truly trained for only a week. Frank, now cautious, observed the scene silently, realizing they had greatly underestimated the strength and resolve of the reborn heir of House Perdion. Gilles stood amidst the aftermath of a fierce clash, holding his unconscious sister in his arms. Despite the chaos, his expression remained calm as he laid her down gently. The attackers, underestimating him, commented on how he had done their work for them. Gilles showed no fear, only determination. The man in the hat, Frank, questioned Gilles' strength, realizing too late that this boy was far from ordinary. Frank's two subordinates stepped forward, exuding dark energy. Gilles quickly assessed the situation and readied his blade, surrounded by blue aura. He understood that these enemies weren't ordinary mercenaries. They had been enhanced possibly through mana or experimentation. Still, Gilles remained composed and prepared to finish things swiftly. As Gilles moved closer, he demanded to know who ordered the attack. Frank refused to answer, ordering his men to capture Gilles alive instead. Their aim was not just to kill, but to break him. As the masked assassins lunged at Gilles, he tossed a small explosive, stunning them temporarily. Taking advantage of the distraction, Gilles swiftly counterattacked, striking with precision. One attacker fell instantly. The others tried to retaliate, but Gilles' control over his sword and mana proved overwhelming, giving him the upper hand once again. Gilles, with his younger sister trembling in his arms, stepped forward into the chaos. He gently assured her safety before turning away, leaving her behind as he approached the attackers. Corpses littered the stone streets, and more enemies emerged from the shadows. The man in the hat mocked Gilles, but the young warrior showed no hesitation, drawing his sword. He assessed the three opponents and swiftly activated his mana. His body glowed with blue energy as he dashed forward. The enemy leader, intrigued by Gilles' strength, commanded his men to capture him alive. Gilles threw a firecracker to disorient the enemies, and used the opening to strike the nearest foe. The skirmish escalated quickly, as Gilles clashed with multiple assassins, showing precision and speed. Blood splattered across the street as his blade cut through opponents with ease. However, Gilles remained tense, aware that the battle had not yet reached its climax. In the midst of it, one assassin launched a surprise attack from behind. Though a perfect ambush, Gilles reacted instantly, twisting to counter the strike. He closed the distance to the leader, landing a near-fatal blow. The enemy blocked it using mana, surviving only by a margin. The leader smirked, declaring Gilles would not leave alive. Ghislain faced a powerful enemy whose confidence was backed by overwhelming mana. Despite the difference in strength, Ghislain stood firm, clashing blades with the enemy while trying to find an opening. His opponent taunted him, easily deflecting his strikes and pressuring him with aggressive swordplay. Ghislain attempted a swift counter, but his blade failed to pierce through the mana shield that protected his foe. The enemy struck back, forcing Ghislain to retreat. Still, he analyzed the situation calmly. Though his mana reserves were limited, he refused to back down. He focused his energy, pushing beyond his current limit. As Ghislain activated his third core, a new surge of power flooded his body. His aura changed, and his opponent, caught off guard, showed signs of hesitation. Ghislain's movements became sharper, faster, and stronger. He closed the distance and unleashed a series of brutal strikes. The enemy struggled to keep up. His sword pushed back, despite his enhanced strength. Ghislain's attacks now carried a force that broke through magical defenses. The tables turned, and panic replaced arrogance in the enemy's eyes. For the first time, he realized that Ghislain wasn't just resisting, he was winning. The battle had entered its final phase. Ghislain stood in the aftermath of his failed ambush, surrounded by an aura of searing red mana. Realizing brute force would not overcome his opponent, he activated his third core, releasing a surge of power that stunned the enemy. With swift, relentless strikes, he overwhelmed the swordsman, each blow more precise than the last. The enemy, bleeding and faltering, was pushed back step by step. Ghislain pressed his advantage, delivering a powerful slash that sent the foe crashing into the ground. Despite his injuries, the enemy resisted. He lunged once more, attempting to retaliate, but Ghislain anticipated it. With his threads of mana already in place, he bound the man's limbs and immobilized him completely. The enemy, caught off guard, was forced to listen as Ghislain demanded the name of the one behind the attack. When no clear answer came, Ghislain made his final move. With perfect control, Ghislain shattered the enemy's mana core, ending the threat. The enemy's panic set in as he realized his power was fading. Screaming in disbelief, he questioned if Ghislain was insane, but Ghislain, unfazed, reminded him such measures were for the unskilled. His victory was complete, not through rage, but through precision and preparation. Ghislain faced a powerful enemy who mocked his weak mana and attacked with overwhelming force. Despite being pushed back, Ghislain's movements remained sharp. As the fight intensified, he unleashed his hidden strength, activating his third mana core. The sudden surge of power shifted the momentum, and Ghislain launched a counterattack that caught his enemy off guard. The enemy was struck multiple times and wounded heavily, shocked by Ghislain's unexpected capability. Realizing Ghislain was more dangerous than he appeared, the enemy tried to retreat, but Ghislain quickly restrained him using mana threads, rendering the opponent immobile. Ghislain interrogated him, demanding the name of the one who orchestrated the crimes against Elena. Under pressure and fearing for his life, the enemy confessed that Count Desmond was behind it all. Fueled by anger and justice, Ghislain did not hold back. He declared this was not the same past he had lived through. With knowledge from his previous life, he would prevent tragedy this time. As the enemy tried a desperate final spell, Ghislain destroyed his mana core, ending the threat. The city sky lit up from the explosion, and as silence returned, Ghislain stood bloodied but victorious, determined to protect those he had once lost. Ghislain faced off against a powerful enemy in the streets of Perdian. As the battle intensified, his precision and skill overwhelmed the opposing forces. He moved quickly, taking down a wave of attackers and then confronting the main assassin. Despite a desperate counter, Ghislain's mana threads bound the enemy completely. With his mana core targeted, the enemy panicked, realizing the irreversible damage Ghislain had dealt. Under the threat of death, the enemy confessed the true instigator behind the assassination, Count Desmond. Ghislain, now certain of the plot, confirmed it by referencing past life knowledge, and realized Elena was targeted for political gain. Enraged, Ghislain struck decisively, condemning the assassin who had already doomed the region with chaos. As the confrontation ended, the assassin triggered a final attack. Ghislain watched as the magic exploded above the city, signaling their defeat. Exhausted but determined, he walked away, glancing at the unconscious Elena, knowing she was safe for now. Elsewhere, a secret council blamed Ghislain for their failed mission. While one operative defended the claim, others mocked the idea that Ghislain was dangerous. However, visions of Ghislain's power silenced them. A new order was given: eliminate Ghislain. Their fear confirmed it. He was now a threat they could no longer ignore. Ghislain, determined and bloodied, launched himself at Duke Delphine with unstoppable resolve. His eyes glowed fiercely as he overwhelmed the Duke with sheer strength and killing intent. Realizing Ghislain wasn't bluffing, Delphine panicked and confessed the truth. Count Desmond was the real orchestrator of the underground activities. Ghislain, piecing together the betrayal, saw clearly how Elena's life had been targeted for political gain. Without hesitation, Ghislain dealt a fatal blow to Delphine. As the Duke fell, he tried justifying his crimes by claiming his actions were necessary to prevent a greater war. Ghislain, unfazed, declared that he had already died once and had been reborn this time. He would change everything. His words carried weight, for they were forged through pain, death, and a second chance. Enraged and cornered, Delphine released a magical signal, lighting up the sky in a final act of defiance. The explosion rocked the area, causing chaos. As Ghislain stood still, observing the aftermath, he turned his gaze toward Elena's unconscious form and let out a breath of relief. Suddenly, a blade pierced his side. The battle was over, but its consequences were far from finished. Bloody but alive, Ghislain braced himself for what came next. Following a failed mission, Ghislain's name was brought up during a harsh council meeting. One of the subordinates accused him as the reason for the operation's collapse. Although the superiors dismissed the claim, calling Ghislain a failure, the accusation planted doubt. Meanwhile, Ghislain was seen training alone, channeling mana through threads in a highly refined form, a technique few could master. This caught the attention of the knight Fergus, who was surprised by Ghislain's skill, especially since he had only recently begun training. After the training, Fergus thanked Ghislain for protecting Elena, showing signs of respect. Days passed, and a cancelled festival caused unrest among merchants demanding compensation. Ghislain learned that the county's finances were drained, and soldiers were dispatched to guard the monster frontier, leaving the castle vulnerable. The pressure to govern grew heavier on him. He tried to think of solutions, even asking Belinda about funds, only to find out he had no access to any money himself. Sitting alone, Ghislain realized he had nothing: no troops, no funds, and growing political threats. Yet, despite the mounting pressure, he didn't give in. He rose with determination, intent on finding a way to secure funds and stabilize the situation, no matter the odds. Following a failed mission, Ghislain's name was brought up during a harsh council meeting. One of the subordinates accused him as the reason for the operation's collapse. Although the superiors dismissed the claim, calling Ghislain a failure, the accusation planted doubt. Meanwhile, Ghislain was seen training alone, channeling mana through threads in a highly refined form, a technique few could master. This caught the attention of the knight Fergus, who was surprised by Ghislain's skill, especially since he had only recently begun training. After the training, Fergus thanked Ghislain for protecting Elena, showing signs of respect. Days passed, and a cancelled festival caused unrest among merchants demanding compensation. Ghislain learned that the county's finances were drained, and soldiers were dispatched to guard the monster frontier, leaving the castle vulnerable. The pressure to govern grew heavier on him. He tried to think of solutions, even asking Belinda about funds, only to find out he had no access to any money himself. Sitting alone, Ghislain realized he had nothing, no troops, no funds, and growing political threats. Yet, despite the mounting pressure, he didn't give in. He rose with determination, intent on finding a way to secure funds and stabilize the situation, no matter the odds. Ghislain encounters a familiar face, Cain Loges, the heir of Loges County, once a trusted ally and the only person he called a friend. Their kingdoms shared an alliance, but to Ghislain, Cain was both a companion and a rival. In the present, Cain arrives after a tavern disturbance, finding bodies and chaos. Ricardo briefs him, explaining they confronted suspicious men spreading rumors about Ghislain, confirming their intentions were hostile. Cain violently interrogates one of the captured men, establishing dominance and making clear that deception would not be tolerated before the heir of Loges. With the man beaten and broken, Cain mocks his weakness and scolds him for not understanding his place. Ghislain watches in silence, remembering how Cain always treated him as a subordinate, using his authority to act freely, even recklessly, whenever he visited Perdium. Despite Cain's behavior, no one ever criticized him. His boldness was seen as leadership. Ghislain, by contrast, was judged more harshly, his insecurity overlooked. Cain's confidence earned him admiration, while Ghislain's restraint earned only silence. Now, as the two face each other again, Ghislain notices a strange calm in Cain. The usual fiery aggression is gone, replaced with unreadable intent. Some time ago, in Loges County, Cain was approached with a secret order to assassinate Ghislain. Though surprised, he was told it would protect the family's future. The plan was to lure Ghislain into a trap and stage his death as an accident. While initially hesitant, Cain accepted, masking his conflicted emotions. Despite being Ghislain's cousin, he agreed to carry out the plot, suspecting that something about Ghislain had changed. Back in the present, Cain acted as if nothing had happened, trying to engage Ghislain with his usual antics. He spoke loudly, suggesting they celebrate and enjoy their time. Ghislain, caught off guard, remembered how Cain always demanded luxuries, drinks, women, and entertainment, forcing Ghislain to spend his resources to avoid conflict. This time, however, Ghislain remained calm, no longer willing to play along. Internally, Ghislain reflected on the past, realizing Cain was the source of his financial burdens and manipulation. Cain's arrival, once dreaded, now revealed an opportunity. Ghislain's perspective shifted. He no longer feared Cain, but saw him as a potential asset. When Cain reminded Ghislain of a supposed debt, Ghislain didn't react submissively. Instead, he stared him down, his intentions clear, while a hooded observer watched nearby. Ghislain boldly demanded repayment from Cain, revealing he had kept tabs on the financial burden Cain caused during his visits. Cain scoffed at the idea, mocking the amount and calling it a friendship fee. He dismissed the debt, insisting their past bond justified the expense. Ghislain, unfazed, pressed further, stating he urgently needed money, shifting the mood from banter to confrontation. Suddenly, tension exploded. One of Cain's men made a move, triggering a rapid exchange. Cain accused Ghislain of arrogance, belittling his authority, and calling him a parasite. Without warning, Cain struck Ghislain with brutal force, ordering him to get a grip. However, Ghislain did not cower. With unexpected precision, he counterattacked, knocking Cain off balance. The confrontation intensified as Cain retaliated, unleashing violent strikes. But Ghislain's skill caught everyone off guard, landing a powerful blow that forced Cain into the ground. Cain's subordinates rushed to his aid, shocked by the turn of events. Ghislain stood over him, calm and focused, refusing to step back, despite protests. Witnesses around the tavern murmured in disbelief. For the first time, Ghislain was no longer submissive. He had seized control of the situation, revealing a side no one had expected, including Cain himself. Ghislain smirked to himself, realizing Cain had fallen into his trap. Cain, playing along with a hidden agenda, bragged to a hooded conspirator that his performance had perfectly set the stage for a legitimate duel. The plot was clear: provoke Ghislain into public disgrace, then use the fallout to sever ties with Perdium permanently. Cain aimed to leave lasting wounds politically and physically on this visit. As planned, Cain dramatically challenged Ghislain to a duel, claiming his honor had been insulted. But Ghislain reversed the moment, formally challenging Cain first, citing his repeated humiliation and the violation of noble dignity. The bold move stunned Cain. Ghislain's sharp words left no room for refusal. Cornered, Cain accepted, mocking Ghislain's decision and viewing it as a death sentence. As swords were drawn, Ghislain remained calm, even smiling. While Kane promised no regrets, Ghislain turned to Ricardo, issuing an unexpected command: gather all the merchants outside the castle. With absolute confidence, he declared his intention to make them rich. While the duel loomed, Ghislain had already shifted focus toward power and influence, planning to use this public battle not just for survival, but to reshape the balance of wealth and alliances in his favor. With the festival abruptly cancelled, the once lively streets of Perdium grew restless. Tourists who had gathered for celebration found themselves stranded, unable to spend their money or time. Ghislain recognized the opportunity. As crowds gathered in disappointment, he presented an unexpected spectacle: a public duel with cane loges. Word of the duel spread fast, and the empty square filled with eager spectators. Merchants quickly turned the scene into a bustling marketplace. Stalls reopened, betting booths sprang up, and money exchanged hands rapidly. The majority bet on Kane, viewing him as the obvious victor. Kane mocked Ghislain, accusing him of degrading the sanctity of a duel, but Ghislain remained silent, watching the crowd swell. As the tension built, Ghislain signaled the start. Kane warned that his sword would not stop, even if Ghislain surrendered. Still, Ghislain stood firm. Meanwhile, murmurs among the merchants grew as many realized no one had bet on Ghislain. To fix the imbalance, they proposed changing the bet's terms from who would win to how long Ghislain could last. Unexpectedly, one merchant bet on Ghislain. That single wager caught attention, sparking a shift. Slowly, bags of coins began piling up in Ghislain's favor, just as he had intended from the beginning. As the crowd placed their bets, Lady Elena stepped forward and made a bold declaration she would bet on her older brother, Ghislain. Her presence shocked the spectators and caused a stir among the merchants, adding weight to Ghislain's side. Though warned against it, Elena handed over a large bag of gold, shifting the atmosphere and drawing attention back to the underdog. Meanwhile, Kane grew impatient and demanded the duel begin. Ghislain calmly drew his sword, deflecting Kane's attempt to bait him into making the first move. Instead, Ghislain invited Kane to come at him, his stance steady and composed. At the call to start, Kane launched himself forward with overwhelming force. Their swords clashed violently. Kane attacked with wild strength, clearly aiming to end the duel quickly. He mocked Ghislain, claiming there was no saving face now. The crowd roared with excitement, convinced Ghislain wouldn't last a single hit. However, Ghislain stayed sharp, reading every move with precision. As Kane continued his aggressive strikes, the crowd remained on his side, cheering his dominance, but Ghislain, unfazed, remained steady. With Elena's support and his own strategy unfolding, Ghislain wasn't fighting to survive, he was fighting to win on his terms. As the duel intensified, concern grew among Ghislain's allies. Elena's attendants urged her to intervene, but a hooded observer calmly noted it was already too late. Kane had fully committed to his strategy, known for overwhelming opponents with relentless strength. Kane's method was to pressure his enemy into fatigue and force an opening. Kane charged with full force, mocking Ghislain's evasive maneuvers. He taunted him for being slippery, accusing him of always running away in the past. Ghislain avoided each attack with precision, prompting Kane to grow increasingly aggressive. Eventually, Kane launched Ghislain into the air and prepared a finishing strike. Spectators gasped, believing the duel was over. Even Kane's ally declared Ghislain's end was near, but Ghislain remained calm mid-air, watching Kane close in with deadly intent. As Kane descended with brutal force, Ghislain flipped the situation, launching a counterattack at the last moment. The audience and Kane's conspirator were caught off guard. Ghislain landed without injury, while Kane staggered. Stepping forward, Ghislain calmly mocked Kane's swordsmanship, declaring it outdated. With poise, he promised to open Kane's eyes to true skill. Kane scoffed, readying himself again. But it was clear, Ghislain was no longer fighting defensively, he was about to take control. Elena makes a bold move by placing a large bet on her older brother Ghislain, surprising both the crowd and her companions. Her confidence stands in stark contrast to the skepticism of onlookers, who recognize the opponent, Kane, as an overwhelmingly powerful fighter. Despite warnings and concern, Elena places a heavy sack of coins on the table, indicating her unwavering faith in Ghislain. As the match begins, Kane grows impatient and charges, declaring his dominance. Ghislain calmly prepares, drawing his sword with precision and minimal effort. The duel is announced with the command to start, and Kane immediately goes on the offensive, leaping with brutal strength. Ghislain meets him with composed focus. The clash is intense and swift. Kane's aggressive barrage is met with Ghislain's fluid movement and control. Observers comment on how Kane always overpowers his enemies by pushing them into a defensive retreat, forcing them into hopelessness before delivering a final blow. Yet, as Ghislain continues to deflect and evade, it becomes clear he isn't following the same pattern. The crowd begins to murmur in astonishment, realizing Ghislain is not overwhelmed but rather calculating, showing signs that this battle will not end the way Cain expects. Cain and his allies initially express concern about Ghislain's chances, but a mysterious figure calmly states that it is already too late, the trap has been set. Cain's strategy overwhelms opponents by forcing them to react endlessly, slowly wearing them down until an opening appears. The moment their defenses slip, he finishes them off without mercy. Cain boasts of his consistent victories through such brutal tactics. The battle begins fiercely, with Cain launching aggressive attacks, mocking Ghislain for his evasive style. Ghislain evades skillfully, but Cain continues pressing, calling him a coward for his old habits of fleeing. Eventually, Cain lands a powerful blow that sends Ghislain flying into the air, prompting shocked reactions from the onlookers. Believing the fight is over, Cain charges to deliver a fatal strike. However, Ghislain quickly recovers and counters midair, revealing his refined skill and power. As Ghislain regains control of the battle, his swordplay surprises both Cain and the crowd. A previously cloaked man acknowledges Ghislain's potential and decides to let him face reality. With that, Ghislain shifts into a composed stance, signaling a dramatic turn. The tides of the match begin to shift as Ghislain prepares to break Cain's brutal rhythm. The duel between Ghislain and the Loggia's family warrior intensified. Although Ghislain had already overwhelmed his opponent, he provoked the man further, urging him to rise and continue. Enraged and humiliated, the muscular warrior lunged again with his blade, but Ghislain's composure didn't falter. He countered with speed and precision, his movements barely readable to onlookers. Despite being unarmed, Ghislain launched himself into close combat, landing a devastating punch that cracked through the man's defense and staggered him. Fueled by desperation, the warrior shouted about past dominance, furious that Ghislain, who once trembled before him, now stood as a threat. He claimed the duel was necessary to protect the Loggia's family's legacy, but Ghislain, undeterred, pummeled him relentlessly, delivering dozens of swift and brutal strikes. As his opponent collapsed in a heap, bloodied and confused, Ghislain finally addressed him with cold clarity. He reminded the crowd that the elder Count Loggias once supported Perdium, out of loyalty to his father, but that loyalty had not passed down. His son harbored selfish ambitions. Ghislain made it clear that this fight was never about honor or rivalry. It was about punishing betrayal and ending the ambitions of a man who had twisted his family's legacy. As the battle reaches its end, a memory from the past resurfaces. Ghislain recalls the elder Count Loggias, who once declared his unwavering support for Perdium, simply because of friendship, nothing more. That sincere loyalty sharply contrasts with the greed-driven ambitions of the son, now bloodied and broken before Ghislain. With a single final strike, Ghislain subdues his opponent completely, causing the crowd to erupt in shock. As the defeated man lies crushed and humiliated, Ghislain stares down at him, questioning whether that brutal punishment still wasn't enough. The once confident warrior opens his eyes in disbelief. Ghislain demands that he stand again, not for more violence, but to accept the outcome as a man. The gesture is clear. This isn't just about power, but honor and accountability. Finally, trembling and exhausted, the defeated man kneels. Admitting his loss, he humbles himself before Ghislain. The crowd watches in awe as the atmosphere shifts. What began as a brutal clash has now turned into a moment of resolution. Ghislain's strength and dignity earn him more than just victory. They gain him the respect of the people who had once doubted him. After the intense duel, Ghislain finds himself reflecting on a surprising revelation. He once had a fiancée, confused. He tries to recall details, and is reminded of Amelia Rayfold, a noblewoman once known for her compassion and leadership. As a child, she helped the poor and was deeply respected by her people. However, over time, Amelia's image drastically changed. She ultimately sided with Perdium's enemies, the Dardanelle Duchy, in a betrayal that accelerated Perdium's fall. This act branded her a traitor in Ghislain's mind. Despite this, Ghislain decides to visit Rayfold County, raising suspicion from Belinda, who questions the timing of the visit. But Ghislain makes it clear he's going to collect something, not to celebrate. The story shifts to a flashback showing Amelia's charitable acts helping poor children, offering them shoes, food, and dignity. She boldly led her soldiers to protect and support the displaced, earning heartfelt gratitude from the people. Back in the present, Amelia is seen resting in her garden. Her knight, Bernhardt, praises her influence and political finesse. With her actions, Amelia has not only gained the people's loyalty, but also secured her position in the upcoming noble competition. Ghislain, battered and bloodied, reflects on the nature of friendship while facing his opponent. Despite his injuries, he recalls the reason behind his actions: loyalty to a friend. He launches a desperate but powerful attack. His strike, though valiant, fails to turn the tide. His opponent knocks him down once more, leaving him in a near-defeated state. Yet, instead of ridicule, he is met with an outstretched hand from his opponent. The crowd watches in stunned silence as Ghislain accepts defeat and acknowledges his loss. Later, Ghislain discovers he once had a fiancée, Amelia Rayfold. Memories of her resurface, revealing her as a key figure in his past. Amelia, now a noble of power, had betrayed their nation by allying with a rival duchy. Despite being branded a traitor, she is shown offering aid to the poor, commanding respect from her people, and establishing herself as a formidable presence. Amelia's knight, Bernhardt, updates her on the covert operations draining resources from their enemies, and quietly strengthening their own forces. Their plan is to conceal their power until the perfect moment. Suddenly, Amelia receives an unexpected visitor, Ghislain, who arrives under the pretense of discussing the Merchant Guild, hinting at a deeper confrontation ahead. Ghislain visits Amelia Rayfold, demanding 10,000 gold, revealing his awareness of the Arctium Merchant Guild's involvement with her territory. Amelia tries to end the conversation, but Ghislain's commanding tone and sudden pressure overwhelm her, surprising her with how much he's changed since their youth. Ghislain accuses her of using people as tools and questions her intentions with Bernaf, her escort knight. He mocks the idea of marrying her and accuses her of scheming, which visibly angers Amelia. She calls for Bernaf, who enters and greets Ghislain coldly. Tensions spike as Amelia orders Bernaf to kill Ghislain. Without hesitation, Bernaf draws his blade and prepares to strike. Ghislain, unfazed, prepares for a real fight, signaling he won't hold back anymore. The confrontation escalates quickly, with Ghislain showing a serious demeanor, indicating this won't be a one-sided duel. Meanwhile, Amelia remains composed, suggesting this showdown was inevitable due to political manipulation and betrayal. Their meeting, meant for negotiation, turns into a dangerous clash rooted in past grievances and hidden agendas. Ghislain counters a sudden strike from an assassin, slamming him into the floor with overwhelming force. He launches the attacker across the room, smashing him into furniture, exposing the ambush. Another noble notices the disruption, alarmed by the unexpected violence, while Ghislain remains calm. Ghislain mocks the assassin's surprise attack, questioning the Rayfold family's hospitality and honor. The assassin deflects the accusation, saying Ghislain appeared without invitation, justifying his actions. The two clash again, blades colliding in a burst of power as they fight fiercely. Ghislain is forced back by a strong blow, landing hard but recovering quickly. The assassin slides across the floor, regrouping for another attack. He remarks that Ghislain, though unexpected, is formidable, but shows no fear. A woman commands the assassin to finish Ghislain, calling him a mere punk. Her eye glows red as she orders the assassin to prove his loyalty by bringing Ghislain's head. The assassin, motivated, draws power and prepares for a more serious battle. Ghislain challenges the assassin's arrogance and prepares his sword. He advances, calmly accepting the fight on the assassin's terms. The assassin unleashes a powerful strike. While someone watches the battle in shock, Ghislain narrowly blocks Bernaf's rapid sword strike, noting the opponent's impressive speed. Both fighters clash violently, exchanging consecutive blows in a high-speed battle. Amelia watches in disbelief as Ghislain holds his ground against her strongest knight. Despite Amelia's doubts, Bernaf intensifies his assault, pushing Ghislain further. Ghislain defends with precision, meeting each strike with controlled movements. Bernaf breaks the rhythm, shifting angles and forcing Ghislain onto the defensive. Bernaf attempts the same maneuver again, but Ghislain anticipates it. As they rotate mid-combat, Ghislain counters with agile footwork. The exchange grows brutal as their weapons lock, neither gaining clear advantage. Bernaf adjusts, warning Ghislain that repeated tricks won't work again. He drives Ghislain back with overwhelming force, landing a clean blow. Ghislain is flung across the hall, but regains footing with determination. Analyzing Bernaf's style, Ghislain realizes he's facing a disciplined war veteran. Bernaf criticizes Ghislain's rogue tactics, warning that they won't work on him. Ghislain, steadying himself, admits the difficulty yet refuses to yield. Bernaf's blade technique is fast and precise, forcing Ghislain to defend by reading the attack's rhythm. As Bernaf pushes forward, Ghislain surprises him by channeling mana through his sword mid-motion. Ghislain launches a sudden counter infused with mana, catching Bernaf off guard in close combat. Ghislain lands a direct blow on Bernaf's face, shifting the battle's momentum. Stunned, Bernaf fails to process what happened, while Amelia screams his name in panic. Ghislain prepares to finish the fight, striking from above as Bernaf stumbles. Bernaf blocks just in time, narrowly deflecting Ghislain's heavy downward attack. He rolls back to create distance, avoiding a follow-up assault. Regrouping near Amelia, Bernaf urges her to evacuate, recognizing the danger. Burnaf admits he can no longer ensure Amelia's safety and decides to fight seriously. Amelia responds with silence, her expression unreadable. Ghislain smiles calmly, pleased, saying he hasn't faced a worthy opponent in a long time. A noblewoman runs through the corridor, enraged after a confrontation with Ghislain, holding a white-furred animal tightly in her arms. Her face burns with fury as she curses Ghislain for humiliating her in public, and begins recalling his unexpected reputation. She reflects on rumors of Ghislain, slayer of orcs, protector of his sister, defeater of a noble heir, now questioning if they might be true. She arrives at a dark, corpse-littered hall, and freezes at the sight of a cloaked figure standing among the bodies. The woman realizes the cloaked assassin is familiar. Shock takes over as the figure slowly turns around to face her. It's Perdium's maid, who greets her calmly, revealing they've crossed paths before in a twisted history. The maid swiftly subdues the noblewoman and silences her protest, displaying clear dominance. She mocks the woman's past with spiders, referencing old humiliation during an engagement event. The maid recounts how the woman used spiders to exact revenge on her tormenting siblings. Still holding her captive, the maid belittles the woman's need for control, questioning her motives. She then crushes a spider underfoot, symbolizing rejection of the woman's old ways. With force and calm menace, she requests the woman's cooperation. Meanwhile, Ghislain observes from afar as chaos erupts, assessing the threat with composed confidence. An enemy steps forward, ready to confront him, shouting accusations. Ghislain responds with a cold glare, unfazed, ready to crush yet another obstacle. Ghislain charges at his opponent with a sudden attack, but the enemy retaliates with a surge of mana-infused power, launching dark energy spikes. The enemy mocks Ghislain's efforts, believing the young lord lacks the strength to match him in combat. Despite the onslaught, Ghislain pushes forward, dodging and retaliating against the flurry of attacks as the battle intensifies. They clash blades at close range, and Ghislain narrowly evades a lethal blow with quick movement and precision. The opponent strikes repeatedly, forcing Ghislain into a defensive stance under relentless pressure. In a swift maneuver, the enemy knocks Ghislain back, gaining full control of the battle's momentum. Ghislain is injured but remains calm. His foe declares that Ghislain's final attack was ineffective. A flash of energy follows as both clash again, blades striking with explosive force. Though wounded, Ghislain shows resilience, enduring pain while drawing strength from sheer determination. Ghislain regains his footing and counterattacks, forcing his enemy to reassess the situation. The enemy prepares a powerful technique, attempting to finish Ghislain once and for all. Ghislain leaps into the air, retaliating in a desperate, high-speed strike. Ghislain smirks slightly, finding the intense duel entertaining despite his injuries. He analyzes the enemy's advantages: speed, range, and rhythm, acknowledging his current mana limits. Still, Ghislain hints that he has more mana to draw upon, signaling the fight is far from over. Ghislain reveals his hidden strength and channels a powerful new technique, activating his third code as red mana bursts from his body. With enhanced speed and precision, he launches into the air, rapidly descending on his opponent with explosive force. The impact of his empowered strike overwhelms the enemy, who struggles to counter the sheer force behind it. Ghislain's attacks become relentless, each blow infused with volatile mana that destabilizes the battlefield. In a head-on clash, both combatants unleash their strongest moves, shaking the ground with their confrontation. The enemy, injured and stunned, wonders how Ghislain can wield such destructive mana while continuing to fight. Just as Ghislain is about to deliver a final blow, the enemy is ordered to stop by an approaching figure. Amelia appears and commands the item to be handed over, forcing a change in the situation. Ghislain mocks the hassle, noting he could have avoided all this if Amelia hadn't interfered earlier. With the battle halted, Ghislain remarks on the chaos, dismissing it as a misunderstanding. Holding Amelia in place, Ghislain announces the fee for the mission has doubled. Calm but firm, he states the new price: 20,000 gold, with unwavering confidence. In a luxurious hall, multiple armed knights are flung across the room, defeated in an instant by a single overwhelming force. The aftermath reveals shattered weapons, broken furniture, and scattered bodies, marking the site of a brutal ambush. Amid the destruction, Ghislain stands unharmed, his aura emitting the pressure of an elite knight, shocking onlookers. A noblewoman watches with burning red eyes, noting how drastically Ghislain has changed from his former self. Her subordinate suggests reporting the event, but she quickly silences him, fearing retaliation from Duke Delphine. She warns that if the Duke learns of today's failure, their entire plan may be exposed and doomed. The woman reveals a secret alliance with Duke Delphine, forged to help her overthrow her father and destroy Perdium. She suspects Ghislain may already know this, especially if he is aware of the Merchant Guild's hidden ties. Alarmed, she orders her knight to kill Ghislain by any means necessary before he exposes everything. The knight reports Ghislain suffered injuries, including one severe wound on his shoulder during the battle. However, Ghislain's heavy mana usage means he won't recover quickly, leaving a window of vulnerability. To avoid suspicion, she insists they not use their own knights but deploy trained outsiders instead. She confirms her intent to mobilize the Wildcats, a rogue group skilled in mana and covert assassination. Pointing to a map, she instructs them to infiltrate through a secret ravine path known only to few. That ravine, hidden between Rayfold and Perdium territory, is the only viable route for a stealth attack. The knight agrees to prepare the Wildcats as ordered. The noblewoman burns with vengeance, swearing to make Ghislain pay for his past insult. Meanwhile, Ghislain tears off part of his injured clothing, confirming the person behind the ambush may have been Amelia. Despite his wounds, Ghislain reassures his attendants that he's fine, hiding his pain and remaining composed during transport. Ghislain assesses his injuries, noting the cuts aren't deep. He reflects on how he exaggerated the battle for effect. The gold acquired from Amelia will help accelerate his territory's recovery, equivalent to saving years of effort. Though tempted to eliminate Amelia, Ghislain restrains himself, choosing political stability over personal revenge. He recognizes the pressure Amelia faces now that he knows the Merchant Guild's secret, planning to exploit it fully. A white-haired woman silently listens as Ghislain prepares to use her strategically for his next steps. She recounts following his plan, subduing the guards and taking Amelia hostage when instructed. Ghislain confirms the plan, but unexpectedly collapses from mana recoil, due to activating his third core. Struggling to stay conscious, he resolves to improve his mana control to avoid future collapses during battle. He steadies himself and prepares to move forward, despite the lingering after effects of his power surge. Belinda notices his unstable mana and prepares to assist, identifying chaos within his internal flow. As she channels magic into him, his body reacts violently to the sudden correction. Ghislain's vision distorts from the surge of power, signaling a deeper transformation beginning within him. As Ghislain absorbs Belinda's mana correction, he senses a partial opening in his tangled mana channels. Recognizing the advanced technique, he realizes Belinda's skill far surpasses that of an ordinary maid. He questions her identity, wondering why someone so talented remains hidden in a remote estate. Ghislain concludes that collecting skilled individuals is key, as stronger enemies are yet to come. Belinda, expressing loyalty, requests the reason for accepting a large payment from Lady Amelia. He admits Amelia is the only wealthy person he can exploit and evades further details. Belinda warns the broken engagement could provoke Count Rayfold's wrath once exposed. Ghislain reassures her that Amelia won't inform her father and seeks Belinda's continued trust. Pressing further, she insists he should at least share what the funds will be used for. Ghislain reveals his true plan to plunder the dangerous forest of beasts for resources. Thou warned against it, he reminds his knight of an earlier request made before entering the castle. The knight hesitates but prepares for what lies ahead, understanding the weight of Ghislain's resolve. The knight confirms the target was located, though his condition remains questionable. Belinda advises returning home, but Ghislain predicts Amelia will attempt to eliminate them. He declares he needs a proper vanguard, hinting at forming a new elite unit for protection. Ghislain and his group travel through snowy terrain to a remote rundown house listed as their destination. They arrive at the seemingly abandoned structure, unsure if it's truly the place they were looking for. As they knock, tension rises until the door creaks open from the inside, revealing a shadowy figure. An elderly man with a rugged beard peers out, confused and cautious, questioning their presence. The group is unsure if this frail man is truly their target, but Ghislain confirms they are at the correct location. Belinda expresses doubt, noting the old man looks unfit to fight, but Ghislain remains confident. The old man mocks Ghislain, dismissing him as a bored noble and attempts to send him away. Ghislain responds calmly, recognizing the man as Alien, former captain of the Ramtusk mercenaries. Hearing his name, Alien's demeanor shifts, his intense gaze sharpens, acknowledging his identity has been discovered. Ghislain steps forward with a composed expression, extending his hand toward Alien. Two soldiers are shocked to encounter the legendary Ratatosk mercenaries, a group long believed to be extinct. Their reputation stems from mastering nearly every type of weapon, a feat few warriors achieve. Their leader, Gillian, once inspired fear across nations. Now, a young man steps forward to meet him. A surprise attacker rushes forward with high-speed movement, slicing through the air with deadly force. The attacker strikes Gillian, drawing blood, causing those nearby to panic at the unexpected aggression. Unknown figure reacts, recognizing Gillian and acknowledging his terrifying presence. Gillian confronts a group that includes Ghislain and his companions, tension rising in the air. Gillian demands they explain their reason for coming before unleashing judgment. His subordinate prepares to attack, announcing an ultimate punishment meant for the insane. Ghislain introduces himself and reveals the brutal effects of a cursed disease. The affliction causes internal bleeding and external red marks resembling flower petals. A girl screams in agony as her body succumbs to the violent symptoms of eternal punishment. Gillian grieves over Rachel, his daughter, while Ghislain insists it's not too late. After her death, Gillian took his own life, leaving only weapons behind. Rachel, in her final moments, begs her father to let her die, overwhelmed by the pain. Ghislain rushes to begin treatment, removing his coat in urgency while preparing for action. A companion grabs his arm, urging him to stop, warning that brute strength won't solve the problem. She explains that the disease is incurable, even by priests, and considered divine punishment. Determined, Ghislain breaks free, insisting he can save Rachel despite the odds. He asks for trust, convincing the woman with his unwavering resolve. He hands her a list of rare herbs and instructs her to buy everything needed for the cure. The woman is surprised by the list, realizing its contents are not common knowledge. Ghislain recalls how mercenaries relied on survival knowledge during his past life. He remembers the disease as a hot topic in the future. Its cure simple but expensive. He begins brewing the cure using a rare herb called Fairy's Blessing and other ingredients. The herbs are chopped and mixed in a bottle filled with distilled alcohol. The mixture is stirred and carefully processed as others silently observe. Ghislain hands the finished potion to Gillian, instructing him to give it to Rachel. Gillian holds Rachel close, administering the glowing liquid with care. Rachel begins to drink the remedy, her body still trembling from the illness. Rachel lies unconscious, bloodied from the brutal effects of the illness. As the potion begins to take hold, her fingers twitch faintly and her closed eyes begin to stir. The red marks on her body start to fade, drawing the attention of everyone present. Gillian reacts with disbelief, stunned that the medicine is working so quickly on Rachel. Ghislain calmly confirms the effectiveness, having expected the results. He explains that divine power boosts immunity but lacks the ability to cure the root illness. Gillian, filled with hope, asks if his daughter can truly recover. Ghislain confidently states she will be cured within a few months. Overcome with emotion, Gillian kneels before Ghislain in gratitude. Gillian offers his life in service, ready to become a slave if needed. Ghislain refuses, saying he doesn't need a servant. He tells Gillian he needs him, as the legendary captain of the Ratatosk mercenaries. Gillian notices something in Ghislain's eyes, an intense determination. Moved by that gaze, Gillian tightens his grip. He slams his braided weapon to the ground, silently pledging his strength. Ghislain stands at the front, as Gillian's transformation draws shock from the onlookers, his aura now overwhelming. They're stunned by his change, no longer the broken man they once knew, but a force reborn. Radiating strength, Gillian walks forward, ready to resume his role as a leader. Gillian confirms whether more enemies might appear, but Ghislain assures him they're alone. He asks if Ghislain holds grudges, and Ghislain affirms with quiet conviction that he does and more will come. Gillian, understanding the stakes, launches his weapon with explosive speed toward an approaching figure. The target is struck violently, crashing into the ground as sparks explode from the impact. Gillian charges again, swinging his chained weapon in a wide arc. He delivers a crushing final blow, knocking the enemy unconscious with precision. Gillian swings upward, capturing the masked assassin in midair. He slams the assassin into the wall and demands to know who sent him. The man stammers in fear, clearly outmatched and shocked by Gillian's sudden might. Gillian asks Ghislain how to handle the intruder, holding him tightly. Ghislain draws his blade, but Gillian offers to take responsibility. He silences the assassin himself, ensuring no threat remains. After executing the assassin, Gillian stands silently, blood dripping from his hand as the room grows tense. One companion observes him cautiously, disturbed by how easily he killed without hesitation. She questions why Ghislain would place trust in someone so ruthless, while Gillian kneels respectfully before him. Gillian pledges full loyalty to Ghislain, declaring that his life now belongs to him. Ghislain, watching firmly, acknowledges that this alliance marks a turning point in his greater plans. At night, a quiet village is disturbed when news arrives that a reconnaissance unit has been wiped out. Shocked by the report, the wildcat traffickers gather, struggling to believe such a mistake could occur. Their leader, Viego, silences them and orders caution, warning them not to raise suspicion. Viego questions the reliability of the intelligence that claimed Ghislain was too weak to pose a threat. Aya's subordinate hesitantly suggests that the infamous Gillian may now be allied with Ghislain. Enraged, Viego grabs the man by the collar, demanding confirmation of such a dangerous alliance. The frightened subordinate insists he saw Gillian with his own eyes, confirming the worst. Viego reacts with fury, recognizing the return of his former captain, a powerful force, far away. A group including Rachel speeds off in a carriage, sensing something is unfolding. Inside the carriage, Rachel complains about the excess baggage Ghislain brought. Ricardo explains they needed another carriage anyway, for comfort, and reassures Fergus. He notes that Ghislain has a plan for everything, even the cargo they carry. As rain pours, the group travels through a mountain pass, aiming to escape the rift. Rachel warns that the captured spy was likely sent by Lady Amelia. They identify the spy as a member of the Wildcat traffickers, hinting at deeper threats. Ricardo reflects on the Wildcat traffickers, recalling their involvement in smuggling, assassination, and human trafficking. Belinda explains they're composed of skilled former mercenaries, making them highly dangerous in combat. Ricardo questions how Belinda knows all this, and she vaguely claims to have heard it before joining. Belinda warns Ricardo about the traffickers' persistence, urging him to stay alert. He calmly reassures her, trusting in their team's strength despite the looming danger. Belinda expresses confidence, believing they'll be safe as long as Gillian is with them. The carriage speeds through the night, unaware that a trap has been set in their path. Suddenly, the earth explodes upward, revealing a hidden ambush from below. Gillian reacts instantly, leaping into the fray to intercept the attackers. He identifies the ambush tactic and charges. Weapon in hand, Gillian swiftly strikes down the enemies with powerful blows. He continues battling, cutting through opponents with overwhelming strength. One final, devastating strike clears multiple enemies at once. Their bodies are flung aside as Gillian crushes the ambush. The enemy's last move fails, and the carriage pushes forward through the smoke. Gillian identifies a new trap set ahead and realizes the carriage could be crushed if they proceed. Belinda urges the horses forward while the terrain around them begins to collapse violently. Ricardo remains calm, having expected an ambush and prepared mentally for it. The enemy identifies Gillian as the former captain of the Ratatosk mercenaries. They mock his past decision to disband the mercenaries over his daughter. Gillian denies the accusation, showing no recognition of his former comrade turned enemy. The enemy accuses Gillian of forgetting his past, blaming him for a ruined life. As Gillian stays silent, the enemy commands his men to attack in full force. Ricardo offers help, but Gillian insists this is personal and tells him to rest. Gillian engages multiple attackers, confident in handling them alone. He slams enemies aside with brutal force, holding his ground effortlessly. One of the attackers curses him in frustration as they're overwhelmed. Gillian unleashes wide attacks, cutting through the enemy ranks with precision. His axe strikes land cleanly, leaving no room for retaliation. A hidden figure watches, acknowledging Gillian's strength, but hints at another plan. The enemy forces split into two groups, attempting to flank Gillian from both sides. Unfazed, Gillian charges forward on horseback, weapon in hand. The enemies are startled by the horse's speed and Gillian's relentless momentum. Gillian swings wide, knocking down opponents as they try to close in. He slashes through the crowd, creating chaos with every strike. Enemies realize they can't reach him and switch tactics, aiming to bring down the horse. Despite the focused attacks, Gillian continues cutting down his enemies with precision. The battlefield becomes littered with fallen bodies as Gillian clears a path. He scans for the next threat, ready to continue the fight atop his wounded, but standing horse. A cloaked enemy closes in, declaring his intent to kill Gillian for ruining his life. Gillian parries the attack while still mounted, countering with a decisive strike. He throws the attacker aside, showing no hesitation or mercy. With a clean blow, Gillian incapacitates another foe mid-charge. He declares that he's no longer the captain of the Ratatosk mercenaries. The enemy is left shocked as his final blow sends him flying into the dirt. The wounded enemy struggles to understand how Gillian denies being the Ratatosk captain, frustrated. He demands to know who Gillian is if not the man from his past. Gillian calmly raises his weapon, stating that he has discarded his past identity. Gillian declares he is no longer a captain, but simply a loyal subordinate to Lord Ghislain. The enemy, overwhelmed with rage, screams in defiance. With bloodshot eyes and a twisted expression, he lunges at Gillian, vowing to kill him at all costs. Rain pours under the night sky as Ghislain and Gillian clash in a brutal fight outside a fortress. Their weapons collide violently, each refusing to back down, showing equal levels of power and intent. Gillian lands a powerful strike, pushing Ghislain back, while speaking of the mercenary group's dissolution. Gillian expresses his resentment, blaming Ghislain for losing his direction and resorting to shameful survival. Ghislain listens in silence, his expression unreadable as memories seem to weigh on him. The two resume battle, Ghislain retaliating with calculated speed and strength, fending off Gillian's assault. Gillian's relentless attack continues, but Ghislain parries with force, using his shield to absorb blows. Ghislain deflects a critical strike, while Gillian recalls his past dedication to the Ratatosk mercenaries. Gillian reveals he once vowed to make the group legendary, showing the depth of his betrayal. Gillian accuses Ghislain of abandoning his legacy, calling him a servant to corrupt nobles. Fueled by rage, Gillian activates a powerful attack, his red eyes glowing with hatred. He charges recklessly, releasing energy blades aimed directly at Ghislain. In a wide arc, Ghislain dodges swiftly, countering with a precise blow that narrowly misses. Both warriors launch final strikes, their powers clashing midair in a critical moment. Gillian, smiling through bloodlust, whispers Ghislain's name, obsessed with finishing what he started. Gillian mocks Ghislain, stating his former strength belonged to the past when he was still captain. He accuses Ghislain of growing weak while trying to heal his daughter, claiming he grew stronger through battles. Declaring superiority, Gillian attacks aggressively, pushing Ghislain back with fast, vicious strikes. Gillian throws sharp discs, catching Ghislain off guard before charging in for a close assault. Despite the damage, Ghislain regains control and strikes back with calm precision. As Gillian leaps to attack again, Ghislain prepares to counter with a powerful move. A fierce clash erupts as Gillian insists it's over for Ghislain. Ghislain readies his weapon, asking if vengeance is Gillian's true motive. Gillian claims his wrath stems not only from betrayal, but being discarded after everything he gave. Enraged, Gillian unleashes a massive energy strike, launching Ghislain high into the air. Ghislain crashes down hard but rises slowly as Gillian watches, panting. Confused, Ghislain questions Gillian's delayed revenge and intentions. Ghislain states there were many earlier chances for vengeance. Doubting Gillian's claim, he presses further, asking why Gillian didn't come to kill him sooner. Gillian grins through blood, revealing he had already visited Ghislain's old home long ago. Gillian recalls searching for the captain of the Ratatosk mercenaries, only to find a weakened old man, consumed by rage. Gillian laments the loss of the commander he once admired. Ghislain stands and raises his weapon, acknowledging he too serves another's will, but not in this moment. With new resolve, Ghislain prepares to fight, invoking his title as the Ratatosk mercenaries' captain. He promises to face Gillian, with full respect, honoring their bond as former comrades. Gillian accepts with excitement, rushing in to meet Ghislain in renewed combat. The two collide fiercely, Gillian thrilled by the return of Ghislain's fighting spirit. Their weapons clash in rapid succession, releasing shockwaves with every exchange. Each blow grows heavier as their duel escalates, refusing to give the other an edge. Ghislain lands a clean strike, breaking Gillian's guard and drawing blood. Face to face, their battle becomes more personal and brutal. Despite his injuries, Gillian pushes through with desperation and fury. Ghislain raises his axe high to deliver the final blow as rain pours. He solemnly acknowledges his opponent's name and rank in their former company. Viego Villanos, bloodied and defeated, meets Ghislain's gaze with fading strength. Blood sprays across the battlefield as Ghislain's final blow ends the duel. Viego lies motionless in a pool of blood, his weapon fallen beside him. Ghislain stands over the body in silence, offering a respectful good work. Rachel and the others arrive, casually discussing looting the fallen bodies. Ghislain apologizes for the delay, and the blonde man accepts it without complaint. The younger man reflects on Gillian's strength, surprised by how exceptional he truly was. He recalls hearing tales of Gillian during his early mercenary days, inspired by those stories. He considers Gillian's legacy foundational to his rise as the mercenary king. Grateful for the quick recruitment, he acknowledges gaining a valuable ally. He asks Ghislain if he remembers Viego, and Ghislain answers with certainty. Ghislain identifies him as an old comrade, showing clear emotional weight. The young man contemplates the meaning of old comrade quietly. The boy wonders what his own former comrades are doing now. He plans to scout them in the future, as their journey continues. As they near Perdium, he asks Ghislain's opinion, and Ghislain responds awkwardly, hiding his thoughts. The young noble admits the land is in poor shape, pointing out dilapidated homes and barren fields. He explains the farmers were conscripted, leaving fields uncultivated and houses untouched for years. Ghislain acknowledges the severity of the situation, shocked at how much worse it is than expected. Rachel notes that the boy seems surprisingly informed about the region's state. He firmly declares his intent to fix everything, and emphasizes needing Ghislain's strength to do so. Vowing to revive the land, he plans to dismantle Duke Delphine's influence completely, no matter how long it takes. Their carriage enters the capital as Rachel suddenly points towards something urgent. The young noble freezes, recognizing a familiar silhouette standing before the royal castle. He whispers in disbelief, identifying the man as his father, marking a shocking and emotional encounter. Perdium Castle looms over the land as a tense war council begins. Noble officials gather to discuss troop reductions due to strained resources. Wone proposes requesting support from the Rayfold family, but concern rises over their reliability, as they previously withheld funds. Another explains the Rayfolds are stockpiling supplies, revealing possible betrayal. Amidst the debate, Ghislain observes silently, unimpressed by the repeated excuses. Key officials are introduced: Knight Captain Randolph, Treasurer Albert, and General Administrator Homern, each representing Perdium's core authority. Ghislain reflects inwardly on the time that has passed, only months since becoming young lord, but decades since living as the mercenary king. With sharp awareness of both identities, he re-enters the room mentally prepared to reclaim control. Greeted by subordinates, recognizing his return, Ghislain meets Count Zwalter Perdium, his father, whose stern demeanor remains unchanged. Tension lingers as the son greets him. Ghislain recalls disliking his father's strictness as a child, seeing him as cold and unyielding. Now older, Ghislain recognizes the weight. His father carries the burden of leadership, etched into his every move. A visual metaphor reveals the crushing pressure of lordship on Zwalter's shoulders, shaped by endless duties. Walter questions Ghislain about his week, long absence, prompting the son to mention visiting the Rayfolds. Concerned, the father warns against causing diplomatic issues, but a knight confirms Ghislain's victory in a duel, boosting their reputation. Suspicion rises over whether Ghislain gambled, which he denies, claiming he handled business with Amelia. Homern advises Ghislain to act responsibly, reminding him of his future as Perdium's successor. Annoyed by Ghislain's indifference to caution, Homern is silenced as the meeting ends under Count Perdium's authority. Zwalter confronts Ghislain about his recent actions. Having heard he executed 2 men who attempted to sell Elena, Ghislain stays calm as others express disbelief, assuming the story was exaggerated, and he only delivered the final blow. Knight Captain Randolph looks skeptical, hinting that Ghislain's boldness likely created political tension, especially with knights under his command. Reading the room, Ghislain downplays his role to avoid conflict. Randolph seems unconvinced, but doesn't pursue the issue further. Unexpectedly, Zwalter praises him, valuing Elena's safety over the method used, surprising everyone present. This marks the first compliment Ghislain recalls receiving from his father, prompting him to cautiously ask for a request. Before Ghislain can finish, the officials interrupt, suspecting he will ask for money and recalling his past reckless actions. They list his offenses: duels, melting armor, and causing chaos, while Ghislain listens unfazed, admitting it sounds excessive. Instead of asking for a reward, he requests permission, shocking the group with his sudden formality. Ghislain declares his intent to pioneer the Forest of Beasts, stunning the council with the risky proposal. Though he appears confident, he quickly reveals his father denied the request, disapproving of the dangerous plan. He recounts being yelled at and dismissed, while others understand the forest is known for its deadly, monster-filled environment. Ghislain discusses his plan with Gillian, who already knows of the expedition and the funds involved. Gillian emphasizes the forest's deadly reputation. No one who enters ever returns, making it a place of fear. Despite knowing this, Ghislain insists on proceeding. A companion panics, reminding him he still lacks permission to act. Ghislain reveals he never truly needed permission to enter the forest. He asked out of courtesy. His resolve remains firm. Though his companion is confused by his obsession, Ghislain refuses to explain for now, thinking it would bring more trouble. He internally reveals the truth: beneath the forest lies a massive runestone vein, a valuable resource hidden from the world. Runestone, a mana-infused mineral, is highly prized by mages and used in magical tools, barriers, and alchemy. In Ghislain's previous life, Duke Delphine monopolized the mine, but now, only Ghislain possesses this knowledge due to regression. Determined to act before others learn, Ghislain hides his excitement as his companion silently observes his intent. Gillian agrees to follow Ghislain's orders, and Belinda is tasked with hiring 200 mercenaries through the nearby guild. Due to mercenaries' unpredictability, Ghislain plans to handpick the most reliable ones with Gillian. They agree to recruit the Crazy Dogs, the infamous Cerberus mercenaries, known for brutal efficiency. The Cerberus mercenaries are shown unleashing chaos in the north, embodying pure violence and unmatched power. Ghislain acknowledges their madness, but insists they are perfect for the mission ahead. He and Gillian arrive at the Cerberus camp, ready to initiate contact with the unpredictable group. From afar, bandits spot Ghislain's arrival, mistaking him for a vulnerable noble, and plotting to capture him. One of them sneaks forward, hoping to strike first, but an unseen force intercepts him immediately. A brutal scream follows as Ghislain's hidden defense eliminates the threat, shocking the others into silence. As chaos erupts, Gillian charges through the enemy camp with overwhelming force, taking down multiple bandits effortlessly. The attackers panic, as one of their own is struck down violently. Screams fill the air as confusion spreads among them. Gillian's brutal presence forces the remaining ambushers to hesitate, their confidence shattered by the swift retaliation. Bandits scream in panic, mistaking Gillian for a madman and preparing for battle, unaware of his true identity. Their leader arrogantly approaches, mocking Ghislain's noble appearance and underestimating the situation. As Ghislain calmly rides in on horseback, his composed demeanor contrasts with the growing tension in the camp. Without engaging in arguments, Ghislain commands the soldiers to summon their captain, his tone calm but firm. Ghislain rides into a tense military camp, observing the soldiers' disarray and demanding to know who commands the unit. His bold question draws stares, but no immediate answers, as soldiers remain silent and cautious. A grinning officer mocks Ghislain, calling him a delusional noble and preparing to strike. The officer charges aggressively, declaring he will teach Ghislain the weight of command. A spiked weapon flies toward Ghislain, but he remains unfazed as it approaches. Gillian suddenly appears, intercepting the attack and protecting Ghislain from harm. The watching soldiers are shocked by Gillian's swift move and strange technique. He disables the enemy weapon by locking it with his own sword through the chain. Ghislain, calm and composed, instructs Gillian to subdue them without killing. Gillian engages the attackers, his movements fast and calculated. He disables multiple enemies using a mix of precision and overwhelming force. Striking with controlled brutality, Gillian ensures none are fatally harmed. The enemy troops retaliate, refusing to show restraint despite Ghislain's status. Gillian counters every strike, holding his ground with unmatched strength. A final blow knocks one soldier into the air, leaving the rest frozen in fear. After suppressing the conflict, Gillian scans the area with quiet intensity, sensing further unrest. A hostile force gathers nearby, prepared to retaliate despite their earlier defeat. Ghislain and Gillian approach calmly, demanding an explanation for the delay in presenting their leader. Ghislain dismisses the low-ranking soldiers and demands they fetch their captain. From the rear, a man emerges, having been roused from rest by the disruption. His arrival prompts a shift among the soldiers, who clear a path in silence. The man identifies himself as Kaor, captain of the Cerberus mercenaries, and questions Ghislain's intent. Kaor expresses doubt over any noble business with mercenaries, especially following the earlier assault. Still, he agrees to listen, intrigued by Ghislain's purpose. Kaor challenges Ghislain on his rude approach, suggesting he lacks manners. Ghislain explains he chose aggression to assert control and ensure cooperation. Kaor accepts his reasoning and asks for the details of the request. Ghislain proposes hiring the Cerberus mercenaries to pioneer the forest of beasts. His words spark concern among the soldiers, aware of the forest's deadly reputation. Kaor, amused and curious, questions Ghislain's motives for targeting such a dangerous place. Ghislain declares his identity as the young Lord of Perdium, surprising Kaor and the soldiers. Kaor processes the revelation, realizing the rumors were true. He mocks Ghislain's inexperience, dismissing his ability to handle the forest of beasts. Kaor abruptly ends the discussion, ordering his men to prepare for departure. Ghislain remains calm, unmoved by the rejection. Kaor accuses him of cowardice, implying his proposal was all talk. Ghislain counters by calling out Kaor's fear, mocking his reputation. Kaor tries to maintain authority, insisting mercenaries don't take unprofitable jobs. Ghislain challenges this excuse, suggesting only the weak avoid risk. Frustrated, Kaor calls Ghislain unworthy of being killed and demands payment to leave. Ghislain firmly refuses and addresses Kaor formally. He invokes a dangerous challenge, Moriana's recognition, shocking everyone present. Ghislain confirms he understands the rules of Moriana's recognition. The tradition requires a one-on, one-dagger duel with arms bound. The duel's deadly nature is emphasized. Victory often comes at fatal cost. Ghislain outlines the terms of Moriana's recognition. The loser must submit entirely to the winner's will. Kaor is caught off guard by Ghislain's knowledge of such a brutal mercenary custom. Gillian notes internally that rejecting the challenge would label Kaor a coward, making refusal impossible. Kaor mockingly addresses his soldiers, preparing them for the duel. He throws down his equipment and readies himself as the crowd gathers. The duel begins with both men bound together, Kaor lunging at Ghislain. Kaor confidently states he has already fought in Moriana's recognition 5 times. Ghislain deflects the attack mid-move, revealing his far superior experience. With unwavering eyes, Ghislain calmly states he's done this over 100 times, asserting dominance. Ghislain launches the fight by grabbing his opponent's wrist mid-strike, showing clear speed and combat instinct. He delivers a powerful counterattack, pushing the red-haired man back with precision and intensity. The two exchange rapid blows, muscles tightening as they measure each other's strength and movements. Ghislain attempts a slicing strike, but his opponent parries with force and redirects the momentum. They clash violently, their weapons moving at blinding speed as both refuse to yield. The red-haired fighter lands a blow to Ghislain's side, forcing him to retreat momentarily. The opponent presses in, launching a punch while Ghislain narrowly dodges and counters. They exchange words mid-battle, but Ghislain remains focused under pressure. Surrounded by onlookers, the crowd shouts, sensing Ghislain's weakening pace and urging his opponent to finish him. A erudite observer notes the unfair terms of the duel, realizing Ghislain is restrained, tied hands, and a small arena restrict Ghislain's movement, giving the opponent full advantage. Despite this, Ghislain continues resisting, relying only on raw physical skill and timing. As the situation worsens, Ghislain activates a hidden mechanism on his belt. He catches his opponent off guard with an upward strike, regaining momentum. Ghislain breaks free and lands safely, but blood on his leg shows the cost of survival. Ghislain struggles against his opponent's strength as pain shoots through his body, due to lack of mana protection. The red-haired man taunts him, recognizing the physical damage building up in Ghislain's body. Despite Ghislain's resistance, the opponent mocks him as predictable, and claims to see through his every move. The enemy breaks down Ghislain's tactic, absorbing lighter hits and deflecting lethal ones. However, the rules of the duel prevent the use of mana, causing cumulative injuries to Ghislain's body. His weakening legs reveal fatigue, and the opponent prepares to intensify the assault for his own enjoyment. With unmatched aggression, the red-haired man slashes repeatedly, while Ghislain defends and counters with difficulty. The pace quickens, blows land harder, and Ghislain starts losing ground. The enemy finds an opening and strikes Ghislain hard, knocking him back. Ghislain attempts a risky move but is caught and hit directly in the abdomen. Blood sprays as Ghislain clutches his wound, and his opponent declares victory. With a grin, the red-haired man prepares to finish Ghislain. He raises his dagger to kill, but something catches the attention of nearby soldiers. An older warrior rushes forward in alarm, calling out to Ghislain. Ghislain suddenly smirks, gripping his weapon as if ready for a reversal. Ghislain narrowly dodges a strike, surprising the red-haired opponent with an unexpected low stance. The evasive move throws off the enemy's rhythm, allowing Ghislain to counter by shifting momentum. The unexpected reversal shocks the watching soldiers, and even draws wide-eyed attention from the commanding officer. Ghislain closes in with speed, landing a deep stab across the enemy's side. Blood spills again as the opponent is pushed back, causing murmurs among the crowd. The bearded commander observes silently, while soldiers shout for their captain to show his full strength. They exchange brutal slashes. But Ghislain's movements now appear more fluid and efficient, despite wounds. Ghislain grabs his dagger with renewed focus. He delivers a clean blow to the face, taking full advantage of the shifting tide. The enemy takes a hit to the abdomen and staggers, clearly in pain. Ghislain's calm reply confuses the opponent, who questions his sudden improvement. The old commander realizes Ghislain has adapted his style mid-battle. The narration reveals Ghislain's tactic redirecting force instead of resisting it directly. He exploited the opponent's rigidity, flowing around power with technique. Though mocked, Ghislain earns his opponent's respect for not relying on mana under pressure. Ghislain calmly listens as Kaor explains how he became captain by following strict rules rather than disagree. Ghislain admits he's at a disadvantage in raw strength, however. Ghislain points out that winning doesn't require overpowering, but using the rules effectively. Kaor's confident expression fades as Ghislain seizes an opening with a sudden move. He reminds Kaor that stepping outside the circle results in immediate loss. Ghislain plans to use the terrain and Kaor's weight against him to force that outcome. Kaor grabs Ghislain mid-air, attempting a powerful slam. Ghislain clings to Kaor's arm tightly, refusing to let go. The momentum causes Kaor's foot to slide toward the circle's edge. Ghislain uses Kaor's force against him, flipping the bigger man over his shoulder. Kaor crashes outside the circle, causing an uproar among the watching soldiers. The soldiers confirm that Kaor has stepped out. Ghislain wins by the rule. Ghislain declares his victory with confidence. As Kaor lies defeated, Kaor questions Ghislain's true identity, stunned by his skill. With cold clarity, Ghislain reminds Kaor, who holds command. Now as Kaor catches his breath, he asks Ghislain what more he wants, now that the duel is over. Ghislain corrects him, stating the fight isn't fully over. Kaor hasn't stepped outside the circle yet. With cold authority, Ghislain declares his next move, disciplining his subordinate personally. Ghislain steps forward calmly, declaring he will discipline his subordinate, his expression cold and unshaken. Without hesitation, he strikes the soldier hard in the abdomen, making a brutal impact. The crowd watches in shock as the man collapses to the ground, gasping in pain. Ghislain lifts the soldier by his collar, questioning his behavior and battlefield conduct. He lands another punch to the man's face, showing no tolerance for disobedience. As the subordinate flails, Ghislain delivers a barrage of strikes, overwhelming him completely. Soldiers nearby whisper uneasily, but no one moves to intervene as the fight is ongoing. The bloodied soldier tries to stop Ghislain, begging, but is silenced by another punch. Ghislain drags him across the ground, emphasizing that the punishment isn't over. Enraged, the soldier screams for others to kill Ghislain, demanding backup. His cries stir confusion. Soldiers hesitate, but begin to draw weapons. Suddenly, an axe descends as a new figure enters to take control of the scene. The armored warrior warns that any interference with the young lord's orders will be punished. The crowd freezes as he channels pressure, silencing the unrest. Ghislain grabs the beaten man again, staring coldly and asking if he's finished. Wounded and bleeding, the defeated man laughs bitterly as he struggles to sit up. He reflects on his hatred of nobles, recalling their arrogance, betrayal, and greed. For years, he exploited their weakness, extorting them with fear and enjoying every coin. His cruelty earned him the nickname Mad Dog, but now he lies humiliated and broken. Ghislain towers over him in silence while surrounding soldiers panic at their captain's state. Unfazed, Ghislain requests bandages and water, offering medical aid rather than death. Still gripping the man, Ghislain coldly warns the soldiers that their captain might die soon. The soldiers respond quickly, realizing the seriousness of Ghislain's command. Elsewhere, Gillian silently watches the outcome, his expression unreadable. Gillian notes how the mercenaries now obey Ghislain's orders without question. In their world, strength matters more than words, and Ghislain proved himself decisively. Through raw force, Ghislain established dominance and earned their respect. Later, the captain is brought to a table and ordered to sign a contract. Ghislain repeats the command firmly, not allowing refusal. Though resentful, the man complies, marking the end of his defiance. Ghislain firmly instructs the mercenary captain to sign the contract without resistance. The captain hesitates, but Ghislain's sharp glare forces him to comply. After signing, he reaches out respectfully, and Ghislain slams their arms together to seal the deal. Gillian declares them a family now, recognizing the alliance as official. Ghislain offers a handshake, his tone calm and professional. A few days later, troops gather at the outskirts of Pertium, preparing for new orders. Among the soldiers, some complain about the early summons and missing meals. They discuss rumors that their new employer is Pertium's young lord, mocking the idea. They assume it will be an easy job and joke about the young noble. A massive man named Gordon steps forward, claiming leadership over the group. He boasts about observing everyone's behavior and insists on organized demands. Gordon warns that without unity, they risk losing potential rewards. Gordon assures them he'll pressure the employer and collect fair compensation. The mercenaries agree, praising Gordon's strength and reliability with money. Suddenly, someone approaches from the forest trail, drawing everyone's attention. A lone rider approaches from the forest path, drawing the attention of the waiting mercenaries. They mock the rider, assuming he's a naive employer who'll be intimidated by Gordon's presence. Gordon confidently orders everyone to create a threatening atmosphere to teach the newcomer a lesson. As the group prepares, Gordon suddenly looks alarmed upon recognizing something unusual. Ghislain appears on horseback, flanked by elite warriors, revealing he's not alone. One mercenary identifies the distinct armor of the Cerberus mercenaries and panics. The sight confuses Gordon's men, wondering how Ghislain gained such dangerous followers. Ghislain's group rides directly toward the gathering, unfazed by the tension. He approaches Gordon calmly and confirms that Gordon is the group's representative. Ghislain asks Gordon's name, who nervously replies with Gordon the Muscle. Ghislain acknowledges it with a neutral expression and a firm slap on Gordon's arm. The gesture leaves Gordon stunned and speechless. Ghislain introduces himself as the young Lord of Perdium, shocking everyone. He commands Gordon to gather the mercenaries immediately. With authority, Ghislain declares the mission to begin pioneering the Forest of Beasts. Under a calm sky, the forest awaits as the next target for Ghislain's expedition. Ghislain reviews the completed preparations near the camp, confirming that all systems are ready. With supplies secured and troops assembled, Ghislain leads his unit toward the forest's edge. Belinda begins a head count at Ghislain's command, tallying mercenaries from both the office and Cerberus. The total reaches 192, including Ghislain's forces. Everyone is present and accounted for. Belinda confirms that Commander Scoven has been notified and is cooperating with the operation. Ghislain reassures the group and orders everyone to line up before the forest. He explains the dangers ahead: monsters, hidden threats, and unknown risks. Despite this, he expresses full determination to conquer the Forest of Beasts. Some mercenaries react with panic upon learning their destination. Fearing for their lives, Ghislain allows anyone to leave but offers triple pay if they succeed. The promise sways the mercenaries, who begin to show renewed interest. Belinda questions the young master's bold promise, concerned about the cost. Ghislain explains it's a morale tactic, confident in the mission's outcome. Faced with his certainty, Belinda reluctantly agrees to trust him. Ghislain's promise of triple pay is doubted, but his men trust he has a plan. The expedition team, named Forest of Beasts Expedition Team, prepares to depart. Ghislain gives the signal to move forward into the dense, dangerous forest. The group's advance triggers movement in the forest, causing trees to shake ominously. Ghislain organizes their camp from above, giving tactical orders for positioning. A large beast charges through the trees, but Ghislain swiftly intercepts the attack. Reaching a clearing, Ghislain commands the team to begin clearing trees and digging. He reflects on knowledge from his past life, confirming the vast scale of the forest. Focusing on profit, Ghislain prioritizes reaching the runestone vein over other concerns. Ghislain leads by example, chopping wood and working alongside his men. Some soldiers mock his actions, seeing it as a noble act meant to impress. Belinda scolds the idle soldiers, demanding they return to work. Belinda worries Ghislain's leadership is being undermined by his manual labor. Ghislain insists that faster progress is more important than image. Belinda accepts his choice, but notes he acts like someone who knows everything already. Mercenaries gossip about Ghislain, jealous of Belinda's concern and skeptical of his leadership. Belinda punches one for his comment, starting a brief scuffle among the group. Ghislain observes the scene silently, noting that operations have been smooth so far. Ghislain recalls the Duchy of Delphine's past development of the forest after seizing power. He obtained a journal detailing monster habitats and resources, aiding his expedition's preparation. Despite the calm progress, Ghislain feels uneasy at the complete absence of threats. Ghislain warns his team as they enter denser forest territory, urging them to stay alert. The surrounding woods grow darker, confusing the soldiers who note no monsters encountered. They question if the forest's dangers were exaggerated, unsure of what lies ahead. Some joke about the easy job, doubting the danger and joking about overpayment. One mercenary points out the trees they cleared earlier are no longer visible. They realize the path is now blocked, raising concern and alerting the group. A soldier calls for everyone's attention, sensing something is wrong. Suddenly, the camp is ambushed by enemies emerging from the forest shadows. Ghislain's mercenaries brace for combat as chaos erupts around them. A sudden shift in the air startles the soldiers as fear begins to rise among them. Ghislain warns Gordon to move carefully, sensing the exact danger from his position. Gordon obeys nervously, unaware of the threat lurking nearby. Before reaching safety, Gordon loses balance, drawing everyone's attention. The log he carries falls loudly, causing confusion and panic among the troops. Other soldiers shout in frustration, realizing the situation is quickly deteriorating. A strange tree draws uneasy gazes, its shape unnatural and eerie. Ghislain senses something is wrong and grows tense, as others remain skeptical. Mocking comments rise from the group, dismissing Ghislain's growing concern. One soldier insists it's just an ordinary forest, accusing Ghislain of fear-mongering. Ghislain warns him again, move, or die. His tone remains calm but urgent. The soldier ignores him, stepping forward arrogantly toward the dense trees. Suddenly, a monstrous creature emerges, grabbing the soldier mid-step. Its form is chaotic, unseen until the moment it strikes, terrifying everyone. Gizlin steps forward, resolutely, identifying the threat, a chaos eye. Monstrous tree-like entities with glowing eyes emerge from the corrupted forest, encircling a group of soldiers. Panic erupts as the soldiers witness the abominations. Their grotesque appearance stuns the troops into confusion. The men scream in terror and flee in every direction, overwhelmed by fear and unprepared for combat. One soldier is grabbed mid-run by a vine, like limb. Others try to escape, but are surrounded. Massive jaws open beneath several victims, swallowing them whole. In a terrifying instant, two of the creatures roar in unison, asserting dominance over the battlefield as chaos spreads. Gordon is ensnared by a vine. A comrade grabs his arm, attempting to pull him free. The soldier hacks the vine with an axe, but it resists his strike completely. Frustrated and confused, he realizes the vines are unnaturally sturdy, far beyond normal plant matter. Another vine pulls Gordon toward the monster. Gizlin appears, cutting it down with his glowing blade. Without hesitation, Gizlin engages the beast directly, moving swiftly and with lethal precision. He lands a clean strike on the creature's eye, drawing blood and forcing it back. Gizlin continues, slashing, targeting the eyes of the tree beasts, inflicting serious damage. The soldiers realize the eyes may be the creature's weakness and regroup with hope. Among them, one figure smirks in the shadows, observing Gizlin's precise and effective attack. A young commander rallies the soldiers, ordering them to regroup and defend all sides of the formation. The troops snap to action, forming a circle to hold the monsters at bay, while requesting oil lamps. KR confirms the supplies are ready as they prepare for a counterattack using fire. The commander instructs them to light the lamps and hurl them at the monsters immediately. The tree monsters begin noticing the group's movements, their attention shifting toward the soldiers. On command, the team launches burning lamps into the air, targeting the enemy's location. The oil lamps scatter across the battlefield, but the monsters react quickly and swat many away. The group realizes fire alone won't bring the beasts down. They need a more direct approach. One of the tree monsters growls in anger, preparing a counterstrike as the soldiers retreat. A white-haired warrior moves with precision, using an empowered blade to clear the front line. He slices through multiple limbs, protecting the others with swift, controlled strikes. The commander assigns Gillian and Belinda to flank, while preparing another oil lamp strike. Ghislain steps forward alone, determined to distract the monsters and draw their focus. Belinda shouts in alarm as Ghislain boldly charges the central beast. He and the white-haired fighter coordinate an aggressive frontal attack, blades glowing with energy. The tree monsters lash out violently, their tentacles flailing to crush everything nearby. Ghislain and his ally dodge the attacks, retaliating mid-air with precise, powerful counterstrikes. Behind the front line, the soldiers brace themselves, realizing the monsters' legs can't move, making them easier targets. Ghislain charges in, slashing at the core of one monster with his glowing sword. The attack lands cleanly, causing visible damage and drawing the attention of multiple enemies. Belinda signals the troops to throw all remaining oil lamps as the beasts converge on Ghislain. The lamps rain down in unison, igniting a massive blaze around the monsters' bodies. The fire takes hold, and the monsters howl in pain, their flesh visibly burning. Encouraged, the soldiers cheer and continue throwing lamps as ordered to maintain pressure. Flames engulf the battlefield as Ghislain shouts to keep attacking until every monster is destroyed. The forest burns intensely, stunning the troops with the sheer destructive force. Some begin to worry the fire may consume the entire forest if not stopped. One soldier boasts about the monster's weakness to fire, underestimating the threat. Ghislain warns them not to let their guard down. The battle isn't over yet. Suddenly, a white fog erupts from the burning monsters, signaling the start of a new transformation. Thick white smoke spreads across the battlefield, confusing the soldiers who mistake it for extinguished fire. Belinda explains that the fire burned the monsters' outer shells, but steam is now rising from their moist insides. The fog thickens as unseen figures begin to stir within the smoke, shifting the battlefield's tension. From within the smoke, mutated creatures emerge, evolved forms of the tree monsters, with hardened, tentacled bodies. Their new appearance shocks the troops, revealing the fire only triggered a transformation, not defeat. The soldiers stare in disbelief, realizing the battle is far from over, and their enemies have adapted. Ghislain raises his sword high, calling for everyone to prepare for close quarters combat. He charges forward through the mist, sword glowing, leading by example into the thick of battle. With determination in his eyes, Ghislain slashes downward, launching the next phase of the fight against the monster's evolved forms. A group of giant monstrous creatures appears, halting the advance of Ghislain's forces. Their terrifying presence sends panic through the front line. The soldiers hesitate, overwhelmed by the size and threat of the enemies. Some begin to question whether close combat is even possible. Suddenly, a charge is led by the Cerberus mercenaries, answering the call to attack. Confidence surges among the ranks. A commander demands the troops to move, reminding them that this is a direct order from Ghislain. In the distance, Ghislain engages the monster's head, on displaying trust in his soldiers' ability to follow through. Inspired by his example, the troops rally and move forward, pushing aside fear to execute the plan. Ghislain lifts his sword high, calling on his men to stand firm and eliminate the enemy. The warriors, led by Cerberus and others, plunge into combat against the beasts. Ghislain reinforces the idea that hesitation brings death and acts as the pillar of courage for his men. He slices into a massive beast, blood spraying as the blow lands true. With immense strength, Ghislain unleashes another attack, staggering the enemy. He declares that his role is to instill belief in achieving the impossible, pushing back against despair. The monsters are defeated. Soldiers stare in disbelief, realizing the impossible has been done. Ghislain commands them to line up and prepare for what lies ahead. They've only reached the forest's entrance, yet the threats already surpass expectations, signaling worse to come. Ghislain stands calmly at the front of the army, reassuring his soldiers with unwavering confidence as they approach deeper danger. He promises to always take the lead, showing his back as a shield for his men. With fierce resolve he tells them to trust and follow, and the army silently prepares, inspired by his presence. The soldiers respond with a loud affirmation as rain pours over the battlefield. They move out, charging forward into the deadly forest, where monsters await. Despite initial success, the onslaught grows fiercer, and the warriors realize the enemy's numbers seem endless. A large monster lunges, and Ghislain strikes its legs to bring it down. The beast collapses toward the troops, creating chaos in its path. As it crashes, another sword strike pierces down to finish the creature. With the monster dead, Ghislain checks on his troops, ensuring no one is injured. He reminds them to stay near him if they want to survive the next wave. Their tight formation and Ghislain's tactics begin to turn the tide of battle. He pushes them forward again, stating the path must be cleared. Some soldiers begin to question their sanity amidst the madness. One man realizes the forest is turning them all into crazed survivors. Under the moonlight, Ghislain's group discovers a glowing lake crystal clear and strangely serene amidst the harsh forest. Exhausted soldiers rush to the shore, desperate to drink, unaware of potential dangers. A comrade warns them to stay cautious, while Ghislain confirms they're on the correct route to the runestone mine. Ghislain orders the camp to be set up by the lake for rest, marking a strategic pause. The troops gather around fires, some questioning their slow progress and the danger that still lies ahead. Within one tent, a few soldiers privately discuss deserting the expedition out of fear. One soldier insists their lives are worth more than the mission, and voices distrust toward Ghislain. Others defend Ghislain, pointing out his leadership and life-saving efforts thus far. The doubter calls Ghislain a self-serving noble, claiming he'll use them as expendable tools if needed. Arguments escalate as the doubter manipulates the group's fear, pushing for retreat. Another mercenary tries to reason with him, acknowledging the fear but hesitant to betray their leader. Just then, attention shifts as someone spots Ghislain, tending to an injured soldier nearby. Ghislain personally applies medicine and advises the soldier to avoid infection. The soldier is surprised, and his companion questions why Ghislain doesn't use the supplies for himself. Ghislain simply replies that the medicines are meant to protect his people, not preserve himself. Ghislain continues tending to the wounded, while soldiers line up for treatment, surprised by his generosity. Another mercenary points out how expensive the medicine is, questioning if someone planning betrayal would use such valuable resources. The group agrees Ghislain is different from typical employers. A lone mercenary grows frustrated, unable to sway anyone to desert. Kaor orders the troops to rest and prepare for what lies ahead. Ghislain pulls Gillian and Kaor aside to discuss something urgent in private. Kaor expresses frustration about leaving the scheming mercenary alone, but Ghislain insists he's harmless for now and shifts focus. Ghislain asks them to count the lamps placed around the camp. He confirms several are missing, which matches his growing suspicion. The team realizes monsters have stopped attacking an unusual shift after relentless encounters earlier in the forest. Gillian explains they've likely entered the territory of a nocturnal monster. The group agrees the silence and darkness signal something powerful. Ghislain steps into the shadows and solemnly states, "The real danger begins now." Under the moonlit sky, the camp rests quietly as soldiers sleep in their tents, unaware of any threats. At the center, a large man named Gordon lies on his back, sleeping outside near a campfire, while others snore around him. Gordon slowly wakes up, squinting under the firelight, sensing something unusual but still groggy from sleep. A lantern floats suddenly above Gordon, startling him awake as he jumps up in confusion. He scrambles to his feet, wondering how the lantern moved on its own, his eyes darting around. A shadowy clawed hand appears behind a soldier, its eerie red glow revealing a silent, monstrous threat. Gordon screams and flees, yelling that there are monsters nearby, causing chaos among the soldiers. He swings wildly, scaring everyone away, claiming a monster was beside him. The others arrive, confused by his panic and seeing nothing unusual around. Gordon insists something was there, but his companions find nothing and doubt him. A cloaked figure nearby quietly observes and explains he also noticed the lantern vanish strangely. He reveals that he sensed a strange presence in the camp before waking. Several soldiers confirm hearing unsettling sounds, adding to the tension and confusion. The long-haired man concludes there is definitely something hidden nearby. A mysterious blonde figure emerges, agreeing that the threat has been detected. Ghislain arrives at the scene, and the mercenaries quickly gather around as he issues orders with calm authority. All troops assemble outside their tents, forming a defensive line, while Gordon explains the monsters are already surrounding them. The cloaked man confirms that the monsters are unseen due to their nature, heightening the group's tension. A soldier reveals that the creatures began following them back at the lake, hinting at a long, silent pursuit. A terrifying image of the creatures called falors shows their twisted forms, glowing eyes, and ability to hide in darkness. It's explained that they are immune to physical attacks unless exposed, and a few hundred now encircle the camp. The mercenaries realize the lanterns disappearing was part of the falors' plan to lure them into darkness. Wone suggests attacking immediately, but Ghislain insists they wait to launch a counterstrike at the right moment. He argues that attacking rashly would provoke the creatures into prolonging the hunt, costing them the advantage. Ghislain confirms there's a strategy for handling the threat and asks Belinda if the scrolls are ready. Belinda reports each mercenary has been given a scroll, and Ghislain prepares to explain the battle plan. With everyone attentive, Ghislain steps forward, ready to reveal how to fight the falors effectively. He explains the monsters have surrounded them from 3 sides, closing in by stealing their light. A map drawn on the ground shows the enemy's positions and their encroachment patterns in the darkness. Despite being surrounded, Ghislain emphasizes their positioning near the lake, gives them the upper hand, the initiative. Ghislain draws symbols on the ground, explaining the battle plan by dividing the troops into 3 specialized groups. The first group, made up of defenders, will resist the enemy's attacks head-on at the center. Next are the crossbow units to suppress enemy movement, and finally, Ghislain's elite assault team for rapid engagement. The formation calls for defenders and ranged units to concentrate in the middle to push back the enemies. Meanwhile, the assault team will strike from the left flank, focusing all firepower on one side. If successful, the middle units will trap the monsters from all sides to secure victory. A concern arises: falors are immune to physical attacks while hidden in darkness. Belinda questions how they will be defeated if no weapon can touch them. Ghislain reminds her they don't need to worry because they have the prepared magic scrolls. As the enemy closes in, soldiers brace for the worst, staying close together, as instructed. The last lamp is stolen by the creatures, plunging the camp into full darkness. With no visibility left, tension peaks as something ominous approaches the group. From old records, Ghislain reveals falors are vulnerable to intense light. He explains that only under bright light do the monsters expose themselves. At his command, everyone activates the first circle magic scrolls, releasing a burst of radiant magic light. A massive burst of magical light erupts into the sky, illuminating the entire battlefield with intense blue energy. The hidden falores, now fully exposed, hiss and flinch as their shadowy forms are revealed. Bathed in light, the creatures become vulnerable, writhing in pain as they can no longer hide in darkness. The soldiers react in shock, realizing the monsters had surrounded them unseen just moments ago. More falores charge forward, and the front line scrambles to ready their defenses as fear spreads. Crossbow units are ordered to fire and hold formation, pushing back the wave of monsters. With the enemy now visible, Ghislain gives the signal for the elite assault units to launch their attack. He leads the charge with sword in hand, energy blazing around him as he dives into the enemy lines. The rest of the elite squad follows behind him with coordinated strikes, cutting through the exposed falores with precision. Ghislain stands at the front, sword drawn, commanding his assault units to charge toward the enemy. His elite squad rushes forward, their weapons glowing, fearlessly diving into the monstrous horde. As they clash with the beasts, the soldiers fight with precision, keeping the front line from collapsing. Gislin's strategy unfolds. Gillian engages directly, drawing enemy attention to himself. Kaor joins the battle, disrupting enemy formations with sharp and mobile attacks. Belinda uses support magic to open gaps in the enemy line, coordinating perfectly with the others. Belinda unleashes a powerful spell, freezing enemies in place to protect Gislin. Gislin charges through the frozen zone, striking down enemies with swift execution. Their combined power overwhelms the battlefield, showcasing the might of Perdium's elites. Meanwhile, allied archers struggle to slow the endless swarm of monsters. With arrows depleted, panic spreads as the defenders await reinforcements. The monster tide closes in, threatening to wipe out the outer defense. Gislin's squad arrives just in time, cutting down enemies and stabilizing the front. Reinforcements cheer at their arrival, regaining hope in the chaos. With renewed morale, the soldiers counterattack and begin turning the tide of battle. The monstrous Falors suddenly begin retreating, confusing Gislin's forces mid-battle. Gislin quickly realizes they're escaping to avoid encirclement, proving their leader is tactically sharp. He asks Belinda to locate the enemy commander, identified by a horn, who's giving retreat signals, while others question the need to pursue. Gislin explains the Falors will return if spared. He emphasizes the need to eliminate their leader, to prevent a drawn-out battle. Belinda silently acknowledges how much Gislin has changed. Now decisive and ruthless in strategy, Belinda begins her mission, casting spells to enhance her speed and vision. She swiftly launches herself through the battlefield, tracking down the enemy's chain of command. She spots the horned leader from above and immediately relays the target's position. Gislin charges toward the enemy with his sword glowing, pushing through dense enemy lines. With his team following, they cut down waves of Falors to reach the horned one. Gislin personally pierces through and confronts the monstrous commander, face to face with the horned beast. Gislin strikes without hesitation. He lands a critical blow that splits through the creature's body as the enemy collapses. Gislin declares the battle over. Gislin slays the horned commander, and the remaining Falors freeze in disarray. He orders his forces to wipe out the monsters completely, not allowing any survivors. The troops charge with renewed aggression, avenging those lost to the night attacks. The Cerberus mercenaries and their allies push forward with fierce competition. Their united assault drives the enemy to the brink, overwhelming them from all sides. Gislin strikes down the last beast, declaring the final kill on the battlefield. With the battle over, Gislin commends the troops for their efforts. Celebration spreads among the survivors, many relieved to still be alive. Gislin assigns Belinda and Kaor new tasks to manage post-battle cleanup and preparation. Gillian explains that spreading the corpses will deter other predators. Kaor is surprised by this method, but Gillian assures its effectiveness. Gislin reflects on the 10 grueling days spent in the Forest of Beasts. With the Falors eliminated, the path to the runestones is clear. Belinda reports no casualties among Cerberus, confirming their successful operation. Gislin quietly acknowledges the outcome, preparing for the next stage of his plan. Gislin learns that 3 contract mercenaries are unaccounted for, but no bodies are found. Among the missing is Manus, a cowardly mercenary whose absence raises suspicion. Other soldiers conclude Manus likely fled during the battle, as it fits his behavior. Far from the battlefield, Manus and 2 others flee through the forest, unaware of danger. They discuss how intense the fight was and credit Manus for their escape. Manus, panicked, urges them to keep running, not realizing they are being watched. One mercenary notices something terrifying behind Manus. Glowing red eyes emerge from the darkness, revealing a massive unseen creature. Frozen in fear, Manus turns slowly and utters his last words, shocked by what he sees. A massive serpent-like beast erupts from beneath a field of glowing crystal spires, radiating dark energy. The creature fully emerges, towering over the battlefield with glowing red eyes and a menacing form. It crashes down with immense force, scattering debris and overwhelming nearby forces. Wagons burst from the forest, heavily loaded, as soldiers scramble to keep up, amidst chaos. The troops move in organized lines, securing supplies and defending their flanks from hidden threats. Kaor and another officer observe the disciplined effort, surprised at how well the mercenaries function together. Gislin silently reflects on the mercenaries' transformation, recognizing their evolving discipline. He sees their growth as the foundation for his rising military power and strategic dominance. His men report successful clearance of the route, confirming no monsters have been encountered. Despite the calm, Gislin senses unease and remains alert as the group advances. A female scout returns mid-air, urgently reporting findings from ahead. She confirms enemy presence, warning of looming danger near their destination. Ghislain gives immediate orders to advance with full force and clear the final path. As soldiers rush forward, a shadowy figure emerges from the glowing mist ahead. Ghislain and his squad are stunned, recognizing a figure long believed impossible to encounter. Ghislain reveals the true reason for their mission, a mine rich with rare, high-quality runestones. Crystalline formations burst from the earth, overwhelming the soldiers with their scale and brilliance. The men express awe and excitement, realizing the fortune before them, while others credit Ghislain's foresight. Suddenly, a mysterious figure appears before the mine, halting everyone's movement with a single word. Ghislain locks eyes with the intruder, who claims escape is impossible, and everything is already lost. A familiar name, Manus, is shouted as the man vanishes in a blast of smoke, alarming the troops. A reckless warrior charges forward, but Ghislain intervenes, stopping him from triggering a greater threat. Ghislain steps ahead, blade drawn, asserting control and demanding everyone stay back. He slashes forward with sharp precision, cutting through the spreading smoke barrier. Ghislain's attack clears the area, exposing a mass grave of human and monster corpses alike. The soldiers panic, realizing the mine is soaked in death, not opportunity. Ghislain calmly warns that the runestones won't be obtained freely, hinting at a deeper threat. Examining the signs, Ghislain deduces the site is a dormant high-class monster's lair. He orders everyone to prepare for battle, as the ground trembles beneath them. A massive beast rises from the crystals, roaring, confirming the worst. A deadly guardian awakens. Ghislain shouts for the troops to scatter as he charges toward the monstrous beast. He draws its attention, leaping over its snapping jaws and striking with precision. The creature glares with red eyes as Ghislain continues his aerial assault, aiming for its head. Ghislain's blade lands, but only leaves a minor scratch, despite being enhanced with mana. His allies watch in shock, questioning the toughness of the creature's scales. Undeterred, Ghislain dives again, stabbing deeper into its side with a burst of green energy. He realizes too late that the green fluid is poison, and quickly retreats mid-air. The monster lashes out, nearly catching Ghislain with a massive swing of its claws. Evading narrowly, Ghislain braces himself for the next impact, struggling to read the creature's pattern. The monster hurls its massive body again, shaking the ground and targeting Ghislain. The white-haired girl screams his name as he's knocked away in the chaos. The beast thrashes violently, attacking anyone in its path with spiraling fury. Panic spreads among the soldiers as the serpent strikes erratically in all directions. Some retreat in fear, others attempt to regroup, but chaos overwhelms the ranks. Meanwhile, a soldier realizes the mine is no longer a blessing, only a deadly trap. The creature is revealed as a blood python, a high-class monster rarely seen outside the forest's depths. Ghislain recalls how this monster was never expected to appear here, making retreat the logical option. However, despite the risk, Ghislain decides he cannot afford any delay and moves with determination. As he grips a glowing runestone, Ghislain reflects on his journey and the sacrifices made so far. He pushes away fear, declaring that giving up now would make everything meaningless. A monstrous beast known as the blood python emerges, unleashing overwhelming pressure with its glowing red eyes and dark aura. Ghislain leaps forward, activating a powerful aura from his sword to confront the beast head. In midair, the beast charges with a roar, and Ghislain slashes fiercely, initiating a direct clash of force. Ghislain's blade slices across the creature's snout, drawing blood but not slowing its rampage. The python whips its massive body, and Ghislain barely manages to block the forceful tail strike. He is knocked back violently, crashing to the ground, but quickly shielding himself from further impact. The beast charges again, its fangs bared, as Ghislain faces it alone on the open field. With unwavering will, Ghislain counters the charge, holding the line despite the monster's might. Memories of past responsibilities flood his mind, reminding him that retreat is not an option. As his allies look on from behind, Ghislain stands alone, preparing for the decisive moment. He declares it's time to fulfill his duty. Facing the blood python's towering form, he readies himself for the next strike, fully aware that the beast is not weakening. Ghislain calculates his mana reserves, realizing he cannot maintain his third core much longer. Allies rush toward him, calling out in concern as they witness his condition. One companion urges him to retreat while others prepare to hold the monster back. Ghislain stands firmly and commands his allies to retreat, refusing to risk their lives against the blood python. The mercenaries protest, confused and concerned by his order to leave the battlefield. He explains the monster's overwhelming power and admits he cannot guarantee their safety if they stay. Belinda questions Ghislain's decision, asking what he will do. Ghislain answers that he will defeat the beast alone. Belinda reflects on the odds, amazed by how Ghislain continues fighting beyond reason. As Ghislain prepares his next strike, the blood python releases a cloud of deadly green venom over the field. Ghislain urgently shouts for his troops to evacuate as the poisonous gas spreads. The soldiers flee, barely escaping the venom's reach as it detonates on impact. Ghislain watches in silence, his expression hardened by responsibility and resolve. Despite orders, the mercenaries return, declaring they will fight alongside Ghislain. Belinda and the others rally, stating that they owe him their lives. Gillian offers to distract the beast, proposing they create an opening for Ghislain. The group stands united, asking Ghislain to place his trust in them as they did in him. Ghislain listens quietly, overwhelmed by their loyalty and courage. They discuss the enemy's lethal poison size and defense, warning that one strike could be fatal. Belinda calls out in concern, but Ghislain calmly states the blood python's weakness lies beneath its jaw. He addresses the entire Forest of Beasts expedition team, urging them to return alive together. The soldiers rally behind him, moved by his words and ready to fight once more. The blood python charges again, and the team launches a coordinated assault from all sides. Ghislain leads the vanguard, slashing deep into the monster as others strike key points. Their attacks pierce its defense, drawing blood and forcing the creature into a rage. Gillian crashes down with an explosive attack, aiming directly at the beast's flank. Ghislain follows, attacking relentlessly, while internally acknowledging that plans don't always succeed. Still, he pushes forward, knowing hesitation could lead to mass casualties. He declares that inaction would cost lives, and only he knows what's truly at stake. Charging the beast's mouth head, Ghislain prepares a decisive strike. With full force he lunges, determined to protect the future he's seen. His allies watch in horror, as Ghislain is swallowed by the beast's shadow. A crimson flash erupts from within, slicing through flesh in a sweeping arc. The team gasps in shock as Ghislain emerges beneath the blood python, sword still glowing. Ghislain, bloodied but unwavering, declares himself the future of Perdium as energy surges around him. A massive shockwave erupts, marking the end of the deadly battle against the blood python. Far away, Castle Perdium stands in silence, as news is about to reach its walls. Inside the castle, advisors panic over Ghislain's unauthorized forest mission, calling it a serious offense. They blame Scoven for misleading them, and debate harsh punishment upon Ghislain's return. Calls to imprison him grow louder, warning his actions could damage the house's reputation. Lord Perdium falls into silent tension as the name, Ghislain, is spoken. A knight rushes in urgently, calling the Lord to see something outside. The room stills as they hear the news young Lord Ghislain has returned. Ghislain walks alone toward the towering gates of Castle Perdium, cloak trailing behind him. Ghislain sits at the head of a formal council, surrounded by nobles, his expression calm but commanding. The attending lords exchange tense glances, sensing the storm beneath Ghislain's quiet demeanor. Ghislain remains silent, his cold stare pressing down on the room, waiting for someone to speak first. A young man, Ghislain's son, returns and greets his father, standing confidently before the elders. Ghislain questions his disobedience, referencing the forbidden forest of beasts. The son defends his actions, insisting it had to be done, provoking anger from the elders. One elder emphasizes the law, warning that entering the forest risked lives and national safety. The son dismisses the concern, stating no invasion occurred and he survived unharmed. Tensions rise as elders accuse him of arrogance, demanding accountability. The issue escalates when Ghislain presents a letter from Count Rayfold, cutting off support. It's revealed that the son's actions angered the Count, risking Perdium's financial stability. Ghislain warns that the fallout will affect the entire territory, leaving no room for error. Reading the letter, the son realizes the manipulation ran deeper than expected. He reflects on Amelia's cunning and the collapse of his leverage over her. With stakes rising, he acknowledges the urgency. Time is no longer on his side. The elders confront Ghislain, urging him to speak and return the 20,000 gold used without permission. They are shocked by the amount, warning it could destabilize the entire Knight Order. Ghislain calmly admits he spent it all on developing the Forest of Beasts, silencing the room. An elder accuses him of wasting resources on a monster-filled land, despite the backlash. Ghislain apologizes, but remains firm, refusing to discuss the Rayfold matter. In a fit of rage, the elder strikes him, accusing Ghislain of betraying the land's future. Another elder declares Ghislain a criminal and orders him imprisoned. Before they act, Ghislain offers to cover the gold and future support personally. He calls for Belinda, signaling a shift in the meeting's tone. Ghislain reveals a box of shimmering crystals mined from the forest, The elders react in shock to the glowing runestones. He states they are the highest quality runestones, proving the development's worth. Suspicion rises over the crystal's origin and value. Ghislain confirms they were mined directly from the forest, though some doubt the quantity's impact. Ghislain hints he has more to show. The expedition camp is bustling as wagons overflow with glowing runestones extracted from the forest. Soldiers hurry to load the crystals, while leaders express disbelief that all this was achieved in 2 weeks. Belinda confirms the results came from the recent mission, including defeating a massive blood python guarding the area. Ghislain states the expedition's true purpose was to benefit the land, not personal gain. He emphasizes that the runestones will secure the territory's financial future. Officials realize the amount may completely eliminate their funding concerns, leaving them speechless. The elders praise Ghislain's efforts, but he sets terms for the support funds. He demands the release of Scovan and Ricardo, who were only following orders. He also insists that the Forest of Beasts remain closed to civilians to avoid chaos. Ghislain requests full control over troop movement to ensure military efficiency. The nobles accuse him of forming a private army and question his true intentions. Zone Noble warns that Ghislain is in no position to demand, interpreting his stance as arrogance. Ghislain calmly clarifies he's offering terms for financial replacement, not issuing threats. He reminds them that obstructing him would harm Perdium more than it helps. Before anyone can respond, a voice calls out to Ghislain urgently from behind. Ghislain inspects the camp as the mercenaries complete the final runestone loading. He confirms the blood python will be dismantled, preserving every valuable material. Randolph observes the disciplined mercenaries and reports their overwhelming strengths, surprised. He admits he doesn't understand how Ghislain gathered such capable fighters. Ghislain humbly states, it's just an elite force, not deserving special attention. He emphasizes the expedition's success was only possible thanks to the mercenaries' loyalty and effort. After a moment of thought, Ghislain's father accepts the results and agrees to return. He warns Ghislain not to disobey orders again, or there will be consequences. Ghislain quietly acknowledges the warning as his father walks away. Looking at the land, Ghislain thanks his father, recognizing his approval. He recalls the title, Northern Wolf, a name tied to duty and sacrifice, in a flashback. His father's lonely struggles to defend the frontier come to light. Despite his past, the Count was forgotten after death, his efforts unrecognized. Back in the present, the team assumes Ghislain will return home to rest. Instead, he refuses and commands everyone to prepare for immediate departure. Belinda and others urge Ghislain to rest after the expedition, warning of the toll on his body. She reminds him how difficult it was to cleanse the poison from the blood python. Ghislain gently places a hand on her shoulder, asking her to trust him one more time. As the others watch silently, Ghislain walks toward the edge, focused on the road ahead. He reflects that news of their success will soon spread and attract unwanted attention. Determined, he vows to grow powerful enough that no one dares to oppose him again. Without warning, Ghislain launches himself into the sky with immense force. A white dove descends from a shaft of light in a dark chamber, carrying a message. It lands before a figure seated on a throne, bathed in violet light beneath a stained glass window. The man takes the letter and reads its urgent content. War is to be initiated with the Bagheera family, and Perdium must be destroyed before the ducal house intervenes. The man's glowing eye reflects the message. Perdium's annihilation must be ensured. Around a magical projection, cloaked figures discuss how this paves the way for a new lord appointed by the ducal house. They confirm only 3 of their agents remain in Perdium, 2 retainers and 1 knight. Orders are given to send those agents into Bagheera territory to provoke conflict. It's revealed the disappearance of the young Bagheera heir will justify war. Victor, a feared commander, is assigned to lead the operation, shocking even the council. One councilman questions the sudden escalation. But Desmond, speaking for Duke Delphine, silences all doubts and orders war preparations. He commands obedience and asserts control, fully initiating the plot. Elsewhere, a noblewoman screams Ghislain's name in fury. She collapses, trembling in rage at his actions. She reveals Ghislain has taken control of a valuable runestone mine, using her 20,000 gold. The noblewoman laments her failures. Her assassins failed, and her efforts to cut Perdium's funding ended in humiliation. Her advisor tries to calm her, reminding her that such behavior is uncharacteristic of her. She regains composure, acknowledging she became too emotional. Determined, she declares the past cannot be undone, and prepares her next move. Her advisor awaits orders as she notes Perdium's runestone discovery will stabilize their finances. She reveals it is not too late. The runestone hasn't been sold yet, presenting an opportunity. She suspects Perdium's target buyer is the Crimson Magic Tower, the top arcane institute in the north. She outlines a plan to ambush the transport en route to the tower before the trade occurs. With runestone essential for research, intercepting it would cripple Perdium and strengthen her faction. The goal is not to fight Ghislaine directly but to isolate and strike the transport group. Despite other towers nearby, Crimson offers the best deal, making it Ghislaine's obvious choice. With fierce resolve, she vows to take everything from Ghislaine. Meanwhile, Ghislaine confronts a monstrous beast in a ruined battlefield. The enemy is overwhelming, forcing Ghislaine into intense combat. Despite the chaos, he defeats the monster, continuing his path towards securing Perdium's future. Ghislaine endures the venom surging through his body, pushing beyond what most could survive. He forces himself to remain conscious, declaring the importance of the expedition and what's at stake. Rather than resisting the poison, he channels it into his mana core to neutralize the threat. The core spins violently, dispersing the venom through refined mana manipulation. Such control is only possible for those who have reached the realm of superhumans. Ghislaine converts the toxic energy into alternative fuel, capable of surviving a mana explosion. Later, a young man awakens in bed, surprised to find himself alive and feeling refreshed. He wonders what happened and recalls the moment his father forgave him. His thoughts are interrupted by a young girl silently watching him. The girl rushes to hug him tightly, revealing he had been unconscious for 2 days. She introduces herself as Elena, calling him brother. He quietly speaks her name, stunned and moved. Elena runs off to inform Belinda of his recovery. He recalls enduring only minimal healing after the battle, and forcing himself to keep moving. Though determined to wait for the mine sale, his weakened body couldn't hold out any longer. Ghislaine notices his body has healed unusually well, despite the intense damage it suffered. He observes increased resilience, and a strange boost in his total mana. A blue aura flares around him, as he realizes the very nature of his mana has changed. He suspects the blood python's energy fused with his core during the neutralization process. The method is unfamiliar, something even his past self didn't know existed, though unintentional. He believes this risky method could drastically accelerate his growth. Despite his curiosity, Ghislaine refocuses on priorities. Selling the runestone must come first. He begins dressing and prepares to gather the mercenaries to act. As someone approaches, he assumes it's Belinda, but is surprised by a different visitor. Ghislaine's father enters the room, flanked by Elena and Belinda. He expresses concern for Ghislaine's well-being after learning of the poisoning incident. Ghislaine confirms he is recovering, standing tall before them. His father shows relief, while Belinda also checks on him. After confirming his condition, Ghislaine is asked if he can spare time for a conversation. Calm and focused, Ghislaine agrees, ready to face what comes next. Ghislaine's father stands firmly, his expression calm but serious as he begins to speak. Surprised, Ghislaine repeats the word aloud, uncertain of what his father might ask. In the grand training facility, Ghislaine walks alongside his father, a rare one, on one moment between them. Ghislaine reflects that this is the first time he's had such a private encounter with his father, who has always been distant. He recalls how he avoided his father in the past, fearing the cold, unapproachable figure he once was. His father turns to him, his expression unreadable. Ghislaine feels a familiar unease rising in his chest. He remembers what his mother once said about his father's emotions, wondering if this moment is the one she warned him about. Ghislaine's thoughts linger on his mother's words as he steels himself for whatever comes next. In a quiet moment outside, Ghislaine listens to his father's words about never showing his true self. His father confesses that he hides his emotions to protect the land and people, never allowing himself vulnerability. Ghislaine, despite understanding, knows he will never be able to fully accept this coldness from the one man he hoped to connect with. Back in the training hall, Ghislaine is ordered to raise his weapon. With no hesitation, Ghislaine grips his sword tightly, preparing for the challenge ahead. Father and son face off in the training grounds, the air thick with tension. The duel begins with intense clashes between Ghislaine and his father. Each strike is a reflection of their long-standing tension, and Ghislaine's resolve is tested, though he is pushed back. Ghislaine knows this fight is more than just a physical contest. It is the battle for his own place in his father's world. The duel continues, with Ghislaine's father delivering a powerful strike toward his son. Ghislaine, feeling the weight of his father's sword, struggles to maintain his balance. He acknowledges the challenge, realizing how heavy the sword is, and recognizing it as his father's weapon. His father swings fiercely, the power behind each strike echoing his strength and experience. The clash is relentless, as Ghislaine fights to hold his ground against the overwhelming force. With each move, Ghislain feels the weight of the fight, the pressure to prove himself to his father. Ghislain's father moves with precision, his strikes intended to teach rather than harm. Each blow seems to echo with the strength of battles fought, from the savage lands to his current position. Ghislain begins to understand the difference between mere combat and the art of swordsmanship. The battle intensifies, with both father and son locked in a furious exchange of blows. Ghislain's sword clashes against his father's, sparks flying from their meeting. Despite the onslaught, Ghislain's resolve grows, determined to prove his worth as a fighter. The fight concludes, both combatants breathing heavily. Ghislain's father acknowledges his improvement. However, he points out a flaw in Ghislain's technique during their clash. Ghislain, humbled, realizes there's still much to learn from his father's teachings and experiences. Ghislain reflects on his past struggles and how he always relied only on himself, but now begins to understand the value of guidance. He thanks his father for teaching him, acknowledging the importance of learning from others. His father, however, responds that he had initially intended to scold him, not to praise. Ghislain's father warns him that while his contributions are significant, breaking the rules will only lead to chaos. However, he acknowledges Ghislain's growth and the change in his attitude. Ghislain's father sees that his son is now looking toward something greater beyond just personal merit. His father gives him advice to continue his efforts with responsibility, especially as a future leader. Ghislain reflects on the responsibility of leading Perdium and the weight of his future role. He nods, taking the lesson to heart, realizing the true meaning of leadership. His father walks ahead, urging Ghislain to keep going down this path. Ghislain follows, thinking about the future and the responsibilities that await him. He quietly acknowledges his father's words, but is unsure of the full extent of what they mean for his future. Ghislain asks about the request his father had mentioned earlier. His father looks slightly surprised, but answers the question with a curious tone. Ghislain casually asks if there are any extra funds available, lightening the mood with a playful tone. Ghislain greets his soldiers as they enthusiastically acknowledge him. One of them comments on his improved health, showing concern for him. Ghislain, grateful, apologizes for making them wait and checks on his companions, asking about Rachel's condition. Gillian responds with gratitude, revealing that Rachel has recovered and can now walk again, thanks to Ghislain's efforts. Ghislain smiles and acknowledges their success, pleased by the outcome. However, his tone shifts as he shares more pressing news: his land is in danger. Gathered around a table, Ghislain explains the events surrounding Elena's attack and the conspiracy to start a war. He details how he stopped the plot to kill Elena, preventing the conflict. Ghislain shares how he discovered the young lord's body and learned about the shadowy forces conspiring against them. The group listens intently, understanding the gravity of Ghislain's revelation. Ghislain continues, revealing the existence of those who have been watching Perdium. He stresses the urgency of the situation, knowing the attackers have likely been plotting for some time. Gillian responds with a light-hearted comment, joking about how the land never gives Ghislain a break. They discuss the runestone discovery and its implications for Perdium's future. Gillian suggests that if the situation is as critical as Ghislain says, it may be the right moment to strike. Ghislain declares that the upcoming battle will be tough, acknowledging the challenge that lies ahead. One of his companions, Gillian, reassures him by saying they are ready to follow his command. The mood lightens slightly as another ally comments on how much fun it has been to stay under Ghislain's leadership. Gillian proudly affirms his loyalty, stating he has already sworn to fight alongside Ghislain until the very end. Rachel, standing nearby, enthusiastically declares that she too will protect Ghislain. Ghislain, visibly moved by their devotion, begins to recognize the strength of the bonds they share. Ghislain reveals the magnitude of the threat. Perdium's greatest enemies are the Delphine ducal family, and those following Count Desmond's orders. The group listens intently as Ghislain describes the far-reaching conspiracy that threatens their land. He shares how these forces are plotting to weaken Perdium, and how their every move must be watched. Ghislain's determination grows as he vows not to let the situation spiral out of control. He announces that they will head toward the Flame Magic Tower, a strategic decision he believes will help them stay ahead. The group nods in agreement, understanding the risks involved and the opportunity that lies in securing the mine. As they discuss the Flame Magic Tower, Ghislain reflects on the decline of the Crimson Magic Tower and the challenges facing the Flame Magic Tower. The group arrives at the towering Crimson Tower, marveling at its immense height. They're awestruck, with some of the group commenting on how vastly different this place is from their homeland, Perdium. Curiosity piques as they observe the surroundings, noting the fascinating magic scrolls in the market, signaling the presence of a magical hub. A mage begins to perform magic in the street, casting without the aid of a scroll. The onlookers are stunned, never having seen such a display, questioning the mage's power. The mage's magic manifests into a dazzling display, disappearing into the air, leaving everyone astounded. The group discusses the sight they've just witnessed, remarking on the magical prowess they've seen. Despite the tower's reputation, they realize it's not what it once was, noting its fall from grace. One member of the group reflects on how the Crimson Tower's rise and subsequent decline marks an era of great change. Approaching the main gate of the Crimson Tower, the group is struck by the sheer size of it. However, they notice something unusual: there is no sign of the gatekeeper. The group begins to grow uneasy, suspecting something is amiss with the empty grounds. Suddenly, a wave of energy surges, and a magical defense system activates in front of them. The group realizes that not just anyone can enter the tower, as the magical wards protect its secrets. The realization settles in that they must prove their worth to gain entry into the Crimson Tower. A mage at the gate demands the group to state their identity and purpose for entering. The group is startled by the aggressive approach and observes the strange armored figures standing in the distance. Despite the intimidating figures, the group announces their purpose, revealing they have brought valuable goods for trade. The mage dismisses the goods without even inspecting them, calling them low-quality items from Perdium. Frustration builds within the group as they realize the prejudice they face simply due to their origins. The mage, unwilling to even listen, orders the group to leave, labeling the whole interaction a waste of time. The group tries to reason with the mage, but tensions rise as the mage's condescending attitude continues. A member of the group, angered by the treatment, asks the mage what his problem is, demanding a proper explanation. The mage remains silent, but one of the group members catches a hint of recognition in the mage's eyes. The tension escalates, and the mage is about to retaliate when the truth begins to unfold. Suddenly, a realization hits: the goods they brought may be more valuable than they appear. The mage's eyes widen as he starts to recognize the significance of the items, especially when they are tied to a powerful source. The mage suddenly changes his tone, expressing regret for his earlier actions. A trade manager is quickly called to handle the matter. Realizing the importance of the arrival, the group is escorted to a reception room as the mage begins to show respect, acknowledging their worth. As they enter the Crimson Tower, a strange sound echoes through the halls, catching the group's attention. The group asks if everything is all right, but they are reassured that it's just a common noise from magic research. Despite the explanation, the group feels the tension building as they proceed deeper into the tower. A person is seen lying on the ground in distress, clearly unable to perform magic properly. A mage harshly scolds the individual, blaming them for attempting to enter the research lab despite their lack of ability. The mage mentions that even Alfoy, the heir to the magic tower, wouldn't have accepted them, hinting at their low status. The mage demands respect and compliance, stating that the great master of the Crimson Tower gave them this rare opportunity. The individual struggles to assert their rights but is quickly shut down by the mage's scorn. The atmosphere grows tense as the individual contemplates their limited options in this situation. The conversation shifts when the mage uses his magic to demonstrate a powerful attack, claiming that a real mage should be able to handle it. With a flick of his wrist, a fiery attack is unleashed, and the individual is forced to react quickly. The flames surge towards the individual, testing their magical abilities, and a moment of danger ensues. The individual struggles to defend themselves, feeling overwhelmed by the pressure and the mage's dismissive attitude. The mage watches with a smirk, believing the attack will expose the individual's lack of skill. The flames continue to surge, forcing the individual to make a desperate move to avoid defeat. In a tense meeting, the Crimson Tower Master, Hubert, discovers that they are running low on runestones, a critical resource. Hubert, frustrated, wonders how things reached this point and blames the elders for their negligence. He vents his frustration, recalling how they failed to secure a stable supply chain and instead wasted time on unnecessary luxuries. A fellow mage points out that the Tower of Advancement's master is a 7th circle mage, while their own master is only a 6th circle mage. Hubert angrily dismisses the comparison, focusing instead on the lack of resources and the urgent need to catch up. The discussion turns to the critical shortage of runestones and the potential consequences of failing to secure more. Hubert demands to know how they will manage without more runestones. But before anyone can answer, an urgent message interrupts. A messenger bursts in, announcing that an enormous amount of runestones has just arrived. The sudden news sparks both relief and suspicion, raising questions about where they came from and why they arrived at this moment. The tower erupts in chaos as Hubert demands to know who is behind this timely arrival. A blast of fire erupts from the entrance, signaling the arrival of someone powerful. Hubert watches, shocked, as a figure steps forward through the smoke, seemingly prepared for a confrontation. The figure attacks with explosive force, creating a fiery barrage that forces the group to react quickly. The group struggles to protect themselves as the fiery attack rages on, threatening to destroy everything in its path. Amidst the chaos, one mage identifies the attacker as someone with a mysterious but dangerous power, leaving the group scrambling for answers. In the midst of the chaos, Hubert shouts for everyone to stop, his voice filled with anger and frustration. His eyes widen as he takes in the scene, unable to comprehend the magnitude of the disruption unfolding before him. Hubert's voice cracks as he demands an explanation, feeling the weight of the situation as the room descends into confusion. A figure shouts urgently for everyone to stop, causing immediate confusion. The scene is chaotic, with everyone uncertain about what is happening. Amidst the turmoil, a person demands to know what is going on, their voice filled with disbelief and concern. The crowd watches as a woman, Belinda, is ordered to release someone from her grasp, which she obeys immediately, signaling a shift in the tension. A young man, panicked, calls out for his teacher's attention, trying to comprehend the situation unfolding before him. The teacher explains the events, revealing that intruders had arrived and he had acted to prevent a student from entering the laboratory for safety reasons. Sarcastically, the teacher dismisses the young man's concerns, calling him out for acting overly dramatic. Suddenly, Vanessa appears, her power surging as she transforms into the Red Nightmare. Her transformation shocks those around her as they recall the terror she once inflicted before. One onlooker reflects on how right they were to be wary of her. As Vanessa's flames erupt, a voice calls out, warning anyone from harming their student. An imposing figure steps forward, furious at the danger to his student, and threatening to burn anyone who threatens them. Introducing himself, Ghislain Perdium calmly declares his name, asserting control over the situation. Ghislain states he's there to trade a valuable object, a runestone, with the others. His declaration stuns those present, especially the teacher, who can't believe someone like Ghislain would possess such a powerful item. Ghislain remains unfazed, revealing that he has already prepared the trade in front of the castle, leaving the others with little choice but to acknowledge his power. As a grand structure comes into view, a figure offers the option to inspect it firsthand, revealing an impressive sight that has caught everyone's attention. The crowd reacts with disbelief at the incredible scale of the structure. The sheer size and power it conveys leave them questioning the reality of the situation. One of the individuals, stunned, exclaims how impossible it seems, with another questioning the origins of such an impressive feat. A figure expresses pure excitement, thrilled by the discovery of the vast quantity of runestones present, seeing it as a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. However, one person's curiosity grows as they wonder if the quality of the runestones truly matches their rarity. They are clearly skeptical about their authenticity. Another voice, more authoritative, dismisses these concerns, suggesting that the runestones are nothing more than a scam, given the irregularity of their source. The exchange heats up as one person demands to know if anyone else agrees with the doubts about the runestones. Samanon confidently defends the runestones, dismissing any questions about their authenticity. As tensions rise, one individual proposes a different approach, suggesting that they should consider the offer. Despite the growing skepticism, the group reacts sharply to the proposal, insisting they cannot be swayed without further evidence. However, the Tower Master, sensing the tension, steps in, acknowledging the situation but suggesting a compromise. Despite the exchange, a decision is made to buy the runestones, but only at a reduced price, leading to a final resolution that surprises the sellers. Kaor is given the task of returning the excess cards, keeping one for the final trade. As the moment concludes, the Tower Master subtly asserts control over the situation, keeping the tension under control. With the deal concluded, the characters begin to move, all reflecting on the unexpected outcome of the negotiations. A confused individual asks why they're taking more than what was agreed upon. The realization sets in that something has gone awry. Another character reminds the group that they initially planned to sell only one cart, but now it seems like more is being taken away. A new command is given to take away all the carts, leaving the onlookers stunned by the sudden change in plans. A confrontation ensues as one person demands to know what's happening. Tension rises as people move to stop the action. The figure responds, explaining that their true destination is the Crimson Tower, though they needed money for the journey. This revelation catches everyone off guard. The mention of the Crimson Tower shakes the atmosphere, with some questioning the authenticity of this claim. With a nervous laugh, the individual clarifies that it was just a joke to ease the awkwardness of the situation. The tension is only momentarily broken as they suggest going to the tower for a chat. Despite the unease, the group agrees to follow, though some remain wary of what lies ahead. The group settles around a table, and one character introduces the mages from the Flame Magic Tower. The group is impressed by the presence of powerful 5th Circle mages, acknowledging the strength of the tower. Ghislain watches the scene unfold, observing the group and the situation with a calm strategic demeanor. Ghislain praises the power of the Flame Magic Tower, recognizing its importance in the northern region. However, he downplays its significance, showing no interest in the power struggle surrounding it. Those around him exchange concerned glances, wondering if his dismissiveness is part of a deeper strategy. Ghislain grins, explaining that he simply felt he needed double the market price for the goods. The Tower Master and others, not pleased with the jest, glare at Ghislain, warning him to watch his attitude in such an important setting. Ghislain's smile fades slightly, but he remains confident, his demeanor unchanged, despite the tension mounting in the room. An older figure, clearly agitated, expresses that while Ghislain is young and may have made a mistake, they'll show mercy just this once. The Tower Master offers a slightly better deal than expected, suggesting they pay a little more than the market price for the goods. Surprised, Ghislain continues to press, his previous casualness replaced by a more calculating edge. He doubts the sincerity of the offer. As tensions escalate, Ghislain pushes further, stating that if they're not interested, he'll take the goods to the Crimson Magic Tower instead. The atmosphere grows thick with uncertainty, and the Tower Master warns Ghislain to stop. Despite the plea, Ghislain remains unfazed, pushing the limits with his boldness. The group is on edge as Ghislain pushes the conversation forward, demanding triple the price, which causes confusion and panic among the others. The Tower Master, trying to maintain control, gives in reluctantly, signaling that Ghislain might just get what he wants. Ghislain's smirk returns, having turned the situation in his favor with little effort. The final agreement is made. They'll buy all of it at triple the price. Ghislain, satisfied, leans back in his chair, finally feeling the weight of his victory. The Tower Master, though irritated, complies, agreeing to bring the money immediately to settle the deal. Frustration mounts as the Tower Master fumes over the situation, realizing he's been outwitted by a young country bumpkin. He curses, contemplating the shortage of runestones, but his anger boils over as he contemplates burning Ghislain if he continues to mock him. Just as the situation seems on the brink of exploding, Ghislain halts the confrontation with a sharp command, signaling he has more to say. Ghislain turns, revealing his true intentions with a calm and serious look. He makes a bold request. In a single sentence, Ghislain demands the Tower Master's cooperation. He wants Vanessa. The group stands in a grand hall, with the man named Renato, expressing his interest in recruiting Vanessa as his exclusive mage. One of the group members, the Tower Master, is surprised by the request and questions if Renato truly wants Vanessa. Renato confirms his decision with a confident smile, clearly intent on making Vanessa a part of his plans. Around a campfire, the group discusses rumors about a mage who devastated the northern region. They mention that the mage, known as Red Nightmare, reached the 7th Circle. Despite her unorthodox training, the conversation shifts to curiosity about Vanessa's power, with some suggesting she could be a force to reckon with. The group speculates about Vanessa's background, noting that she's known for burning everything in her path. Despite her destructive nature, they see potential in her, debating whether she can be controlled. They agree to recruit her, seeing an opportunity to use her abilities for their advantage. Renato plans to recruit Vanessa, determined to harness her untapped potential. He sees great talent in her, knowing she could become an invaluable asset. Renato sets the plan in motion, confident that with guidance, she will be under his control. The scene shifts to a moment of realization as Renato commits to recruiting Vanessa for her power. He's unwavering in his decision, understanding the risks of bringing her in. With the plan set, Renato prepares to secure Vanessa's allegiance. Renato insists on sending Vanessa to Perdium, as well as dispatching battle mages of the 3rd Circle, or higher, for an upcoming territorial war. The Tower Master hesitates but reluctantly agrees, acknowledging Vanessa's potential. Renato remains firm, demanding this arrangement be honored for his plans to move forward. Renato outlines his 3 demands: triple the market price, mages for Perdium, and Vanessa as his exclusive mage. The group listens, uneasy about his bold terms. Despite their doubts, they are left with little choice but to comply. A member from the Flame Magic Tower reacts angrily, warning Renato about crossing boundaries. Flames erupt around him as he prepares for confrontation. Renato meets the threat without fear, aware of his position. With tension rising, Renato stands firm, unshaken by the warnings. the atmosphere grows heavier, as Renato's resolve hardens. His plan is in motion, and nothing will stop it. News of a massive runestone vein in the north spreads, intensifying Renato's next steps. Renato sees this as a key opportunity for control. His ambition grows, knowing this discovery will fuel his war effort. Renato explains that Perdium only seeks the magic tower's help to gain strength, proposing a monopoly on runestones. The Flame Magic Tower leader, skeptical, questions the idea. But Renato remains confident, suggesting this could lead Flame to surpass Crimson as the top tower. The Tower Master, intrigued, weighs the offer, but is cautious of the implications. Renato insists the conditions are simple: supply runestones and send Vanessa. The group listens closely, as Renato outlines the power shift that could come with this agreement. Renato stands firm, certain that these moves will place Flame at the top of the magic world. In a tense moment, Renato faces opposition from the Flame Tower leader, who questions his audacity. Renato's cold expression reveals his resolve to push through. An explosion of energy surrounds the leader, who warns that breaking the rules could have dire consequences. Renato remains unfazed, calmly assuring his victory despite the mounting pressure. Alfoy, the chosen heir, expresses uncertainty, but Renato encourages him, confident in his own plans. Renato's conviction intensifies as he prepares to take the next steps. As Alfoy reluctantly agrees to his master's demand, the two prepare for what lies ahead. Alfoy, while outwardly compliant, quietly contemplates his future power. The duo makes their way to Perdium, where Alfoy begins to understand the weight of his role. Renato, alongside Alfoy, questions where Vanessa is, wondering why she isn't ready yet. Alfoy answers that Vanessa is still bringing the bags, but Renato orders her to come over immediately. Alfoy explains that Vanessa has been doing menial tasks like this ever since she was at the tower, unable to use magic for important work. Vanessa finally arrives, introducing herself to Renato with a polite greeting. Renato, unimpressed, tells Vanessa to unload the bags and stop wasting time. Alfoy steps in, stating that Vanessa is now his personal responsibility and not to be ordered around. Alfoy's statement causes tension, and the others question what this means for Vanessa's future. Renato, surprised by the sudden shift in control, expresses his frustration but gives in. Alfoy's resolve strengthens, asserting his dominance over Vanessa's fate. Alfoy, smirking, tells Renato he'll regret underestimating him, promising a swift change in their relationship. Vanessa watches as the tension rises, fully aware of the power dynamics at play. Renato warns Alfoy that his actions will have consequences, but Alfoy remains defiant. A confrontation erupts when Alfoy's team of mages steps up, threatening those who oppose them. The mages declare their pride and superiority, demanding respect. Renato is left at a crossroads, uncertain of how to respond to the escalating situation. Alfoy, addressing Renato, states that the treatment he is receiving is part of a contract. He reminds Renato that, in Perdium, his role is limited to being a reserve bundle of living mana, unless he follows Renato's orders. Alfoy's words strike a nerve, as Renato realizes the depth of the power dynamics at play. Alfoy instructs Gillian and Kaor to take charge, further asserting his control. Vanessa watches nervously, uncertain of the situation unfolding around her. Renato orders Vanessa to follow Alfoy's commands, which she hesitantly accepts. Alfoy smirks, addressing Vanessa's hesitation about her magical abilities. He reassures her, promising to help her regain control over her magic. Vanessa, though uncertain, follows him, feeling a mix of hope and fear. Renato watches Alfoy's confident leadership with a critical eye. Vanessa, still unsure, turns to Alfoy for guidance. Alfoy, undeterred, reaches out to her, determined to help her unlock her potential. In a grand hall, a man, Renato, addresses Vanessa, the mage, with a question about her magical abilities. Vanessa stands before him, clearly nervous, but eager to answer. She reveals she has studied up to the 5th circle of magic. Renato, seemingly impressed, listens, attentively, acknowledging her progress in magic studies. However, the mood shifts as Renato expresses doubt, revealing that Vanessa's knowledge is useless if she cannot use magic. Vanessa's face falls, and she hesitates, as she admits her inability to use magic, despite her theoretical knowledge. Renato asks her if there's a specific reason behind her inability. Suggesting there might be more to her situation, Vanessa, emotional, reveals her tragic past. She confesses that since childhood, she has never been able to feel mana. She remembers working tirelessly, believing she would one day wield magic, but now doubts have crept in after her teacher's death. Vanessa wonders if her inability to use magic is why she was abandoned and left with nothing. Renato's voice shifts as he explains that magic is not merely memorization, it requires a deeper understanding of its principles. he emphasizes that even though Vanessa understands the theory, her body is unable to keep up with the required activation of magic. Despite this, he assures her that her struggles were not in vain, as she followed a different path than most. Renato points out a mage who caused destruction in northern Rutania, an example of someone who also struggled but found her own way. He reveals that the mage reached the seventh circle, showing that even without following the conventional methods, great power is attainable. Renato gives Vanessa a glimpse of hope, implying that, despite her challenges, she too can achieve greatness if she adapts her approach. Renato, standing tall, declares that he will teach Vanessa mana cultivation from now on. Vanessa, confused, wonders why she needs mana cultivation when she is already a mage, but Renato insists it's a necessary step. He explains that both mage circles and mana cultivation are based on mana, and she has never tried it before. Vanessa is reluctant, stating that using magic through mana cultivation is dangerous. She warns that if something goes wrong, she could be permanently disabled. Despite her fear, Renato reassures her, urging her to trust the process. Vanessa hesitates, but finally takes a step forward, determined to try using magic through mana cultivation. Her hands begin to glow as she attempts to use magic, fighting the overwhelming pressure. She is filled with a surge of hope as she envisions herself finally using magic. As Vanessa concentrates, memories flood her mind of endless longing, rage, and failure to use magic. She recalls her past life, her desperate yearning for magic, and the dark consequences of that desire. But Renato's words resonate as he reaches out to her, offering his support to prevent her from falling into despair. Vanessa, now determined, begins channeling her power, transforming into someone completely different. Her aura intensifies, and with Renato's help, she focuses on overcoming her past regrets. Vanessa's efforts are rewarded as she begins to control her magic, a new path ahead of her. Vanessa struggles as she feels an intense, scorching heat building up within her. Renato shouts at her to focus, telling her to stop complaining as the mana flow is becoming tangled. He orders her to keep her mind on the sensation and focus on the flow of mana. Vanessa struggles to concentrate, but Renato encourages her, guiding her through the turbulent mana. She visualizes the mana, directing it toward the center as her aura intensifies. Renato acknowledges her progress, recognizing her talent as her mana begins to stabilize. As Vanessa focuses, her powers become more controlled, and Renato looks on, impressed. However, others remain skeptical, questioning if this truly counts as magic. A member of the group, Hubert, doubts if Vanessa, despite her talent, can truly be called a mage. Vanessa, standing before Renato, apologizes for her failure to live up to expectations. Renato reassures her, reflecting on her past struggles and how far she's come. He urges her to look beyond her past failures and keep her focus on the future. As Vanessa contemplates, Renato reminds her of the promise she made in the past, urging her to trust in her growth. With renewed determination, Vanessa acknowledges Renato's faith in her. Her confidence surges as she vows to continue her journey, her hand reaching out toward the future. As Vanessa struggles, the intense energy within her causes a blinding light to erupt, filling the room with overwhelming power. She gasps in shock, realizing the magnitude of the magic she is attempting to harness. Her body surges with heat and light, the mana flow becoming more chaotic, under her control. Renato shouts for her to focus, warning her not to lose control as her mana begins to spiral. Despite the pain, Vanessa clings to the sensation, trying to center herself. She pushes forward, determined to succeed, even as the heat intensifies. Meanwhile, a group of bandits confronts some soldiers, mocking them for their weak attacks. They laugh, underestimating the soldiers' abilities, but one of the soldiers retaliates. A fierce battle erupts as the soldiers stand their ground, determined to stop the intruders. The bandits are overwhelmed by the soldiers' strength, with one commenting on their surprising prowess. Vanessa, still struggling with her magic, hears the chaos from afar. Renato, ever the strategist, watches her progress, fully aware of her potential. Later, outside in the night, Renato and Vanessa engage in a quiet conversation. Renato offers a gentle reminder of Vanessa's journey, encouraging her to continue. Vanessa, her resolve strengthened, looks forward to the challenges ahead. A lone figure steps out of the shadows, standing over the bodies of the fallen bandits. The figure, wearing a battle-worn helmet, speaks casually, almost dismissively. He orders his companion to move, uninterested in the carnage, as if bored by the conflict. In a dimly lit room, the leader of a faction, furious over the death of his son Gilmore, declares a war on the Perdium family. His anger drives him to command the summoning of soldiers. He clenches a document in his hands with a firm resolve to avenge his son. vowing to take action against those responsible for Gilmore's death. A flag bearing a dark symbol is raised, signaling the beginning of hostilities. His declaration of war echoes loudly as the tension in the air thickens. At a meeting with his council, the leader's allies express their disbelief at the reason for the conflict. They question why the Dagald faction would accuse Perdium of Gilmore's death. Some of the council members argue that this is an exaggerated pretext, considering their long-standing alliance with the northern factions. The leader, however, responds grimly, revealing that the true cause of the conflict is the possession of the powerful runestone. A new voice in the room raises a critical point, noting that 2 of their retainers were sent to Dagald as envoys, where they might have been manipulated. The implication of betrayal by their own retainers shocks the council, suggesting a deeper conspiracy involving their territory. The leader, now fully aware of the consequences, warns that the actions of the retainers have set in motion a chain of events that could lead to the downfall of their region. The Sun, realizing the gravity of the situation, suggests that the retainers may have been acting in their own interest, betraying them for the runestone. His words cut through the room, further complicating the trust within their faction. His expression hardens as he contemplates the unfolding disaster. He is met with a heavy silence as the council members reflect on the implications of his words, realizing the magnitude of their mistake. Amidst growing tension, the leader rallies his forces, preparing for a direct confrontation with Dagald's army. His resolve is unshaken. Just as the preparations begin, a sudden report comes in. Dagald's forces have arrived far quicker than expected, catching them off guard. The leader and his council are stunned as they witness Dagald's flag fly on the battlefield, signaling the start of the war. Panic sets in as the reality of the situation sinks in. Dagald's forces are closing in with over 6,000 troops, and more supply units are en route. Panic spreads as the sheer scale of the enemy's army becomes clear. Randolph, a key figure, is urgently questioned about the situation. He reveals the alarming reality that Dagald, despite being a poor faction, has somehow amassed a massive army. The leader commands his forces to gather at the walls immediately, stressing the urgency of the situation. He knows that hesitation could cost them everything. The news of the war's start is announced. Citizens are ordered to seek refuge within the castle, and the gates are shut, preparing for the inevitable conflict. Outside, the enemy's advance is relentless. The commander of the defending forces urges the soldiers to hold their ground. The sound of Dagald's troops marching signals the beginning of the battle. As the soldiers prepare for the upcoming siege, the leader of the Dagald faction, now on horseback, reflects on the death of his son, Gilmore. He sees this war as the only path for revenge, and claims that it will bring justice. Despite his son's shortcomings, he has a renewed sense of purpose, planning to use this war as a means to exact revenge on the Perdium family. As Dagald looks at the enemy's castle, he is impressed by its magnificence, but his mind remains focused on his personal vendetta. A shocking revelation comes to light. The true cause of Gilmore's death lies with the heir of Perdium, Giselle. The leader of Dagald calls for retribution, demanding Perdium's downfall. He accuses Giselle of murdering his son, deepening the rift and escalating the conflict. The military tension grows as both sides prepare for battle. As the two armies face each other, the leader of Perdium is resolute. He dismisses the accusations, asserting his readiness for the war that will follow. The Dagald leader taunts the Perdium forces, calling for surrender to avoid further bloodshed. His challenge is met with silence. The leader of Perdium remains calm, stating that his son did not kill Gilmore. His stance is unwavering despite the enemy's threats, with resolve in his eyes. The leader of Perdium warns the Dagald forces to retreat if they value their lives, as the war has only just begun. Zoltar Perdium, a key figure in the conflict, observes the unfolding chaos from a distance. He reflects on the bloody path his brother, Dagald, has chosen. Zoltar, seemingly calm despite the tension, warns Dagald not to regret his decision. The bloodshed that will follow, he believes, is inevitable. Walter watches Dagald's army from the castle walls, silently contemplating the grim future that awaits them all. The pressure of the situation weighs heavily on the defenders, as their leader struggles with the unfolding chaos. The enemy forces are too overwhelming to ignore. The leader instructs his brother to rally all the troops, but doubt lingers. No matter how strong they are, the numbers against them are too great. The defenders' morale falters as they consider abandoning the castle to retreat to the northern fortress. It's a last resort, but hope is dwindling. The leader of Perdium surveys the battlefield. Dagald's forces are overwhelming, and the defenders are stretched thin. Doubts arise as they question how Dagald's forces could have prepared so quickly. Something is off. There are too many troops, too many siege weapons. The leader realizes they must prepare for a siege. a grim sense of finality sets in as the enemy approaches. Despite the overwhelming odds, the leader refuses to give in. His thoughts race, considering every option available. As he grapples with the situation, a familiar voice urges him to focus, telling him that they must prepare for the siege and endure. The leader of Perdium acknowledges his own doubts, but knows that survival depends on standing firm. Giselle, the heir of Perdium, walks with a determined expression. He knows the odds are against them, but he refuses to surrender. Giselle declares that they have just over 15 days before Dygald's forces begin their full assault. The fate of the region lies in their hands. As he walks toward the war tent, Giselle makes a vow. He will do everything in his power to turn the tide of this war, no matter the cost. Giselle, realizing the inevitable, confirms that the war has truly begun. The weight of the situation is evident on his face, yet resolve shines through his eyes. He shares a brief, serious exchange with his allies, acknowledging the full scale of the conflict that they now face. A mysterious figure stands in the shadows, implying a new strategy to shift the tides. The tone in the air becomes tense as new decisions are made. Giselle, with unwavering determination, reveals his next plan, a surprise attack to strike Dygald's supply unit before their main forces advance. The others express concern, noting that the area around the castle is heavily guarded by Dygald's troops. It will be difficult to sneak through without being noticed. Giselle, however, remains confident. He knows that cutting off their supplies will hinder Dygald's progress, making the war much more difficult for them to sustain. In a war strategy meeting, Giselle instructs his trusted commanders Kaor and Gillian to gather the troops. He has placed them at key positions around the battlefield. Kaor and Gillian confirm their readiness, but there's a problem. The supply unit's location remains unknown, making it difficult to launch the surprise attack. Giselle turns to his ally Belinda, giving her a dangerous mission. She must find the supply unit's exact location, even if it means risking her life. Belinda, undeterred by the risks, agrees to the mission. Her focus sharpens, and Giselle knows she's the right person for such a critical task. As Belinda prepares to leave, Giselle reassures her. The success of the mission could turn the tide of the war. Though dangerous, the team knows that cutting off Dygald's supplies is the key to winning the battle. Belinda's stealth will make all the difference. Meanwhile, Dygald's troops celebrate, thinking victory is certain. The supply commander, having switched sides, revels in his new position, securing a safe rear post with plenty of support. The commander reflects on his decision, proud of his shift in allegiance. He's in a comfortable position, watching his former allies in Perdium struggle. But his celebration is short-lived. Unknown to him, Giselle's forces are already working in the shadows, planning their next move. A former retainer, now aligned with Dygald's forces, laughs as he watches the castle. He believes the land will soon be his, savoring the victory that feels inevitable. His joy is fleeting as he observes the darkened surroundings. The night and the gloom make it harder to see clearly, adding to the intensity of the moment. Suddenly, his thoughts are interrupted by a sharp order, right on time. A new surprise attack is about to unfold. As the night deepens, some of Dygald's forces discuss the weather and how it complicates visibility, making it difficult to see in the darkness. The leader responds, noting that this is perfect for a surprise attack. The gloom works to their advantage, making it harder for their enemies to react in time. The leader's grim command is clear: we don't need any prisoners. The order is given to kill everyone in their path, ensuring no one is left to report back. The night is thick with tension as Gislen, cloaked in darkness, observes the battlefield. His command is clear: no prisoners. He urges his troops forward, his presence imposing as the red glow of his blade pulses, signaling the beginning of an onslaught. Chaos erupts as the enemy's defenses falter, their lives slipping away in the wake of Gislen's ruthless command. The once quiet night is filled with the clash of steel and screams. In the midst of the slaughter, an ambush catches Gislen's forces off guard. His soldiers are attacked from behind, overwhelmed by the sudden turn of events. The realization dawns: their enemies had prepared for this. Gislen's troops struggle to respond as the enemies grow bolder. A commander shouts urgently, trying to rally his men, but fear spreads among the ranks as they are cornered by a force they didn't anticipate. The commander, now frantic, reports to Baron Pabro that the forces are nearly decimated. Over 70% of their troops have already fallen. Pabro, however, remains calm, though his mind races, desperately trying to find a solution. The battle is slipping out of their control. His face hardens as he silently vows to turn the tide, but Gislen's calculating mind has already seen the enemy's true intentions. The ambush was a trap all along. In the midst of the chaos, Ghislain makes a swift move to cut down the attacking forces, pushing forward with a chilling resolve. He knows that time is running out, the stakes have risen, and survival now depends on quick, ruthless action. Just then, a figure appears on the horizon, an unexpected rider. Ghislain pauses as recognition flickers in his eyes. The vassal of Perdium, Belinda. As the flames rise behind them, Pabro's expression turns to one of disbelief. Ghislain's plan had drawn them to this fiery conclusion. The battlefield is now consumed in fire. The flames illuminate the treachery that has led them here. Ghislain stands tall, understanding the gravity of the situation. Pabro's betrayal is evident, and the consequences are clear. The fight is far from over. The enemy soldier, trembling and pleading for mercy, begs Ghislain for his life. Fear is evident in his eyes as he surrenders, hoping to avoid death. Ghislain stands over him, his gaze unyielding. He asks who is behind the betrayal, with the soldier naming Count Desmond as the one who bribed him. Ghislain's mind sharpens as he processes the information, realizing that Count Desmond is the one behind the attack. The betrayal runs deeper than he anticipated. The soldier now thinking he has been spared, thanks Ghislain profusely, pledging loyalty to Perdium in exchange for his life. But Ghislain, showing no mercy, raises his sword and delivers a swift blow, ending the soldier's life. Ghislain mutters under his breath, showing his resolve to deal with those who betray Perdium with nothing but death awaiting them. The flames of the battlefield roar in the background as Ghislain, mounted on his horse, leads his troops toward their next destination. His expression is cold, resolute, as he rides with his comrades, all prepared for the next stage of the battle. His trust in betrayal will not be forgotten. Ghislain looks ahead, preparing for the next steps of the war, aware of the strategic importance of his next moves as the enemy prepares for the final clash. Ghislain speaks to his trusted ally, instructing them to head straight toward the castle, planning to attack the rear of the enemy forces to sow chaos. With his plan set, Ghislain orders his troops to move, splitting them into different positions. The castle will be their main focus, drawing all enemy attention. His sharp tactics are already taking form as he gives commands, positioning his forces to maximize damage and capitalize on the element of surprise. Ghislain, while surveying the situation, entrusts Gillian with the responsibility of handling the enemy base, knowing it will be a tough fight. Gillian, confident in his skills, agrees without hesitation, ready to take on the challenge despite the overwhelming odds. Ghislain's final order is clear, and Gillian acknowledges it, promising to carry out his orders with unwavering loyalty to the cause. As Gillian rides out, Cor and Belinda joke about him always getting the intense missions. They question who will handle the gate during the siege. Ghislain, calm and focused, rides past them and simply instructs, "Leave the gate alone," giving no further explanation. The command surprises the group. Ghislain's confidence causes them to pause in silent agreement, trusting his judgment without question. Inside the castle, enemy forces prepare for the assault. Their leader declares that this war will shape Perdium's future. The defenders rally to arms, ordering volleys of arrows and defenses as the enemy closes in fast, under the night sky. Missiles rain down as the castle walls become the battleground, but tension builds. Perdium's forces begin their wall assault. The attackers scale the walls in overwhelming numbers. The defenders shout for close quarters combat. Panic spreads as the defending soldiers try to hold their ground while their enemies pour over the ramparts. One commander laughs arrogantly, confident the battle is lost for the enemy, unaware of Ghislain's deeper strategy unfolding. As catapults prepare another volley, the defenders brace themselves for what seems like the final push. A knight silently accepts the grim reality they had hopes, but this may be the end of their resistance. Suddenly, the battlefield erupts again as enemy forces press forward, initiating brutal hand-to-hand combat along the walls. A soldier warns the gate is weakening. He begs for new orders. The commander calmly repeats, "Leave the gate alone." Even as hope fades, the order is reinforced. They must hold the walls and not worry about the gate. When asked about reinforcements, the report is grim. Every territory has refused or gone silent. No aid will come. The Count is furious, cursing those who betrayed him, unable to comprehend the turn of events. His anger intensifies as he receives disturbing news. One of his soldiers rushes in, urgently reporting that the supply unit has been attacked, and that the soldier sent for supplies has not returned. The Count refuses to believe it, dismissing the news. "Don't jump to conclusions." He snaps, unwilling to accept the reality of their situation. Victor, the Count's commander, stands beside him, frustrated and focused on the bigger picture. He questions how the defenders of Perdium could have known the location of the supply unit. As the smoke rises in the distance, Victor begins to realize something strategic is at play. Someone in Perdium is thinking ahead. He mutters, impressed by the enemy's tactics. Victor, still analyzing the situation, contemplates the meaning of this shift. Understanding the war has taken an unexpected turn. The Count, now fully aware of the complexity of the situation, responds coldly, dismissing the need for additional supplies. "We don't need supplies," he declares, revealing his next strategic move. His eyes are fixed on the horizon as he makes an audacious decision. With a grim tone, he orders an all-out assault. "We'll take the castle by the end of today," he declares, setting a decisive deadline for their victory. The battlefield grows tense. As the forces prepare, Victor observes the situation closely, knowing the final battle is approaching. The Count's forces are readying for their final push, their objective to break through the castle's defenses and claim victory. As the troops rally, the Count leads them forward, with one goal in mind, to smash through the gates of Perdium's last stronghold. "Today, we'll break their gate," he declares, his voice filled with resolve. The battle begins, and Ghislain steps forward, his heavy armor reflecting the dim light of the battlefield. His focused gaze sets the tone as he calls out to Adon, signaling a crucial moment in their strategy. The environment is tense, and a strange energy stirs in the air. Ghislain grips his weapon tightly, preparing for a critical strike, determined to take control of the situation. With a decisive motion, Ghislain raises his weapon, the light around it glowing ominously. His intent is clear: he will lead his forces into the heart of the conflict. The scene shifts as Ghislain speaks, outlining his plan to break through the enemy's gate. His troops brace themselves for the siege. He orders a key soldier to hold their position, emphasizing the importance of the next step in their assault. The tension builds as the forces prepare for the siege to unfold, with every soldier aware of the high stakes. The enemy notices the incoming threat. A siege tower appears on the battlefield. Soldiers scramble to prepare their defenses, realizing that the height of their walls has been anticipated. Frustration mounts as they struggle to adapt, now facing a new and dangerous challenge. The scene intensifies as Ghislain's forces prepare their catapults to counter the siege tower. The tension is palpable as the catapults are set into motion. The first projectile is launched, hitting its target with force, signaling the beginning of a fierce confrontation. A powerful explosion shakes the battlefield as Ghislain's forces intercept a projectile. Ghislain watches intently as the projectile is stopped mid-flight. His sharp gaze pierces the chaos, searching for the mastermind behind the interception. As Ghislain's forces advance, a sense of dread builds among the enemy. The sound of the charging battering ram echoes in the distance. The enemy forces are tense, realizing their gate will soon fall. Ghislain's relentless attack makes it clear that the siege is inevitable. Ghislain orders the battering ram forward, the impact of its assault expected to breach the enemy defenses soon. A soldier cries out in panic, seeing the destructive force approaching. He calls out to his commander. The commander, realizing the situation, shouts Ghislain's name, knowing this is the final push to break their defenses. The scene intensifies, with the battering ram's strike growing nearer to its target. Amidst the chaos, a group of mages attempts to hold off the advancing forces. Frantic, the mages protest being caught in such a dire situation, but one of them reassures them that the young lord has everything under control. Despite the reassurance, the mages are filled with doubt as they witness the rapid advance of Ghislain's forces. Alfoy, a concerned figure, expresses her belief that the castle is doomed, overwhelmed by the situation. Her companion tries to calm her, insisting the young lord will somehow fix everything, but Alfoy remains skeptical. Her frustration builds as she remembers how they were dragged into this fight, with the young lord at the heart of it all. Alfoy recalls a moment from the past, a few days ago, when she and others had witnessed the young lord's resolve. In the flashback, the young lord is seen making a decisive move in a magical display, showing the strength and determination that now seems to be their only hope. Her expression falters as she remembers the gravity of their situation, wondering if they will be able to survive this battle. Alfoy apologizes to her lord, revealing her limited magical abilities. Despite her efforts, she can only offer a fraction of what is needed. Her lord reassures her, saying that using magic is enough for now. He instructs her to follow him as they prepare for the next step. Alfoy follows, and they pass by the mages who are busy digging up the buried runestones, which are essential for their plans. The mages complain about the heavy task, questioning why they must do the work when soldiers could be used instead. Ghislain, however, silences them, stating that there is no time for complaints, and that the runestones are necessary for their preparations. He reminds them that the enemy is pressing hard, and their survival depends on these preparations. Alfoy looks at the young lord with doubt. She questions whether there's any way to turn the tide of battle. Ghislain tells her that while the gate will fall, it doesn't mean all hope is lost. He has a plan. Alfoy is shocked, asking if Ghislain truly believes the impossible can be done, but he is confident in his strategy. As the battle continues, Ghislain's calm demeanor stands in contrast to the chaos unfolding around him. He encourages Alfoy to trust in the plan. Alfoy hesitates, still uncertain. But the young lord's resolve gives her a glimmer of hope. She steps forward, ready to take action as the magic circle activates beneath her. Ghislain watches as Alfoy begins the incantation, her magic swirling around her, ready to transfer mana to the necessary channels. The magic circle flares brightly, signaling the transfer of power as Ghislain observes from a distance. He gives a final command to Alfoy, encouraging her to complete the spell. The success of their plan now hinges on this moment. A shout pierces the chaos as a familiar figure arrives on the battlefield, mounted on a horse. Ghislain's name is called out, signaling the arrival of a victorious figure. A soldier reports in confirming that the reinforcements are here, and they are ready to press forward in battle. The battlefield is alive with movement as unknown cavalry units launch an ambush from the rear, causing confusion among the enemy ranks. Ghislain reacts swiftly, his sword glowing with power as he prepares to strike down the incoming ambushers. The chaos escalates as Ghislain charges, slicing through the attackers with fierce precision, his strength unmatched on the battlefield. The soldiers who witness the ambush are stunned as the attack is swiftly cut down, with Ghislain showing no mercy. A soldier reacts in disbelief, watching Ghislain's overwhelming display of power. He exclaims that Ghislain has taken down the enemies in an instant. A commander, awestruck, questions whether Ghislain is a monster, given the sheer speed and brutality of his attack. Despite the enemy's shock, Ghislain's forces now rally, turning the tide of the battle in their favor. Ghislain raises his sword high, rallying his troops for the counterattack. He commands his soldiers to rise and fight, signaling the next phase of the battle, where they will take the offensive. With renewed energy, Ghislain's army charges, ready to crush their enemies and claim victory. The battle begins as Ghislain calls for his soldiers to rise, signaling the start of their assault on the enemy's position. The atmosphere is charged with tension as his forces prepare for the clash. Meanwhile, a tactical map shows the enemy's main camp under attack. The surprise assault begins as Ghislain's troops approach, ready to take control of the situation. The moment is critical, and the battlefield is set for a fierce confrontation, as both sides brace for the conflict. Gordon and Torin follow Ghislain's orders to disrupt the enemy's key facilities, causing panic among the enemy's ranks as they realize they are being ambushed. The enemy forces struggle to regroup as confusion sets in. Their commander realizes the severity of the situation, calling for an immediate evacuation to save their base. The battle rages on, with Ghislain's forces pushing forward and the enemy scrambling to respond. Ghislain confronts the enemy commander, Count Tamos Degrade. His goal is clear: take the commander hostage to break the enemy's morale. As they clash, Ghislain's sword strikes true, sending the enemy commander reeling in pain. The battle takes a decisive turn. The enemy commander, struggling to stay upright, knows that this is a losing fight as Ghislain's forces overwhelm them. With the enemy commander captured, Ghislain shows no mercy. He speaks with cold determination, explaining the consequences of his actions. The battlefield erupts in chaos as Ghislain's men press forward, leaving the enemy forces in disarray. The battle is nearly won, but Ghislain's focus remains sharp as he ensures his victory is complete. A new figure enters the fray: Adon Praso. He introduces himself, challenging Ghislain. Ghislain, unyielding, demands Adon state his name. His cold response is met with a decisive action. Ghislain reveals his true purpose. He is a weapon forged to serve the Grand Duke of Perunia, ready to carry out his mission without hesitation. The attack on the fortress intensifies as the left wall is breached. The enemy forces push forward relentlessly, but a figure named Kaor is determined to hold her ground, rallying her troops. Kaor fights fiercely, determined not to let the wall fall. Her movements are swift as she strikes down enemy soldiers, while her companions continue to face off against the advancing forces. A sudden shift in the battle leaves Kaor in peril, but her resolve only strengthens as she presses on, refusing to back down. The enemy commander, irritated by Kaor's resistance, orders an even more aggressive assault, but Kaor remains undeterred, cutting down soldiers left and right. Her companion, frustrated with the bloodshed, calls out to her, but Kaor remains focused on her mission. She doesn't have time for distractions, her target clear. The battlefield is chaotic, and Kaor's determination only grows as she charges forward, further deepening the enemy's confusion. Ghislain, recognizing the pivotal moment, takes action. His forces make a full charge, intending to overwhelm the enemy. Ghislain leads his troops with a fierce, unwavering will. He speaks decisively, ready to bring down the enemy's siege towers and claim victory. His eyes glow with intensity as he prepares for the next phase of the battle, unwavering in his resolve. Ghislain's forces continue their charge, and the enemy begins to panic, realizing that their defensive structures are being systematically dismantled. His men follow him without hesitation, confident in his leadership as they prepare for the final assault. Ghislain's ruthless efficiency puts the enemy on the defensive, leading his troops forward with unshakable determination. An enemy commander tries to maintain control of his troops, but Ghislain's forces are relentless. The commander's orders only add to the chaos. Ghislain's force strikes with precision, overwhelming the disorganized enemy soldiers. With one final, decisive blow, Ghislain takes down another foe, leaving his enemies scrambling to recover. Ghislain moves with swift precision, cutting down enemies in his path. His sword flashes through the battlefield, leaving a trail of destruction. As he strikes, enemies are thrown back, blood splattering the ground. Ghislain's focus is unwavering as he clears his way toward his target. The battlefield is chaotic, but Ghislain's determination remains clear. He charges forward, not giving the enemy a moment to regroup. Meanwhile, in the distance, the siege tower stands tall, its construction nearing completion. Ghislain's forces see it as a serious threat. Commanders on the enemy side scramble to respond, realizing that Ghislain is heading straight for the tower. The tension escalates as Ghislain's forces draw closer. The enemy shouts orders in a desperate attempt to stop him. Ghislain presses on, determined to neutralize the siege tower. His men follow with steadfast loyalty, trusting his leadership. The clash continues, and Ghislain's eyes gleam with purpose. He is ready to strike at the heart of the enemy's plans. The enemy begins to retreat. Realizing they cannot stop Ghislain's advance, Ghislain's momentum is unstoppable. With the enemy on the run, Ghislain's forces push forward, now fully determined to finish the battle. The siege tower, once a looming threat, is now under attack. The enemy is panicking as their stronghold begins to crumble. Ghislain looks ahead, his focus never wavering as he prepares for the final assault. The remaining enemy forces try to regroup, but Ghislain strikes, cutting down their ranks with ruthless precision. The battle reaches its climax as Ghislain faces the enemy commander, determined to bring the fight to an end. With a swift and decisive strike, Ghislain claims victory, leaving no room for the enemy to recover. Ghislain moves swiftly through the battlefield, his sword cutting down enemies left and right. His body is a blur as he targets another opponent, pushing through the chaos of war. A soldier attempts to strike back, but Ghislain easily dodges the attack, retaliating with a lethal swing. His enemies fall one by one as he presses forward without hesitation. The ground is littered with bodies, and the battle rages on. Ghislain's determination is clear. Nothing will stop him from achieving his objective. In the distance, the siege tower continues to stand, threatening the fortress. Ghislain's focus sharpens as he makes his way toward it. Ghislain charges toward the structure, his sword raised, while enemies scramble to stop him. His eyes narrow, determined to dismantle the tower. The forces behind him follow, knowing that if Ghislain takes down the siege tower, the battle will be over. Ghislain approaches the tower, his enemies in hot pursuit, but he's undeterred. His movements are precise as he strikes the base of the tower with devastating force. The tower begins to shake, its structure cracking under Ghislain's assault. The enemies shout in alarm, realizing the imminent collapse. The siege tower falls to the ground with a mighty crash, sending shockwaves through the battlefield, as Ghislain stands victorious. As the dust settles, Ghislain assesses the situation. His enemies are panicking, and his forces push forward with renewed vigor. He looks back at the main gate, noticing that it still stands. His eyes narrow. The fight is far from over. Ghislain calls out, issuing orders to his men. He is ready to finish this fight once and for all. A commander approaches Ghislain, acknowledging his victory with admiration. Ghislain nods, but remains focused on the next phase of their mission. He gives a direct order, ensuring that his forces take full advantage of the momentum gained. With cold precision, Ghislain issues his final command, his eyes locked on the horizon, preparing for the final confrontation. As Ghislain prepares for his next move, a voice interrupts him from behind. "Hey, flying tin can." The voice is loud, mocking, and full of confidence. Ghislain turns sharply, his eyes narrowing as he assesses the new threat. The voice belongs to a mercenary, a figure standing defiantly on the battlefield. The mercenary introduces himself as Kaor, the commander of the Cerberus mercenaries. His smile reveals his intention to challenge Ghislain in the heat of battle. Kaor draws his weapon, a long, curved sword ready for combat. His posture exudes confidence, as if eager to test Ghislain's abilities. Ghislain steps onto the battlefield, wielding his weapon with confidence as his opponents hesitate in fear. He is unrecognizable to them, a force to be reckoned with. The enemy questions his identity, but Ghislain's smile is all they see before the battle begins. His presence shakes the confidence of those who thought themselves prepared. With a battle cry, Ghislain charges, his energy undeniable, as he leads his troops into a fierce clash against the waiting forces. The fight escalates as Ghislain faces off against a powerful foe. Each strike seems to shatter the air itself, his sword cutting through the chaos. The battle intensifies with both sides clashing, but Ghislain's prowess in combat becomes clear as he dominates his opponent, cutting through defenses with ease. His foe stumbles back, realizing the overwhelming power Ghislain commands. But it's too late to retreat. Ghislain mocks his opponent, comparing them to brute mercenaries. The enemy struggles to keep up with his fluid and calculated attacks. The fight continues, each of Ghislain's moves deliberate and precise. His opponent grows frustrated, unable to land a blow. With a final strike, Ghislain overwhelms his opponent, leaving them gasping in defeat. As Ghislain presses forward, the battlefield grows quieter, his movements are swift, and his enemies are quickly vanquished. His foe watches in disbelief, their forces crumbling under Ghislain's command. They have underestimated him, now they face the consequences. The battle ends, leaving Ghislain standing victorious, his enemies scattered and broken. With the dust settling, Ghislain turns his attention to the remaining enemies, who are too stunned to act. He sets his sights on the next phase of his plan. A figure emerges from the shadows, Victor, a powerful figure known for his strategic genius. Ghislain's eyes narrow. This is only the beginning of the greater challenge ahead. Ghislain, realizing the danger ahead, formulates his next move as he faces off against Victor. The tension builds, but Ghislain's determination remains unshaken. He instructs his ally, Kaor, to hold Victor down while he prepares for the decisive strike, knowing that this is his only chance to defeat such a powerful foe. As Kaor engages, Ghislain's focus sharpens, his eyes locked on the threat in front of him. Victor, with a smirk, acknowledges Ghislain's strategy, but he's not easily intimidated. He charges forward, swinging with deadly precision. Ghislain expertly parries the blow, but Victor's power is undeniable, and the two continue their fierce exchange of strikes. With every clash, the ground shakes, and the warriors' movements blur in a whirlwind of steel. A sudden, sharp cry cuts through the battlefield as Ghislain's ally, Adon, is caught off guard. His armor cracks under the pressure. Ghislain, momentarily distracted, commands his forces to fight back, but the weight of the battle begins to overwhelm them. The scene shifts as Ghislain grows more aggressive, determined to turn the tide in their favor. Despite the odds, Ghislain's resolve hardens as he faces an unyielding opponent. His weapons flash with new intensity. Victor, still defiant, counters with a brutal strike, but Ghislain uses the opening to break through his defense. The clash continues, but Ghislain's resilience is undeniable, his every move calculated to overwhelm Victor. Victor falters, blood staining his armor, but he refuses to yield. Ghislain's attack pierces through once more, signaling the end of the battle. As the battlefield quiets, Ghislain remains standing, his enemies at his feet. He surveys the carnage, his thoughts already on the next challenge. The dust settles, and Ghislain prepares to move forward, victorious, but knowing that greater challenges lie ahead. The battle reaches its peak as Ghislain faces his final opponent. His foe stumbles, the weight of their strikes finally taking its toll. With a determined final push, Ghislain lands a decisive blow. The battlefield erupts with chaos, the clash of steel ringing through the air. The ground beneath him shakes as the enemy's forces begin to falter, and victory seems within Ghislain's grasp. The gates shake, and a sudden burst of magical energy rips through the battlefield. A sense of impending doom looms as the magic begins to take hold. Onlookers panic, realizing that the tide is turning. The enemy's power seems endless, and Ghislain must quickly find a way to counter it. Ghislain's allies rally, but they face overwhelming odds. The gates are breached, and the enemy forces advance with terrifying precision. Ghislain's focus sharpens as he realizes the gravity of the situation. His enemies are closing in, but he knows he can't afford to lose momentum. In a bold move, he orders a counterattack, hoping to stall the enemy's advance long enough to regroup. The clash intensifies as Ghislain leads the charge, his soldiers following with fierce determination. The enemy is relentless, but Ghislain's resolve is stronger. He fights through the overwhelming numbers, unwilling to let them overrun the castle. As he battles, he notices a key figure retreating. Ghislain's attention shifts, realizing that the leader's escape could turn the tide of the war. With a determined roar, Ghislain pushes forward, refusing to let the enemy leader slip away. Ghislain faces off against the retreating enemy leader, knowing that this is his last chance to strike a blow that could end the war. Their swords clash with a thunderous force, and Ghislain's determination is clear. He knows this fight will determine the future, as the battle rages on. Ghislain's strength and resolve become undeniable, the fate of the kingdom hanging in the balance. The battle rages on, and Ghislain faces his opponent with unwavering confidence. His stance remains strong, even in the face of overwhelming odds. With a taunting smile, the enemy questions his resolve. But Ghislain is undeterred. The outcome of this battle will not be determined by words. The clash intensifies as Ghislain moves forward with a relentless attack, focused only on the victory that lies within his grasp. The fight becomes a whirlwind of strikes, both sides determined to claim victory. Ghislain's attacks are swift and precise, leaving his opponent scrambling. The battle shifts in favor of Ghislain as he dodges the opponent's desperate moves. Every strike from Ghislain lands with crushing force. His opponent falters, realizing too late that he has underestimated Ghislain's strength and strategy. Ghislain's sword gleams as he strikes again, forcing his opponent back. He's relentless, and the enemy's resolve begins to break under the pressure. The sound of steel against steel echoes through the battlefield, as Ghislain shows no mercy in his pursuit of victory. His opponent attempts a counterattack, but Ghislain's swift movements and expert timing make it clear that the battle is nearing its end. The enemy, overwhelmed and unable to keep up, stumbles. Ghislain presses forward, knowing that this is his final moment to strike. With one final, powerful swing, Ghislain's blade lands. The sound of his strike reverberates, signaling the fall of his opponent. Victory is finally within his grasp, and Ghislain stands tall as his opponent collapses before him. As Ghislain stands over his fallen foe, he reflects on the battle that brought him here. His path to victory was never easy, but he has persevered. The battle is won, but Ghislain knows that his war is far from over. His eyes shift toward the horizon, where the next challenge awaits. With a resolute expression, Ghislain prepares for whatever comes next, knowing that his journey has only just begun. Ghislain grits his teeth, fully aware that his opponent, Victor, is stronger. The weight of the situation presses down on him as the battlefield rages on. Despite the overwhelming odds, Ghislain's determination burns brightly. He knows he can't afford to back down, and if he can land just one critical strike, the battle will be his. With a fierce resolve, he silently commands his ally to hold Victor down, knowing that the success of this plan could change the course of the entire fight. Ghislain sits with a thoughtful expression as his ally recalls a past event. They mention a bet from before, where Ghislain's skill in dodging was the topic of conversation. The ally looks curious, asking Ghislain to teach him how to perform such a feat. Ghislain's face shows a slight smirk, acknowledging the request. Ghislain shakes his head, revealing that it's not about the movement itself, but something deeper. A battle scene unfolds, with a new opponent rushing toward Ghislain. This figure wears full armor, wielding a weapon with dangerous intent. Ghislain stands his ground, his eyes burning with intensity, preparing for the clash. The opponent taunts him, calling him a mere animal that charges forward. With a flash of motion, Ghislain counters the attack, showing no sign of hesitation. Ghislain strikes back, using a calculated move to redirect his opponent's strike. The opponent stumbles as Ghislain's attack connects, but he manages to stay on his feet, preparing for another round. Ghislain remains calm, watching closely, waiting for the right moment to deliver a final blow. A dramatic moment occurs as the opponent, growing desperate, charges again, trying to end the fight quickly. With calculated precision, Ghislain strikes, delivering a critical blow that seems to leave the opponent vulnerable. The opponent's body collapses to the ground, their defeat imminent. As the defeated figure stares up at Ghislain, Ghislain delivers a cold remark, acknowledging their hasty decision. The opponent is on the verge of defeat, as Ghislain's blade comes down, ready for the final strike. In a flash, Ghislain's sword finds its mark, sealing the fate of his opponent in one swift motion. Ghislain's opponent charges with fierce determination, aiming to land a decisive strike. The tension rises as the battle escalates. Ghislain maneuvers quickly, confident that a single strike is all it will take to end the fight. He positions himself to deliver that strike, anticipating his opponent's next move with precise calculation. The opponent's movements grow erratic, pushing Ghislain to his limits. He notices the subtle shift in tactics. Ghislain deflects the incoming attack, realizing that the irregular movement caught the blade off guard. The realization dawns on him. His opponent is desperately trying to change the course of the battle by exploiting the moment. Ghislain, impressed, acknowledges the opponent's resolve, noting that pushing beyond their limits is common at this stage of life and death. But Ghislain remains unshaken, confident in his mastery of the fight. His opponent, however, finds their efforts futile, as Ghislain prepares to strike with finality. With cold precision, Ghislain lands the strike, his opponent's hopes dashed. Ghislain delivers a final blow, declaring his superiority over his opponent's flawed strategy. The opponent stumbles, realizing they have made a fatal mistake. In the final moments, Ghislain offers a grim question. Any last words? The opponent, exhausted and bloodied, struggles to respond. With a twist of his blade, Ghislain seals his victory, leaving his opponent with no more chances. As Ghislain stands poised for the next move, his opponent seems to falter, a look of uncertainty passing across his face. Ghislain wonders if the attack earlier was a mistake, sensing a shift in his adversary's resolve. The enemy contemplates his next move, but hesitates, realizing he may have underestimated Ghislain's true strength. Suddenly, a new force appears on the battlefield, drawing Ghislain's attention. The ground shakes as an ominous presence looms ahead. A figure stands in the distance, and Ghislain questions the meaning of this new turn of events. Sensing a deeper plot unfolding, Ghislain focuses his gaze, preparing himself for whatever this new threat may bring. Still unsure of its full intent, the figure now clearly reveals their magical power, the intensity rising as a large magical circle forms in the air. Ghislain's thoughts race, realizing that this display of power could tip the balance of the battle. With growing tension, Ghislain braces for the inevitable clash, anticipating the magic's destructive potential. The figure begins the incantation, their magic unleashing a torrent of energy that sends shockwaves across the battlefield. Ghislain feels the full force of the magic bearing down on him, but his resolve remains unshaken as he prepares for his counterattack. A moment of silence follows as the magic's power gathers, ready to strike with overwhelming force. With a shout, the magic is released, a massive wave of fire and energy cascading toward Ghislain. The sheer magnitude of the attack lights up the sky, the ground beneath shaking from the explosion's force. As the smoke clears, Ghislain stands resolute, his will unbroken as he faces the aftermath of the devastation. The massive explosion fills the air, the firestorm lighting up the battlefield. Ghislain stands firm amidst the chaos, unshaken by the destructive force. His allies and enemies alike are caught in the blast, their movements halted as they struggle to deal with the heat and smoke. The devastation is clear, and Ghislain watches quietly, calculating the next move, his expression unfazed. One of the soldiers screams in agony, feeling the heat of the blast, while others begin to panic and retreat. The enemy commander orders a retreat, recognizing that the battle is quickly turning in Ghislain's favor. The remaining forces scramble to escape, but Ghislain remains focused, his eyes on the battlefield. Ghislain sees through the smoke, realizing his enemies are scattering. He prepares to strike, his mind already working on how to finish the battle quickly. A commanding figure calls for the retreat to be halted, determination etched across his face. The retreating forces regroup, but they are clearly shaken. The figure leading the retreat, frustrated by the turn of events, speaks with his soldiers, expressing his irritation. Ghislain watches closely, calculating his next move to ensure victory. A new strategy unfolds as the commander issues orders, signaling a regrouping of the forces. Ghislain reflects on the enemy's moves, realizing they may have fallen into his trap. He prepares to strike back with full force, knowing the battle is far from over. A new figure appears on the battlefield, towering and imposing. His presence immediately commands attention as he steps forward through the smoke and flames. Ghislain's expression shifts, recognizing the figure as the commander of the enemy forces. His name echoes in the air. Adon. Adon taunts Ghislain, declaring that the main force and his army are already doomed. Confident in his dominance, Adon swings his massive weapon with a menacing roar, demanding that Ghislain surrender. But Ghislain only smirks, unfazed by the threat, as flames rise around them, turning the battlefield into a hellish scene. Ghislain readies his sword, completely undeterred, as his opponent continues to taunt him. Adon's battle cry is cut short as Ghislain launches his own attack, the speed and precision of his strike shocking his opponent. Ghislain's sword flashes through the air, cutting down his enemy's forces. Adon looks on surprised, as Ghislain declares the war is far from over. A fiery battlefield is seen as the clash of armies intensifies. Soldiers scream in panic, trying to escape the oncoming flames. Chaos erupts as a leader orders his troops to fight back against the encroaching fire, declaring it a critical moment to turn the tide of the war. The battle becomes fiercer, with troops struggling to maintain control amidst the burning chaos. Ghislain, riding on horseback, is quickly approached by a worried ally, who asks if he is injured from the chaos. Ghislain reassures his ally that he is unharmed, despite the fierce fighting around them. The two continue their ride through the battlefield, preparing for the next phase of their strategy. As Gislan and his ally discuss their daring plan, they realize how narrowly they avoided disaster in their previous attack. They reflect on the risk they took with their strategy, but acknowledge its success, despite the danger. Gislan's ally warns him never to attempt such a risky move again, though both are aware of the war's high stakes. Amidst the ongoing battle, Gislan looks for a missing ally, Gillian, whose whereabouts remain unknown. As they search, the battlefield continues to rage with no signs of slowing down. Gislan's focus sharpens as the urgency to locate Gillian becomes apparent in the midst of chaos. Gillian is found, surrounded by enemies. He appears to be in danger, with forces closing in on him. Gislan leaps into action, charging toward Gillian, with his weapon drawn, determined to protect him. The battle grows more intense as Gislan's momentum carries him forward, unstoppable in his pursuit to save his ally. Gislan clashes with a fierce enemy, his weapon moving with lightning speed, matching the strength of his opponent. The force of their battle is immense, with the enemy struggling to keep up with Gislan's overwhelming speed and strength. The enemy is clearly on the defensive, realizing the fatal difference in their abilities as they attempt to recover from the impact. Gislan's opponent grows increasingly frustrated, calling him a disgusting mercenary for his relentless pursuit. The enemy swings their weapon, but Gislan remains composed, swiftly dodging the blow. With a calculated strike, Gislan prepares to land a decisive blow, showing his dominance in the fight. Gislan's opponent, wounded, realizes their mistake of attacking him after exhausting their strength against others. The enemy acknowledges Gislan's precision, noting that only one other opponent, Adon, had ever received such a blow. Gislan speaks with a chilling calmness, mocking his opponent's strategy while tightening his grip on victory. The battle reaches a climax as Gislan moves in for the final strike, his opponent barely standing. Gislan's focus sharpens, his movements quick and lethal as he prepares to deliver the final blow. With a sharp strike, Gislan defeats his opponent, leaving nothing but devastation in his wake. Gislan stands victorious, bloodied but unyielding. As the dust settles around him, the battlefield is silent for a moment, the echoes of the fight lingering in the air. A moment of finality follows, as Gislan gazes forward, ready for whatever comes next in the war. A mysterious figure steps into the battlefield, and Gislan immediately turns, sensing the presence of the newcomer. The figure reveals themselves, and Gislan's gaze hardens as he recognizes the individual, who calls out to him. The atmosphere grows tense as the two stare each other down, preparing for what is to come. The battle escalates as the figure swings an enormous weapon toward Gislan with brutal force. Gislan dodges the attack effortlessly, his movements swift and precise, his battle instincts at their peak. The figure, frustrated, readies for another strike, their weapon raised high as they prepare to challenge Gislan further. As the figure's strike connects with the ground, the force creates a massive shockwave, sending dust and debris flying. Gislan stands tall, determined, as the power of the strike does little to slow him down. The figure's stance shifts, recognizing the intensity of Gislan's resolve, ready for the next exchange. Gislan's armor flares with dark energy as he channels his strength for the next assault. A purple light bursts from his core as his power intensifies, signaling the unleashing of a new level of combat ability. The battle reaches a turning point as Gislan's power surges forward, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. The two combatants clash once more, their movements fast and furious, each strike threatening to overwhelm the other. The figure's weapon crashes into Gislan's, the force sending shockwaves through the battlefield. Gislan counters with a brutal move, leaving his opponent struggling to defend against the overwhelming power he commands. The intense battle continues as Gislan dodges a powerful blow from his opponent. The clash of weapons echoes through the air. With a swift counter, Gislan strikes back, landing a blow that sends his opponent stumbling backward. The enemy, now visibly injured, stumbles, but their resolve remains strong as they prepare for another attack. The figure retaliates with a heavy swing, trying to land a decisive blow. But Gislan's reflexes keep him one step ahead. Gislan sidesteps and counters, launching a devastating strike that forces the opponent to the ground. The opponent struggles to rise, realizing they are in danger of being overwhelmed by Gislan's relentless attacks. Gislan's opponent, desperate, reflects on the power and strategy Gislan has demonstrated in battle, realizing how hard it is to predict his next move. The opponent begins to question how such a powerful individual could be hidden in plain sight, pondering the connection to a greater force. Gislan, cold and calculating, acknowledges the uncertainty in his opponent's mind, hinting that he knows everything about the forces behind them. The opponent, struggling to grasp the full scope of Gislan's power, attempts to launch a final attack, their resolve wavering. Gislan, unwavering, meets the attack head, on, the sheer force of his response overwhelming the opponent. With a decisive motion, Ghislain strikes, forcing the opponent to confront their defeat. The battle seems over as Ghislain's opponent falls, their last words revealing a hidden allegiance to a powerful faction. The enemy reveals their identity as the hidden joker of Count Desmond's faction, surprising Ghislain with the revelation. Ghislain's eyes narrow as he takes in the information, preparing for the next stage of the war. As the battle rages on, Ghislain faces his opponent's intense aggression. The enemy strikes with fury, unwilling to be outmaneuvered. Ghislain narrowly avoids the attack, moving with precision, knowing his opponent is desperate to end the fight. The enemy, now enraged, warns Ghislain not to think he would fall for cheap tricks, preparing for another offensive. The battle becomes a contest of wills as both combatants strike fiercely. Ghislain counters with a precise attack, forcing his enemy to retreat. The enemy's weapon clashes against Ghislain's, but the force of the blow is too much to handle, and the enemy stumbles. Ghislain seizes the moment, delivering a critical blow that brings the battle to its most intense point. The intensity of the fight escalates as the enemy makes a final attempt to overpower Ghislain. Ghislain, showing no sign of hesitation, counters with a devastating attack, his movements flawless in the heat of battle. As his opponent struggles to keep up, Ghislain's grip on victory becomes clearer, his strength unmatched. Ghislain stands victorious, his opponent on the ground, bloodied and unable to fight back. The enemy defeated, reveals their true identity, the hidden joker, from Count Desmond's faction. Ghislain listens intently, processing the revelation, his expression hardening as he prepares for what's to come next. Ghislain readies himself, reflecting on the enemy's words, and preparing for the next chapter in the war. The flames of the battlefield continue to burn, but Ghislain's resolve remains unshaken as he faces the future with grim determination. The battle may have ended, but the war is far from over. Ghislain steps forward, knowing the true fight has only just begun. The mysterious figure slowly removes their helmet, revealing a familiar face. They declare themselves as the young Lord of Purdom, a title that resonates with importance. Ghislain looks up, his eyes narrowing as the name Ghislain Purdom echoes in his mind, realizing the true identity of the person before him. The battle rages on, and Ghislain stands bloodied, facing a powerful enemy who seems surprised at his resilience. His opponent questions Ghislain's survival, clearly shocked by the ongoing conflict. Ghislain coldly smiles, acknowledging the situation. He knows he's about to prove his worth once again. A confident Ghislain, now ready to face the strongest knight, challenges his foe. He's determined to show who the true victor is. He reveals his arrogance, telling his enemy he won't even question the setup of the trap. Ghislain asserts that in war, the process doesn't matter, only the victor counts, and he intends to be the one standing. In a flash of movement, Ghislain attacks, displaying his skill as he prepares to strike. His weapon clashes with the enemy's, the energy around them intensifying as the battle unfolds. Ghislain's smirk reveals his confidence. He's in control of the fight and ready to dominate. With a swift motion, Ghislain launches into another attack, his fury becoming clear. The flames around them rise, intensifying the tension as Ghislain engages his opponent in a deadly dance. His opponent struggles to match his pace, but Ghislain's ferocity is undeniable. Ghislain calls his opponent to face him, his determination unwavering. The enemies around him seem insignificant in comparison, and Ghislain charges forward with overwhelming strength. The battle reaches its peak as both warriors clash in a storm of fury, their swords colliding in the fiery chaos. Ghislain clashes with his opponent, their swords locking in a powerful strike. The force of the collision sends shockwaves through the air. The battle intensifies as their swords continue to clash, each strike ringing with power. Both warriors are unwavering, determined to defeat the other. Ghislain pushes forward, his sword cutting through the air, forcing his opponent to retreat. As they both brace for the next move, the fight escalates as Ghislain's opponent counters with a swift strike, but Ghislain remains focused, narrowly dodging the attack. In the next moment, Ghislain retaliates, landing a clean hit on his opponent, whose face contorts in pain from the strike. The opponent stumbles backward, blood trickling down his face, but he grits his teeth and prepares for another assault. Ghislain presses on, his expression cold and calculating, while his opponent struggles to regain his stance. The clash continues with both warriors locked in a brutal struggle, each blow creating sparks in the heated air. With a final decisive blow, Ghislain's sword pierces through his opponent's defenses, causing a heavy impact that sends the enemy sprawling to the ground. The battlefield grows tense as Ghislain stands victorious, his eyes locked on his fallen opponent, waiting for any signs of movement. His opponent, bloodied and beaten, attempts to rise but collapses again, unable to continue the fight. Ghislain, his face set in grim determination, prepares for the next challenge, his resolve unshaken by the battle's outcome. The scene shifts as Ghislain, now bloodied but undefeated, faces off with a new opponent who steps onto the battlefield. The tension between the two is palpable as they size each other up, ready for the next clash in this ongoing struggle. With a swift motion, the battle resumes as both warriors meet in the center of the battlefield, their swords clashing in a flurry of sparks. Ghislain and his opponent engage in another round of brutal combat, their swords clashing with powerful force, sending sparks flying in every direction. The fight becomes more intense as both combatants deliver rapid, deadly strikes, each trying to outmaneuver the other in a fierce display of skill. Ghislain presses his advantage, his blade striking with precision as his opponent is pushed back, struggling to maintain his footing. Their swords meet again, the force of the impact resonating through the battlefield. Ghislain's focused expression betrays his determination to end this battle. Ghislain's opponent grows increasingly desperate, unable to match the intensity of Ghislain's strikes as the tide turns against him. With a brutal movement, Ghislain lands a decisive blow, sending his opponent reeling, blood spilling from his wound as he stumbles backward. Ghislain stands tall, watching his opponent collapse in pain, knowing that the battle is nearly over, his victory close at hand. His opponent, bloodied and exhausted, attempts to rise, but is no match for Ghislain's overwhelming power. Ghislain surveys the battlefield, his expression cold and calculating, ready to face whatever challenge comes next. A new opponent steps forward, undeterred by the carnage that surrounds them. Ghislain shifts his focus, preparing for yet another confrontation. The two warriors lock eyes, each sizing the other up as they prepare to continue their fight, knowing this battle will test their limits. With a burst of energy, the clash begins anew, their swords slashing through the air in an explosion of strength and skill. Ghislain moves with precision, his blade cutting through the air as his opponent struggles to keep up with his relentless attacks. With each passing moment, Ghislain's opponent becomes more disoriented, unable to defend against the onslaught of powerful blows. Finally, with one final, devastating strike, Ghislain overpowers his opponent, sending them crashing to the ground in defeat. His victory is inevitable. The battlefield is in chaos as Ghislain faces an old adversary, Count Desmond. Desmond stands in his way, reminiscent of their past clash during the war. Ghislain swings his sword, remembering their previous battle. Their swords clash fiercely as he pushes forward. After a series of brutal exchanges, Ghislain manages to defeat Desmond. The sound of their blades ringing in the air fades as Ghislain emerges victorious. Ghislain surveys the aftermath, realizing the cost of time spent fighting Desmond. The battle has taken longer than expected. He looks ahead, his eyes hardening with determination. He is aware of the consequences, but the downfall of the enemy is inevitable. In his mind, Ghislain decides that no more time will be wasted. He is prepared to finish what he started. A new enemy steps forward, threatening Ghislain. His eyes lock onto the threat, his resolve unwavering. The figure raises their weapon, but Ghislain responds with swift action, prepared to bring swift death to those who stand in his way. The foe is struck down with deadly precision, their blood staining the battlefield. Ghislain's victory is clear. As the enemy leader falls, Ghislain's expression remains unchanged. His focus is fixed on the next battle. The battlefield quiets, the aftermath of the fight visible in the destruction around him. Ghislain's grip tightens on his sword. He turns his back on the fallen foes, ready for the next phase of his relentless march. With a defiant stance, Ghislain watches the battlefield burn behind him. His face bloodied but determined, shows no signs of hesitation. The destruction around him is immense, but Ghislain stands unyielding. His path forward is clear, and nothing will stop him. The fire rages, but Ghislain remains resolute, walking toward his next objective, as the flames consume everything in his wake. As Ghislain stands victorious, he hears a faint voice from the fallen foe, who asks, "Who are you?" His voice is weak, filled with confusion and defiance. Ghislain, bloodied and silent, turns to face the defeated figure. His gaze is cold, yet there's a hint of contemplation in his eyes. The dying man's final question hangs in the air as Ghislain walks away, leaving the battlefield in silence. The question will go unanswered. In the aftermath of the battle, Ghislain reflects on his name, Ghislain Peridium. The fallen enemy dismisses him as trash from the north, a fleeting judgment, despite the enemy's words. Ghislain remains unmoved. He walks away from the carnage, contemplating the satisfaction of his victory. He pauses, taking a moment to breathe in the horizon, the sun setting behind him. A sense of finality fills the air, and the battle is over. The battle rages on, with the battlefield consumed by smoke and chaos. Soldiers are seen lying defeated, their weapons scattered in the aftermath of the ongoing war. In the distance, the silhouette of a large castle stands, surrounded by soldiers preparing for the next phase of the battle. The atmosphere is heavy with anticipation. Among the chaos, a group of warriors marches forward. Ghislain leads them, his face determined, ready for what comes next. The noise of the battlefield echoes as they advance. Ghislain looks over the wreckage of the battle, his face showing weariness as he surveys the aftermath. His thoughts are interrupted by the concerned shouts of his comrades. One of his subordinates speaks with admiration, amazed at Ghislain's resilience. The men around him seem eager to follow his command, recognizing his strength. Ghislain, though tired, remains unshaken. He acknowledges the praise with a calm expression, indicating his focus is on the mission rather than his personal glory. Ghislain addresses his team, thanking them for their efforts during the battle. His expression is stern, yet appreciative as he takes stock of their progress. A fellow warrior comments on Ghislain's condition, questioning if he truly needs support despite his injuries. Ghislain dismisses the concern, showing his usual strong resolve. The group continues onward, but Ghislain's mind remains on their next goal. He inquires about a key ally, Vanessa, who is not present in the ranks. The conversation shifts to the whereabouts of Vanessa, as one of the warriors reports that she has exhausted her energy. Ghislain remains focused, not showing any sign of worry. Ghislain's thoughts are interrupted as he turns to his allies. His focus sharpens on the battle ahead, ensuring that they stay on track despite the setbacks. With a smile, Ghislain encourages his comrades to press forward. His leadership and confidence rally the team, reinforcing their resolve to continue despite the obstacles. A new voice calls out to Ghislain, acknowledging his prowess on the battlefield. The speaker, a familiar figure, offers praise for his accomplishments and expresses pride. Ghislain responds with a knowing smile, humbling himself despite the compliments. His loyalty to his allies remains unwavering, and his focus on their shared goal is clear. The scene fades as Ghislain looks ahead, ready for whatever challenges lie in the future. The bond with his comrades and his determination remain unbroken, despite the hard-fought battle. Ghislain and his allies stand together, faces bloodied but determined, acknowledging their hard-won victory in the recent battle. The ally expresses gratitude, crediting Ghislain for their success, but Ghislain downplays the praise, emphasizing their teamwork. As they stand amidst the aftermath of battle, Ghislain seems less celebratory, hinting at the larger war that lies ahead. The scene shifts to a distant view of the castle, where the people rejoice, declaring Peridium victorious, but Ghislain remains solemn. Ghislain acknowledges the victory, but his expression reveals a deeper concern, as if he knows this battle is just one step in a much longer struggle. The crowd celebrates, but Ghislain walks off, his focus already on the next phase of their campaign. Ghislain reflects on the war's toll, knowing that the end is not near, despite the apparent victory. His mind is already strategizing for what comes next. He thinks to himself about the ongoing conflict and how their efforts to win battles would not stop the greater war that still looms. Determined, Ghislain speaks with his allies, urging them to stay focused and prepared, as the war isn't over yet. As Ghislain discusses his plans, the group recognizes the urgency of maintaining momentum and securing further victories. Ghislain insists that they press forward immediately, knowing their enemies won't rest. His father, though concerned about the exhaustion of their soldiers, agrees to follow Ghislain's lead. In the midst of their conversation, Ghislain's allies agree that quick action is crucial, as they prepare for the next offensive. Despite the victory, Ghislain's thoughts remain on the next move, ensuring they won't be caught off guard. As the leaders rally their forces, Ghislain's determination is clear: the war isn't over, and they must strike again. Ghislain and his ally discuss the importance of treating Count de Garde with respect. Despite his betrayal, Ghislain checks on his companions, asking Kaor and Belinda if they are able to move after the battle. Ghislain, now on horseback, gives the order to move, signaling the start of their next mission. Ghislain and his allies ride swiftly toward de Garde's territory, the urgency of their mission clear. At the de Garde castle, chaos unfolds. The enemy is enraged by the sudden approach of Ghislain's forces. The commander blames his forces for the defeat, expressing disbelief that they lost to the forces of Peridium, and vows to respond with greater force. Back at the castle, the enemy leader argues with his underlings, frustration evident. The leader demands they act quickly, preparing a strategy to counter Ghislain's advance. He orders his men to begin making preparations immediately, with the sense of urgency heightening as he realizes the war is far from over. Inside the castle, the enemy leader harshly instructs his underlings, accusing them of poor planning. He orders them to squeeze more resources from the citizens. The subordinate, visibly distressed, tries to resist, but ultimately agrees to follow orders, fearing his master's wrath. The leader scoffs, dismissing any concerns, and demands the preparations be completed swiftly, focusing only on his own ambitions. The enemy leader, now in full command mode, angrily directs his men to continue with the preparations. The soldiers within the castle, clearly uneasy, hear the sound of approaching troops. Outside the castle, Ghislain and his forces prepare for the final push, determined to press their advantage. Inside the castle, tension builds as the enemy leader realizes that Ghislain's forces have arrived sooner than expected. The leader mutters under his breath, cursing the rapid advance of Ghislain's forces and the uncertain outcome. Despite the anxiety, the enemy leader boldly challenges Ghislain, calling him out in a defiant declaration. Ghislain, with his companions, Kaor and Belinda, enters the enemy stronghold. Ghislain demands if the surrender negotiation has been prepared, asserting control over the situation and showing no signs of hesitation. The enemy leader is taken aback, surprised to see Ghislain, the son of the Lord, in charge of the negotiations, instead of his brothers Walter. A few hours earlier, Ghislain and his companions are on horseback, traveling through the dense terrain. Their mission is unclear, but the tense atmosphere suggests an urgent task. Ghislain's subordinate expresses frustration about the Lord abandoning his soldiers, retreating back to his territory without concern for his men. Ghislain, however, dismisses it, stating the soldiers did their duty. One of Ghislain's men asks about the Lord's position, hinting at a deeper plan. Ghislain remains silent, his thoughts elsewhere, showing no sign of worry. Ghislain discusses the complex political situation with his men. He reveals that the Lord Dagard's actions are all part of a larger scheme, which complicates matters. The conversation shifts, with Ghislain mentioning his late father, whose strategies influenced his current decisions. His words leave a lasting impact on his companions. His subordinate questions his father's methods, prompting Ghislain to reflect on his past. In the present, Ghislain stands before a castle, determined. He proclaims his intent to take control of Dagard's territory. Inside the castle, a tense moment arises as an old enemy recognizes Ghislain's presence, shocked by his boldness. The confrontation escalates as Ghislain prepares for what's to come, his men close behind him. Ghislain demands answers from Count Dagard. His tone is cold and unyielding, indicating that he's prepared for the negotiations to take a different turn. Dagard reacts angrily, refusing to accept Ghislain's authority. His men begin to draw their weapons. Without hesitation, Ghislain orders his men to advance. His decisive action marks the beginning of a new phase in their mission. As chaos ensues, Ghislain faces Dagard's wrath. His calm demeanor contrasts with the intense scene unfolding. Ghislain's men move swiftly, surrounding the enemy, while he focuses on the larger objective at hand. With his command solidified, Ghislain prepares for the final confrontation, leaving no room for negotiation. Ghislain raises his weapon, declaring that death awaits anyone who dares to oppose his claims over the territory. His cold determination fills the room as his enemies realize he's serious. A man, clearly fearful, begs Ghislain not to follow through with his threat. The tension in the air grows as the man struggles to grasp the gravity of the situation. Ghislain calmly responds that those who push others into dangerous situations must be prepared to face the consequences. His steely gaze shows no hesitation. The atmosphere shifts as Ghislain's enemy realizes he's not bluffing. The sword is raised high, ready to strike, and the room reacts in shock. A desperate cry for mercy echoes through the room, as the man offers the territory to Ghislain in a last-ditch effort to save his life. The enemy's face contorts with fear as he desperately attempts to negotiate, offering up everything to avoid death. Ghislain, unfazed, calmly accepts the offer, his eyes revealing his sharp intellect and hidden motives. He knows the game is far from over. Ghislain addresses the complexity of the inheritance laws, and explains that the territory cannot simply be traded. It requires a rightful successor. The enemy's face changes as he begins to realize the full consequences of his actions, knowing he cannot escape Ghislain's control. The man pleads for time, hoping to find a solution to his predicament. He proposes that he can raise the necessary funds by taxing the citizens. Ghislain looks unimpressed, his gaze calculating, aware of the deeper manipulation at play. The enemy, defeated and fearful, submits to Ghislain's terms, realizing he has no other option. Outside, Ghislain and his men walk confidently toward the enemy castle, the future of the territory, now within their grasp. The people watch in disbelief, unaware of the power shift that is about to take place under Ghislain's command. Ghislain, standing tall, knows the challenges ahead, but is prepared to claim the power that was once out of his reach. Ghislain stands confidently, making a bold proclamation to the crowd. He presents Count Dagard's actions and explains how they have led to this moment. Claiming control over the situation, He offers the people a choice. Either they will pay reparations for the war caused by Dagard, or the territory will be absorbed into Perdum. His words strike a nerve among the citizens. A few of the citizens respond angrily, unwilling to accept responsibility for the actions of the nobles. Gislen remains calm, giving them one last chance to make a decision. A loud argument erupts among the people, some blaming the nobles while others try to reason with them. Gislen silences the chaos, offering mercy to those willing to negotiate. He stands unwavering, offering two choices: save the land and accept reparations, or let it fall under Perdum's rule. The people look around, weighing their options, knowing that the fate of their territory lies in their hands. A man lashes out, enraged by Gislen's demands. He accuses Gislen of being merciless, but Gislen doesn't flinch. In an intense moment, the man attempts to strike Gislen, but the situation quickly spirals out of control, as Gislen's men act swiftly. A bloody confrontation follows, showing just how far some are willing to go to protect their interests. Gislen looks unshaken, prepared to take what's necessary. With the violence escalating, Gislen's resolve becomes evident. Gislen stands tall, showing no mercy, as the chaotic scene unfolds around him. His men move into position, ensuring that nothing stands in their way as they advance with their mission. With the battle over, Gislen and his companions return to Castle Perdum. The war, it seems, has reached its end. Gislen reflects on the events, confident that the victory is theirs. His men discuss the future as they make their way through the castle's halls. Inside, a calm conversation follows. Gislen reveals that Count Dagard is dead. Gislen calmly explains to his advisor that sparing Count Dagard would only lead to future attacks. The risk is too high to show mercy. His advisor, concerned, argues that Dagard, who had already waged war on Perdum, could never attack again with his weakened forces. However, Gislen remains unfazed. Gislen insists that if they let him live, Dagard would surely strike again. He's resolved that eliminating the threat is the only option. Gislen reveals that Count Desmond and Rayfold were behind Dagard's earlier attack, providing troops and resources to strengthen his position. The advisor is taken aback by this information, realizing the complexity of the situation. Gislen connects the dots, explaining how Rayfold's involvement complicates matters, but assures that his control over Dagard's territory will shift the balance. Gislen maps out the strategic advantages of controlling Dagard's land, predicting how it will influence their enemies' next moves. His advisor begins to understand the plan, now seeing the full picture. Gislen prepares to act, knowing the next move is critical to their success. The advisor expresses doubt about the complications of ruling the territory. Gislen acknowledges the challenges but is confident. Gislen shows the advisor a document from Count Dagard, confirming his rightful claim to the land. The advisor is stunned, realizing that Gislen has secured the legal backing for his actions. Gislen reassures his advisor that he has everything under control. His calm confidence makes it clear that he is prepared for whatever comes next. In Sauron's Austin territory, the mood is contrastingly light-hearted, but Gislen's plans are moving forward relentlessly. A man, known as Claude, challenges his opponent with a fierce glare. He warns that playing tricks with him will lead to severe consequences. Claude stands confidently, exuding a dangerous aura. He suggests that there's no need to escalate things, but his intentions are clear. He's not one to back down. Claude maintains his calm, but his words leave no room for negotiation. His opponent, sensing the tension, knows he's facing a formidable adversary. Claude smirks as he reveals the next step of their game, urging his opponent to hurry and place his bet. The stakes are high, and the game is just beginning. In a grand hall, Gislen stands before a gathered crowd. He is being honored for his contributions after a long and grueling war. The formal ceremony is filled with solemnity and respect. The king, or another high-ranking noble, grants Gislen the title of Baron of Fenris, acknowledging his leadership and bravery. The atmosphere is filled with a sense of triumph and recognition. The crowd cheers loudly, celebrating Gislen's new title and status. Gislen, though outwardly composed, internally reflects on how much this moment means. After the hardships of war, the scene shifts to an earlier time, where Gislen is discussing strategies with his men. A map of the surrounding territories lies before him, detailing areas of conflict and resources. Gislen speaks with authority, explaining his approach to securing and managing these lands. His subordinates listen attentively, acknowledging his strategic mind. One subordinate questions the choices made, but Gislen calmly answers, showing his calculated approach and determination to succeed in this post-war era. Gislen continues his conversation, discussing the financial toll the war has taken on their territories. He hints at creative solutions for regaining stability. The conversation turns to how they can leverage their resources, with Ghislain offering practical solutions to their dire situation. His subordinates react with disbelief and hesitation, but Ghislain reassures them, confident that his plans will come to fruition. Back to the present, Ghislain is greeted by a cheerful figure, a close ally. Their lively interaction contrasts with the weight of his decisions. The ally remarks on Ghislain's transformation into a powerful lord, realizing that his once uncertain young master has now become a formidable leader. Ghislain's ally jokes about his newfound ruthlessness, while Ghislain responds with a calm demeanor, acknowledging the change that has come with his new title. Ghislain is approached by Elena, his sister. The two share a moment of recognition as she calls him brother. Elena teasingly questions Ghislain's transformation, wondering if she should now refer to him as a lord, showing the playful sibling dynamic. Ghislain, unfazed, brushes off the teasing, allowing the moment of light-heartedness amidst his growing responsibilities as a new lord. Ghislain is confronted with Rachel, who has seemingly recovered. She greets him nervously, showing a mix of gratitude and unease. Ghislain asks Rachel when she started associating with Elena, showing a mix of surprise and concern. He offers advice to be careful with her. Rachel promises to be cautious, and Ghislain moves on, giving her a light warning about Elena's volatile nature. Ghislain acknowledges Rachel's full recovery, praising her progress. He then addresses his troops, signaling a shift in focus. He announces his new title as the Lord of Fenris, preparing his men for future changes. The room listens in stunned silence as they process the news. With a clear plan in mind, Ghislain outlines his new strategy. Fenris will be the new base of operations, marking a significant change in their mission. Ghislain lays out his intentions to hire the mercenaries as a permanent private army. His proposal sparks interest among his followers. He continues, explaining how their past actions have earned them positions as knights, elevating their roles and responsibilities. Questions arise about the costs, but Ghislain remains firm, highlighting the need for resources to make such an endeavor possible. The scene shifts as Ghislain speaks with Gillian, giving him a task to lead the people to Fenris in preparation for the new base's establishment. Gillian expresses concerns about Ghislain not accompanying them, but Ghislain has other priorities and assures him that he'll meet them later. A brief moment of introspection follows, with Ghislain contemplating the poor state of Fenris post war and his plan to address it. Gillian, trusted deeply by Ghislain, is tasked with the responsibility of leading the troops. Ghislain entrusts him with the heavy weight of this mission. Gillian, though loyal, looks to Ghislain with respect, accepting the mission without question. The trust between the two men is clear, marking another milestone in their journey as they prepare for the next phase of their conquest. Ghislain prepares for his departure, giving Gillian and his group instructions. Belinda and Kaor are surprised by the mention of an overseas trip. The group reacts, wondering if they'll get a break now that the war is over, but Ghislain firmly states their mission isn't related to games or entertainment. Back in the Magic Tower, the focus shifts to a female character who is nervously preparing for something. Her companion, unsure of her actions, questions what she intends to do. She insists that her goal is to improve her magical abilities, though the others seem puzzled by her methods. The scene shifts to a more casual tone as Ghislain walks in, greeted by a familiar group. They are energetic, clearly relieved after the recent battles. Ghislain receives praise for his leadership and the way he handled the war. Despite the compliments, Ghislain gives credit to his team, acknowledging their contributions. Alfoy enters the scene with a question about the Magic Tower. Alfoy, taken aback by the suggestion, seems unsure, but is willing to follow Ghislain's orders. Ghislain looks serious, discussing the future moves. The group arrives in Austin, a bustling gambling hub in the Seiron Kingdom. The lively atmosphere of the gambling house contrasts sharply with the tense journey they've just completed. Ghislain, unfazed by the distractions around him, reminds Kaor and Alfoy to stay on task. A man with red hair smirks, holding up a strange object, challenging the others about how to make use of it. He grins as he teases his companion for not understanding the real workings of the world, showing off his knowledge in a mocking tone. The red-haired man assures his companions that he'll show them how it is done, confident in his own abilities. The scene shifts to a conversation between a well-dressed man and a woman, discussing a certain individual's circumstances in a gambling house. The man explains that he is not here for fun, but to find someone to appoint as the steward of the territory, despite the unusual location. The woman expresses her disbelief, but the man reassures her that the individual he is looking for is reliable, despite his unconventional background. An intense moment occurs where the situation escalates as someone is caught trying to cheat. The cheater is confronted and accused of switching a die, with the tension building in the room as accusations fly. The man who was tricked demands retribution, ordering the cheater to be punished for his deceitful actions. The situation continues to heat up as one of the cheaters denies any wrongdoing, but the confrontational figure is not convinced. The confrontation escalates further, with a hint of violence in the air as they argue over the truth of the cheating incident. The man who was tricked, now satisfied with his accusation, remarks on the difficulty of understanding each other fully, hinting at the complexity of the situation. The action intensifies as one man is held down, awaiting punishment for his misdeeds, and the tension in the room is palpable. A new figure enters, observing the drama unfolding, seemingly intrigued by the chaos. The newcomer smirks, enjoying the unfolding scene, and prepares to join the fray, suggesting that things are about to take a new turn. The tension escalates as one of the men is about to strike, but a new figure intervenes, catching everyone off guard. The man with glasses, shocked by the sudden intervention, asks the newcomer who he is, still struggling to comprehend the situation. The newcomer, standing confidently, introduces himself as Gislin Fenris, a baron from the Luthania kingdom, asserting his authority over the scene. A noble from another country stirs trouble in the Kraken gambling house, facing hostile guards. A bouncer intervenes, telling the noble to stop causing a scene. The bouncer greets the noble, warning him not to cause further disruptions. Claude, the noble, explains he's looking for someone in the gambling house. Belinda, standing beside him, responds coldly, disapproving of the situation. Claude remains determined and focused on his goal. Claude announces his intention to take someone with him. The dice are rolled, with everyone watching for the outcome. Claude wins the game, taking home a substantial victory. Claude reflects on his unexpected success in the gambling game. He realizes he has made more in a short time than from selling magic scrolls. People react to his victory as Claude remains composed. Claude faces accusations of cheating. The room becomes tense as the accusations grow. Claude accepts the consequences of his actions. Claude's earlier gambling victory has caught up with him. The man explains that the dice are thoroughly checked, making it impossible for cheating tools to enter the game. Claude, unfazed, calmly listens to the accusations, but offers no response as the tension rises in the room. As the accusations continue, the conversation shifts to Claude's questionable source of wealth. A bouncer comments on the nature of swindlers, making a remark about not trusting anything Claude says. Claude is called out on his behavior, yet he remains unflustered, implying he has other plans in mind. The bouncer warns that this gambling house belongs to Baron Austin, and any scandal could lead to a diplomatic dispute. Claude remains confident and refuses to back down, insisting that it feels as if his money was stolen. Claude proposes a challenge. If he wins, he gets back the money. But if he loses, he will risk his entire fortune. The challenge begins as the game is set. Claude stakes everything with determination, while others wonder how far he's willing to go. The dice roll, and the game intensifies as the stakes are raised even higher. Claude, ever the risk-taker, stares down his opponent, aware of the dangerous consequences at play. The dice rolls are not what they seem. Claude finds himself backed into a corner, facing a challenge far greater than he anticipated. Suddenly, someone speaks up in support of Claude, but his motivations remain unclear. Claude, puzzled by this sudden turn of events, asks who this mysterious figure is, while his new ally calmly states they need him. Gislin entered the gambling house, drawing attention as Crank mocked his confidence before the crowd. Crank explained the simple rules, declaring that the lowest roll would decide the winner. As spectators gathered, excitement grew at the rare sight of someone challenging the notorious drifter Crank. Crank boasted about nobles struggling with complicated games while shaking the cup with practiced ease. Gislin calmly signaled his readiness, maintaining an expression that unsettled several onlookers. Crank accepted his impatience, preparing the coin toss to determine who would roll first. Gislin called heads while Crank chose tails, the coin spinning rapidly between them. The coin landed on tails, granting Crank the first turn and boosting his confidence. Crank grinned as he lifted the cup, preparing for what he assumed was an easy victory. Crank shook the dice aggressively, drawing murmurs from the audience at his exaggerated motions. Gislin watched silently as the dice rolled, ignoring the crowd's loud reactions. When the cup lifted, the dice revealed a single point, surprising even Crank himself. The room erupted, many declaring the match effectively over with Crank's strong opening roll. Spectators questioned why Gislin would challenge such a feared opponent, despite rising concern around him. Gislin remained composed, leaving others uncertain of his intentions. Gislin dismissed Crank's early celebration, noting how quickly the game seemed to be ending. He silenced the gambler sharply, warning him that arrogance outpaced his actual strength. Crank faltered as the crowd watched, assuming Gislin's calmness was nothing more than bluffing. Crank reassured himself internally, believing Gislin's confidence was meaningless against his hidden cheating tools. He relied on a special bottom-opening cup and a weighted dice concealed between his fingers. Crank shook the cup, convinced he would remain undetected as he swapped the dice mid-motion. Ghislain prepared his own move, channeling power subtly while the room focused on Crank energy rippled around him, drawing silent concern from his companions behind the table. He restated the rule calmly, placing the cup down as everyone waited for his result. Ghislain revealed a score of 0, shocking the room and leaving Crank speechless. The dice crumbled into powder, prompting chaos as gamblers questioned the impossible result. Crank accused him of cheating, lunging forward in frustration as disbelief spread through the crowd. Ghislain countered by exposing a second dice hidden in Crank's hand during the struggle. The crowd realized the truth. Recognizing the weighted dice as proof of prolonged deception, Ghislain reminded Crank of his own vow to play fairly, leaving the gambler cornered and humiliated. Crank panicked after being exposed, demanding to know how Ghislain saw through every hidden trick. Desperation overtook him as he drew a concealed blade, lunging forward with reckless force. The sudden attack shocked the bystanders, leaving Ghislain's allies frozen as violence erupted. Ghislain met the assault calmly, stating that Crank should have admitted his deception from the beginning. He warned that a thug pretending to be civilized held no credibility, further agitating Crank's men. Crank denied everything, yet still ordered his subordinates to attack, forcing Ghislain into unavoidable confrontation. Ghislain's eyes narrowed as he assessed the room, tension rising with hostile mercenaries drawing blades. In a flash he charged forward, striking two enemies simultaneously with swift, calculated force. With a powerful leap, he launched over the group, flipping behind them and causing confusion. One man raised his weapon, but panic filled his face as Ghislain closed the distance. Dodging with finesse, Ghislain flipped and kicked the attacker across the floor with brutal precision. Another thug lunged, but Ghislain grabbed and disarmed him, slamming him hard against the wooden floor. Crank, the gang leader, froze in shock as a blade was pressed against his neck. His men panicked, but Ghislain's grip remained firm, warning them with deadly silence. As tension spiked, a red-haired ally stepped in, reminding them they had chosen the wrong opponent. Belinda questioned Ghislain, who firmly stated he'd take all the money and Claude with him. He exposed Crank's failed scheme, threatening the gambling house's reputation and the Baron's business. With evidence clear, Ghislain's warning cut deep. Trust had already been broken. Crank trembled, knowing resistance was useless after Ghislain's ruthless display. His confidence shattered, he barely muttered surrender as the blade remained at his throat. Ghislain turned calmly. "Let's go, Claude." The confrontation ended without further bloodshed. As Ghislain turned, he noticed Claude missing. The man had silently fled the room. Realization struck Claude had taken both the winnings and vanished into the rainy night. Belinda reported Claude's betrayal, confirming he'd stolen the money and likely escaped to another gambling house. Ghislain stopped them from searching, stating confidently that he already knew Claude's destination. Claude fled on horseback, relieved at escaping danger with money clutched under his cloak. Despite Ghislain's help, Claude felt no guilt. His mind focused only on his own goals. A year earlier, Claude had discovered a method to beat gambling odds and restore his life. He showed Anna the formula, dreaming of a better future beyond their ruined home. Before he could finish, two enforcers burst in, threatening to ruin their fragile peace. Anna begged Claude to stop gambling, placing her hand on his, and pleading for reason. Claude listened in silence, guilt weighing heavily as Anna expressed forgiveness and understanding. Breaking down, Claude admitted fault, ashamed of what his desperation had caused. Rain poured as Claude confessed it was his reckless youth that betrayed his mentor. Anna, daughter of a royal scholar, was labeled a traitor and prisoner for harboring him. She was taken away, Claude powerless to stop the consequences he had set in motion. Claude collapsed beside Anna, bloodied and desperate, helpless to change what had happened. A noble appeared, giving Claude 1 year to bring 2,000 gold in exchange for Anna's life, though she was marked for death. The noble offered release if the ransom was paid in full. Driven by guilt, Claude clenched his fist, promising to rescue Anna no matter the cost. He stared at Castle Austin, determined to challenge the power holding her captive. Inside, Baron Austin dismissed prisoners who couldn't pay, deeming them unworthy of survival. Baron Austin ordered executions for all unpaid ransoms, indifferent to their lives. His knight reminded him the year was nearly over for one particular prisoner. Austin smirked at the mention of the traitor's daughter, showing no interest in her fate. Plans to use Anna were scrapped. Austin preferred execution without alerting Claude. If Claude showed up with gold, Austin intended to kill him afterward. Anyway, he laughed coldly, believing no one would care about a dead gambler's fate. Suddenly, a servant rushed in. Claude had arrived with the ransom. Baron Austin's eyes widened in shock as the door burst open. Claude stood firm, declaring he had brought 2,000 gold to buy Anna's freedom. Claude stood firm and begged for Anna's release, laying the gold down before the Baron. Baron Austin inspected the coins carefully, confirming the gold was real and intact. Suspicious. Austin questioned the source. Claude claimed he won it in a bet. Without warning, Austin ordered Claude's imprisonment, despite the ransom being paid. Claude resisted in shock, confused by the betrayal after fulfilling his end of the deal. Dragged away by guards, he shouted in vain, demanding the Baron honor his promise. Austin claimed the money's origin was questionable and stalled for time to consult Crank. He warned Claude that until things were cleared, prison was the only option. While Claude fumed, Austin mocked the situation. Astonished, a mere gambler raised the full ransom. Claude screamed Austin's name in fury as he was forced through the hall. The guards froze. Another presence interrupted, shaking the air with authority. Baron Austin turned, startled, as footsteps approached with calm, deliberate confidence. Claude, defeated, looked up and recognized the figure approaching. It was Ghislain, offering silent reassurance with a firm grip on Claude's shoulder. Ghislain greeted the Baron coldly, ready to settle the matter. His presence changed everything. Ghislain declared his identity: Baron of Lithuania, stepping forward with commanding presence and sharp authority. Behind him, his escorts forced Crank to kneel before Baron Austin, the room frozen in tension. Austin panicked at the sight of Crank, realizing the situation had turned beyond his control. Ghislain calmly sat, crossing his legs and demanding tea, asserting dominance with effortless confidence. Ghislain enters confidently, kicking the door open, drawing immediate attention in the noble's hall. He drops into a chair, casually demanding tea, ignoring the formal atmosphere around him. A noble reacts angrily, ordering Ghislain to show respect, but is silenced when Ghislain's guard strikes down one of the armored men. One of Ghislain's companions steps in, warning the guard that this matter is beyond his rank. The noble protests the use of violence, ordering guards to remove the intruder. Ghislain calmly responds that he didn't come to fight, only to demand compensation. Ghislain clarifies his purpose with a firm expression, shocking everyone in the room. The hall becomes tense as his allies surround the confused noble and his men. Belinda tosses a man to the ground, confirming they've captured the guilty party. A large man accuses the gambling house manager of cheating and stealing their savings. The accused denies it loudly, but is quickly shut down by Belinda. The noble is visibly disturbed by the public confrontation unfolding in his hall. The Baron tries to dismiss the issue, suggesting Ghislain take it to court. Ghislain insists that the noble is involved, refusing to be brushed off. The Baron angrily demands an explanation, unaware of the storm Ghislain is bringing. Ghislain calmly explains that the noble's gambling house is central to his income, hinting at its reputation among aristocrats. He warns that rumors of cheating will ruin the noble's credibility with the upper class. With a cold stare, Ghislain declares that once word spreads, the situation will escalate quickly. The noble accuses Ghislain of blackmail, anger rising as he clutches a bag of coin. Ghislain demands twice the lost amount and insists on the release of Anna Arceus. He offers to overlook the incident entirely if the demands are met. The noble feigns understanding but suddenly turns furious, shouting at Claude in betrayal. He exposes Claude's connection to the woman marked for execution. As tension builds, the guards begin to surround Ghislain's group. Claude prepares to defend, warning the noble not to interfere any further. The noble, pushed to desperation, screams his intent to erase them all. With a roar, he orders his knights to attack. One of the guards lunges at Ghislain, blades drawn in a frenzy. A fierce clash erupts. Ghislain counters with precision and strength. The noble screams in agony, his power slipping as chaos fills the hall. As the soldiers charge, Ghislain's group retaliates. Claude and Belinda quickly join the fight. Ghislain instructs Belinda not to kill anyone, and she reluctantly agrees to hold back. The room erupts into a chaotic brawl, with Claude skillfully subduing enemies with blunt force. Belinda moves with precision, evading blades and disabling opponents efficiently. She takes down multiple knights alone, while Ghislain defends against incoming attacks. With calculated strikes, Ghislain overwhelms his opponents, forcing them back. Ghislain continues his assault, incapacitating more guards with sharp counters. The tide of battle turns fully in Ghislain's favor as enemies fall one by one. Claude stands stunned by the fierce defense. Questioning Ghislain's motives, Claude, shaken, asks why Ghislain would go so far for him. Flashes of battle pass, but Ghislain's answer is simple and firm. He tells Claude he's helping because someone needs him, offering silent support. Claude reflects bitterly, convinced that kindness always comes with a reason. The aftermath of the fight shows fallen guards scattered across the hall. Ghislain declares he's taking both the money and Anna, daring anyone to stop him. Claude, moved by Ghislain's gesture, accepts his help without pride, acknowledging the sincerity. Standing together, Claude warns Baron Austin to come to Fenris if he seeks revenge. With confidence, Claude promises to treat him like a guest better than regretting it later. A peaceful montage follows as the group departs, showing castles, forests, and distant roads. The serene journey suggests a return to calm after chaos. The party travels by wagon, moving toward a new destination. Claude wonders aloud why Ghislain won't stay with Anna after all they did. He admits he caused Anna pain, and believes she'll be better off at home. Ghislain internally recalls a battlefield promise, and feels his debt to Claude is repaid. With a light heart, Ghislain declares he finally feels free from past burdens. He jokes about conquering the next land they see. Claude, confused, reacts as Ghislain shifts the conversation unexpectedly. Claude mocks the humble countryside, thinking Ghislain must be wealthier than he appears. Realizing the truth, Claude is stunned to learn this poor land is Ghislain's. Embarrassed and panicked, Claude clings to Ghislain as they continue their journey. While riding together, Ghislain proudly shows Claude the vast land of Fenris, now under his rule. Claude jokes, attempting to distance himself, but Ghislain teases that it is already too late. Far away, a shadowy figure sits in a glowing chamber, sensing a shift in power and naming. Fenris is ominously. The mysterious man reveals his knowledge of Ghislain, glaring with sharp golden eyes in the purple-lit room. Calling his name with disdain, he signals that Ghislain's presence has disrupted their plans. Fenris Castle stands tall after being reclaimed. Ghislain now holds control of the territory. Belinda and Ghislain's core team arrive, gathering with other key figures from the region. Inside the hall, soldiers and officials assemble, as Ghislain prepares to address them. Ghislain opens the meeting, acknowledging the recent liberation from Dagard's rule. With determination, he instructs everyone to begin rebuilding the territory. He delegates Claude to lead administration, and immediately starts reorganizing the population. Claude takes notes as Ghislain details the need for a full census and food supply plan. They walk through damaged farmland, planning to revive the soil with monster remains. Ghislain orders full infrastructure replacement, including sewers and resource warehouses. Overwhelmed, Claude is shocked by the number of responsibilities assigned to him. Ghislain calmly encourages him to grow into the role and hire help if needed. Claude panics and attempts to escape the overwhelming task. Ghislain calls out to Wendy as Claude bolts for the door. Wendy quickly intercepts Claude with a precise strike. She throws him down, forcing him to face his duties. Wendy introduces herself to Claude as his new bodyguard under Belinda's orders. Claude screams in frustration, overwhelmed by everything. Ghislain reminds himself that in the beginning, this kind of resistance was expected. Ghislain walks with his retainers, reflecting on the duty of nobles to protect their people. The suffering of the commoners is visible. Poverty has drained their will to work. Starvation has worsened the situation, forcing Ghislain to act swiftly. Without intervention, the nobles will become more isolated from the people. Ghislain recognizes the need to solve basic issues to rebuild the territory. He is shocked to find the funds available are not enough to support his plans. In a meeting, Ghislain warns the others about rapidly shrinking finances. They consider mining more runestones, but realize they can't depend solely on that. Ghislain insists they need a stable and renewable source of income. Claude suddenly bursts in, claiming to have a solution. He confidently suggests building a casino as the best plan. Belinda and Wendy immediately prepare to silence him again. Ghislain rejects the casino idea, insisting the team focus on rebuilding through farming. He explains that without a stable base, crime and chaos will rise uncontrollably. Claude complains that importing food isn't sustainable, and no one else wants to farm. Ghislain takes responsibility for solving the food problem, leaving Claude stunned. He commands the others to follow his orders, determined to make the land productive. Despite Claude's doubts, Ghislain proposes a wager to prove the land can yield crops. 3 months later, the once barren land has turned green and fertile. Claude and others are in disbelief, witnessing golden fields swaying in the wind. Farmers joyfully harvest, amazed by the miracle crop growth on previously dead soil. Claude asks how Ghislain made it possible. Ghislain explains the process using powdered blood python bones and enhanced rye seeds. The magic sigil accelerated crop growth and made the process sustainable. Ghislain reveals he didn't invent the technique, it's from future knowledge. Despite controversy, the results silence doubts due to its overwhelming success. With a smirk, Ghislain reflects that the source of the idea doesn't matter, only the outcome does. The villagers cheer, placing full trust in Ghislain, now that their hunger is over. As Claude and his companion attempt to leave quietly, Ghislain stops them. He reminds them of the wager and says it's time to sign their contracts. Ghislain explains the bet: freedom and gold. If they won, servitude if they lost. Know that he's won, they must serve unpaid for 10 years as promised. With no choice, the two men laugh nervously, accepting their loss. The first harvest ends, bringing stability and freedom to use runestones for other projects. Ghislain proposes establishing a local branch of the Magic Tower. The Tower Master is shocked, recalling the explosive tactics Ghislain used in war. Ghislain insists if the territory is attacked again, more runestones will be sacrificed. He urges expanding the mage workforce to strengthen the territory. Mages begin contributing to large-scale projects like housing and infrastructure. The Flame Magic Tower's Fenris branch accelerates construction significantly. Despite some mage complaints, issues are handled peacefully. With efficient mage labor, Fenris quickly regains its functionality, but a new challenge looms. Claude rushes in with urgent news that a rebellion has erupted in Rayfold. Countess Amelia Rayfold, backed by her forces, is revealed to be leading the revolt. Ghislain realizes his interference accelerated events, pulling Duke Delphin's forces into motion. Determined, Ghislain states that his war is far from over. He prepares his forces knowing the political landscape has shifted drastically. With Amelia in charge of Rayfold, Ghislain decides to head for the capital. In the capital city Cardinia, an ominous secret facility lies hidden. Inside, blood stains the floors and walls, a sign of brutal events. A shadowy figure stirs in the darkness, their blood-soaked hand twitching. The prisoner sits alone, surrounded by ruin, the light barely touching them. In complete despair, the masked captive mutters a chilling phrase, "I want to die." A large hawk descends from the sky, its feathers drifting downward. The hawk flies above a vast walled city with an octagonal layout. On the streets below, merchants and guards fill the bustling capital of Cardinia. Ghislain and his group arrive on horseback, gazing at the grand city. His men compare Cardinia to other territories, amazed by its scale and market diversity. One companion expresses dislike for the city, revealing tension beneath the admiration. Ghislain coldly states he wants to tear it down, bothered by its prideful image. His companions are confused, while one woman calmly accepts his opinion. Ghislain reflects silently, revealing he may carry resentment from a past life. Facing Cardinia again, Ghislain recalls how it was once seen as invincible. He remembers attacking it in the past, driven by revenge, and dying there. Ghislain regrets acting alone and turning allies into enemies during that failure. Preparing for a new journey, Ghislain speaks with his father before departing. He assigns trusted men to manage Fenris in his absence and ensures food supplies. Despite concerns about Rayfold's threat, Ghislain insists on moving toward the capital. While riding, Ghislain acknowledges that a joint attack from Desmond and Rayfold would be disastrous. He strikes down a messenger bird mid-flight, showing alertness to incoming threats. He explains that Amelia, newly in power, will need time to stabilize, which they must use to prepare. Ghislain's companion questions how they will gain strength to resist. Ghislain replies that they must bring the kingdom to their side. A masked figure leads them to a large, eerie mansion hidden in the woods. Ghislain inspects the mansion, asking his team for their thoughts. Some are uneasy, noting the place has been neglected for too long, despite fear. Ghislain tells the team to toughen up, especially the muscular one who trembles. The seller claims ghost rumors are false and swears the mansion is fine. Ghislain accepts the mansion, while others suspect the seller is hiding something. The seller praises Ghislain's decision and offers a discount due to the state of disrepair. Ghislain counters with a lower price, using the ghost story as leverage. The seller panics, knowing he has no other buyer. Ghislain calmly states, no one else would want the cursed place anyway. The group surveys the eerie mansion grounds, preparing for major cleaning. The white-haired woman takes charge, urging everyone to start clearing the gloom. Inside, staff begins scrubbing the dusty halls and sweeping the dark interior. One of Ghislain's men asks how he'll convince nobles to work with them. Ghislain agrees nobles have no reason to meet him now. Confidently, he declares he'll make them want to meet him instead. Various ingredients and equipment are gathered and displayed in the courtyard. The group is surprised when Ghislain reveals they'll produce cosmetics. He plans to send gifts of these products to noble mansions across the capital. A flashback explains how beauty products were once harmful, but popular among nobles. Ghislain uses a formula he stole from Duke Delphine's house to make a safe version. The production begins using precise magical and herbal techniques. As the ingredients blend, the new cosmetic is prepared carefully. Magic is used to stabilize the mixture, finishing the process. The team is amazed by the scent, realizing the product's quality. A companion questions how Ghislain, a noble, knows cosmetic production techniques. Ghislain explains the cream must rest before solidifying overnight. He states that once nobles try Deneb, they won't want other products, making it essential. Ghislain instructs Claude to package the cosmetics and send them as noble gifts. Claude is unsure about not testing the product first, but Ghislain dismisses his concern. Lightning strikes as night falls on the mansion, hinting at a hidden presence. The staff sleeps unaware while a dark figure enters the main hall. The shadowy intruder stares down from the upper floor with glowing red eyes. A cloaked figure approaches the storage room where the cosmetics are kept. The armored figure opens a jar of cream and examines it. He applies the product curiously, still masked and unreadable. Ghislain appears, confronting him and asking if he's the rumored ghost. The red-eyed figure reacts in shock to being discovered. Calmly, Ghislain assures him, "I guarantee its effects." Inside a dim hall, Ghislain confronts a mysterious masked figure, questioning their identity as the rumored ghost. The masked opponent draws a strange weapon, its eerie glow hinting at unnatural power. Ghislain remains composed, confidently, asserting the reliability of what he's about to use. As lightning flashes outside, the enemy lunges with a powerful slash, forcing Ghislain to draw his blade quickly. Their swords clash with blinding energy as Ghislain deflects the incoming strike with precision. They engage in close combat, each strike fierce, their movements sharp and relentless. Ghislain and the masked warrior exchange rapid blows, their techniques both refined and deadly. The opponent retreats slightly, maintaining a defensive posture while watching Ghislain's stance. Recognizing the form, Ghislain narrows his eyes, realizing the technique belongs to someone he once knew. Their blades dance midair, as the masked figure executes elegant sword forms, each motion graceful, modest, and deliberate, follows a strict, familiar style. Ghislain watches closely, noting the artistic spiral of her strikes, confirming her identity. In a final clash, their swords collide with force, locking them face to face. Ghislain recalls this exact technique, memories resurfacing from a distant past. The realization hits as he lowers his blade, stunned by the familiar presence before him. Ghislain questions the masked woman's presence and her link to the Branford family. Outside, the eerie Branford mansion looms under stormy skies, as others react to the sound of conflict. A woman and her guard rush toward the source. Ghislain calmly tells them to return to their rooms. Ghislain looks out into the dark, reflecting quietly on the situation. Morning comes with sunlight shining on a memorial statue in the courtyard, signaling peace. Inside, a noblewoman prepares herself with careful makeup and elegance. The woman, Countess Mariel of Aylesbury, admires her reflection but doubts the compliment she receives. Despite her outward beauty, she mourns her lost youth and influence in the fashion world. Haunted by time, she wonders if her best days are truly behind her. A maid reminds her of an upcoming salon visit, and Mariel agrees, though distracted. Mariel pauses, staring with sharp intensity that surprises the maid. Suddenly, she grabs the maid's face, demanding answers with strange urgency. Mariel interrogates the maid about her flawless makeup, shocked by its perfection. The maid explains it was made by a mysterious man staying at the castle. Meanwhile, soldiers gather, confused by the sudden commotion near the castle gates. A nobleman is stunned by the transformation, realizing the new cosmetic product truly worked. Countess Mariel appears rejuvenated, drawing attention and awe as she walks confidently. Another noble urges the man to greet her, but he hesitates before leading her inside to talk. The group walks through a scenic courtyard, watched from above by ravens. The man rushes to inform Ghislain that Countess Aylesbury has arrived. Ghislain pauses from his work, silently preparing to receive the unexpected guest. Mariel confirms Ghislain's identity as Baron Fenris and begins polite introductions. Ghislain welcomes her and explains his choice not to send gifts was out of respect, not disregard. Mariel, still prideful, assumes her fame hadn't reached his territory. Ghislain tactfully compliments her status as fashion leader, avoiding offense. Mariel shifts to business, requesting the cosmetic formula directly. She reveals she used it, was pleased, and wants to monopolize the product entirely. Mariel warns Ghislain about the difficulty of capital trade without noble connections. She criticizes his living conditions, implying financial weakness. Ghislain's allies, silently angry, defend him, revealing he chose the old mansion out of personal conviction. Mariel subtly brings up pricing negotiations, suggesting her influence could lower costs. Ghislain responds confidently, 100 gold per unit, shocking her with the high price. He justifies the price, stating her desire to monopolize proves its worth. Mariel fumes, believing Ghislain is mocking her with an unreasonable price. She calculates that monopolizing at such cost offers no profit. Instead, she proposes an alternative, not exclusivity, but recognition and honor. Ghislain opens a chest, presenting a full supply of the cosmetic. Deneb, Muriel is stunned by the generous gift. He explains. It's a handcrafted product, offered to mark their new connection. Ghislain emphasizes Deneb's untapped market potential among noble circles. She hands her a jar, encouraging her to lead the market change. Muriel is flattered and intrigued, impressed by his persuasive charm. She agrees to the partnership, placing her hand on the product crate. Ghislain entrusts her to distribute the product. Muriel proudly accepts, declaring she'll lead the trend. Ghislain smiles in approval. As Countess Muriel prepares to leave, Ghislain thanks her and offers future help if needed. He then makes a request for her to deliver a message to Marquis Branford. Ghislain calmly instructs her to tell him, Baron Ghislain Fenris can solve your daughter's problem. A shot of Branford's territory follows. In a grand office, Marquis Branford sits in silence after receiving the message. His expression hardens, lips tightening as he repeats the name aloud. With growing intensity, he says the name again, Ghislain Fenris, as tension builds for what's to come. A nobleman celebrates wildly, declaring they've struck fortune through a major gain. As gold rains down, merchants and workers in town cheer, while profits surge uncontrollably, despite their success. Ghislain reveals his ambitions are far greater than wealth or status. That night, Ghislain walks alone through a moonlit garden toward a waiting figure. His cold eyes narrow, focused on the meeting ahead. A knight steps forward, asking if he is Baron Fenris. At dawn, Ghislain arrives at a grand castle, summoned by Marquis Branford. Guards open the massive doors, allowing Ghislain into the royal hall. He enters calmly, escorted toward a meeting with powerful figures. Inside, Ghislain meets Branford and introduces himself as Baron Ghislain Fenris. Branford identifies him as the heir of Pertium and son of a margrave. Tension builds as Branford studies Ghislain's calm expression. Branford labels Ghislain's father, an arrogant warlord, who seized control through force. He notes Ghislain is unlike his father, more restrained and strategic. Branford, the kingdom's minister and royalist leader, sees Ghislain as a growing threat. Ghislain reflects on how every affair in the kingdom must pass through Marquis Branford's hands. Thanks to Countess Muriel's support, Ghislain secures a meeting and is told to sit. Branford asks if Ghislain truly believes he can solve his daughter's condition. Ghislain answers confidently, claiming he can cure the girl's illness. Branford challenges the claim, noting Ghislain has never even met Rosalind. In response, Ghislain explains he learned of her case while gathering information in the capital. Branford dismisses him, warning that others who failed to cure her lost their lives. He expresses concern for Ghislain's potential waste of talent if he shares their fate. Ghislain silently acknowledges that the Marquis has tried everything already. Branford asks if Ghislain truly intends to pursue the treatment. Ghislain insists that while her illness may not be fatal, it surely torments her. Branford admits he summoned Ghislain only to confirm his resolve. Personally, Ghislain declares he is different from the others who failed. Branford listens closely, sensing Ghislain's determination, accepting the risk. Branford grants permission for Ghislain to try his best. Marquis Branford instructs his knights to treat Baron Ghislain's request with utmost respect. Ghislain refuses standard rewards, instead requesting something of greater value. With a steady gaze, he asks the Marquis to grant him one thing he desires. Ghislain calls Branford the kingdom's pillar, saying a single wish should be easy to fulfill. Branford questions if treating his daughter justifies such a demand. Ghislain retorts that, without protecting one's family, power is meaningless. Branford's aides are shocked by Ghislain's boldness. Branford replies that if Ghislain desires recognition, he must risk everything. He asks if Ghislain is ready to stake it all for this chance. Ghislain confirms without hesitation, extending his hand. Branford accepts the handshake, sealing the agreement. He repeats the promise aloud. I will. Branford's expression hardens as he prepares drastic measures. He orders a full blockade of Pertium and isolation of Baron Ghislain. Ghislain, undeterred, accepts the one-week deadline with confidence. Ghislain's allies panic, as Branford's power threatens to crush both Pertium and Fenris. One of them warns that the illness at the center of everything is Rosalind's. Ghislain stands firm, knowing failure would mean challenging the kingdom's most powerful man. Ghislain walks with determination, driven by the weight of what's at stake. Branford silently watches, realizing there is no turning back. Rosalind, hidden behind a mask, whispers father, revealing her hidden presence. In a memory, Ghislain questions why he must risk his life to help others. His father taught that help without power is hypocrisy. Following that, Ghislaine trained and gained the strength to act meaningfully. Rosalind, ashamed of her grotesque form, prepares to give up. But Ghislaine calmly identifies her, revealing he already knew the truth. He states his name and title boldly, affirming his resolve to help her. With conviction in his eyes, Ghislaine declares, "Ghislaine Fenris." A masked woman questions the visitor's reason for coming. The blonde man replies calmly, stating he's here to cure her illness, and asks about the effects of previous medicine. She responds violently, hurling an object at him. But he dodges it with precision, remaining composed. She shouts in frustration, believing his attempt will be useless, like all others before. Covered in wounds, she tells him to leave, convinced her condition can't be healed. He insists he's different, risking his life on this treatment, but she accuses him of only chasing profit. The man acknowledges her pain, and begins recalling her identity as Rosalind Branford, once a noble heir with political power and strength. She inherited her family's legacy. Gifted in sword and mana, she earned success until a mysterious disease ruined everything. Even with the family's wealth, nothing cured her, so marriage was proposed as a solution. The cause was an internal mana disorder due to improper training, damaging her body. As she rages with mana, the man prepares to treat her by force despite the danger. He dashes in, landing a strike that knocks her down. A fierce struggle follows, with him pinning her to the ground, calling for Belinda and Wendy. He orders the restrained Rosalind to be secured immediately. The man prepares to remove Rosalind's mask, stating it is necessary to begin treatment properly. Rosalind resists, protesting the need for treatment while struggling to keep her identity hidden. Despite her protest, the mask falls, revealing her condition to all present, leaving them stunned. The man instructs Rosalind to endure the treatment for 1 week to survive. She questions his resolve, accusing him of chasing death. But he replies that failure means death for both. Oz, he speaks. Her eye is shown clearly red and pained, revealing how serious her condition has become. The man reassures her that the treatment was created by her future self, Rosalind. A magical process begins, releasing immense energy, engulfing her body with mana and causing intense pain. She screams in agony, overwhelmed by the pain, and unsure how she can endure it for a week. Rosalind questions why she has to suffer such pain, blaming fate. The man repeats that without treatment, she will die, and so will he. Rosalind finally accepts, demanding he do his best if death is inevitable. She threatens him not to fail, as her mana flares violently. Meanwhile, heavy rain falls over a guarded mansion in the capital. Inside, nobles express frustration over being trapped, while one man mocks the situation and pours a drink. A week passes. Soldiers escort a stern man, Marquis Branford, toward a guarded location. He enters a tower where something serious has occurred during the past days. Branford's intense gaze shows his anticipation and concern as he approaches the sealed chamber. Inside, the blond man stands before a blood-stained bed where Rosalind lies, wrapped in cloth. He silently observes her, exhausted from the week, long treatment. His eyes reflect a mix of worry and determination, waiting for results to show. Branford slowly uncovers Rosalind's body to confirm her condition himself. As the sheet is pulled away, he witnesses something unexpected. Her eye opens clear and red, proving that she has survived and possibly recovered. News spreads that Rosalind, once believed incurable, has been healed. The blond man walks confidently through the city's hall with his companions. They enter a grand chamber, where Marquis Branford waits to honor their efforts. Branford acknowledges the success, and praises the young man's resolve. The man credits Branford for giving him the opportunity and honors their agreement. Branford, fulfilling his promise, asks what reward he desires. The blond man calmly makes his request, for Marquis Branford to become his guardian. The room reacts in shock, but his allies seem unsurprised by his bold move. One companion even smiles knowingly, having anticipated this proposal. A strategist among them realizes the benefit Branford would be forced to protect their lord. Branford, cautious, suspects the request isn't as small as initially claimed. The young man clarifies he already has someone in mind for a northern alliance, likely Count Brivant. Branford lists other northern nobles, but concludes only Brivant fits the criteria. Desmond is unpredictable, Rayfold is unstable, and others are too corrupt or weak. Branford asks bluntly if the boy believes he's more worthy than Brivant. The blond man challenges Branford. To be honest, doesn't he find Brivant lacking? Branford laughs, admitting Brivant is kind but weak and easily manipulated. The blond man pushes further, highlighting Brivant's ties to the enemy faction. He makes his final request appoint him as the representative of the North. Branford, moved by his conviction, agrees. With witnesses present, Branford formally declares himself guardian of Baron Gislen Fenris. Marquis Branford declares that Gislen's enemies are now his own and pledges full support. He demands that Gislen uphold his honor in return, sealing the pact. Kneeling, Gislen solemnly accepts, swearing loyalty with his sword. Rosalind enters the room, congratulating Gislen formally for his achievement. She expresses personal gratitude, acknowledging that her debt to him is greater than anyone else's with grace and sincerity. Rosalind pledges herself as Gislen's second guardian. Nobles gather at a lavish banquet, discussing a rumor that Lady Rosalind was cured using cosmetics. They speculate about the legitimacy of the cure and question if it's connected to a product promoted by Countess Mariel. As whispers continue, someone points toward the entrance, drawing everyone's attention to an approaching figure. Gislen walks in with Belinda, prompting guests to question if he is the new Baron of Fenris. Belinda scolds Gislen about his appearance, reminding him of the banquet's importance. She defends her bold attire, explaining this is a rare chance to stand among the kingdom's elite. Gislen expresses uncertainty about fitting into such a high-class gathering. Suddenly, the grand doors open with blinding light, signaling the arrival of Marquis Branford. Guests turn as Branford and his daughter Rosalind make a formal entrance to the hall. Rosalind walks confidently in a golden gown, drawing gasps from the crowd. Everyone is stunned by her flawless appearance, confirming rumors of her recovery. People murmur that she looks even more beautiful than before, shocked by the transformation. Belinda remarks she barely recognized Rosalind, amazed at the change. They recall how fierce and unwell she looked just days ago, stunned by the contrast. Gislen silently watches Rosalind, his expression filled with surprise and unease. Marquis Branford addresses the crowd, thanking them, and announcing the banquet celebrates Rosalind's recovery. He shocks the guests by revealing he's also chosen a ward, causing whispers to spread across the hall. Branford points to the man responsible for Rosalind's recovery, preparing to name him formally. Branford declares Gislen Fenris as his official ward, causing even more surprise among the nobles. He assures the crowd that the Branford family will support Gislen, commanding respect for him moving forward. The nobles react in stunned silence as Gislen becomes the center of attention, now backed by immense influence. Gislen recalls Branford's earlier advice to use the banquet for political connections. Realizing many powerful nobles are present, he understands the opportunity, though burdened by pressure. Some nobles gossip, doubting Gislen's qualifications, but Belinda silently fumes at their disrespect. Rosalind approaches Gislen and publicly expresses her gratitude for saving her. The hall watches as she thanks him sincerely, silencing whispers around them. Rosalind encourages him to ignore rumors, reminding him that popularity draws attention. Rosalind invites Gislen to greet the guests with her, signifying his rise in status. She confidently extends her hand, reassuring him they must face the public together. Belinda smiles proudly, while Gislen quietly accepts his new place among the nobles. The royalist faction is revealed to have three power groups: commerce, law, and military influence. Countess Mariel, head of House Aylesbury, represents the capital's culture and commercial control. Sir Bilor Norton, the Chief Justice, oversees legal authority. Marquis Macquarie leads the kingdom's military. Rosalind warns Gislen that these nobles control the nation and his approach to them will affect regional pride. She stresses the difference in their worlds and the pressure of representing the northern region. Standing before the three factions, Gislen prepares to make his first diplomatic move. Gislen begins by approaching Count Aylesbury, showing respect with a formal greeting. Count Aylesbury responds warmly, acknowledging Gislen's impact on his wife's confidence. The Countess speaks informally, showing appreciation and offering future assistance. Their casual tone draws attention, prompting Rosalind to step in with a polite cough. Nearby, Marquis Macquarie's faction criticizes Gislen, expecting him to greet them first. They insult Marquis Branford's decision and question Gislen's worthiness. Despite hearing the insults, Gislen remains calm and composed. He then walks over to Marquis Macquarie's group without hesitation. As he passes, one of the critics eyes him coldly, tension rising between the factions. Gislen greets Sir Norton, who praises him for saving Rosalind and offers legal support for his future plans. Gislen expresses gratitude, but Marquis Macquarie coldly warns him not to get arrogant, despite Branford's backing. He threatens to sever support at any time, establishing a hostile tone. Gislen humbly admits he still has much to learn and asks for continued guidance. Nobles begin whispering suspicions about why Branford would support someone so unknown. Rosalind asks if Gislen's greeting order was deliberate, but he answers it followed his heart, not strategy. Suddenly a crowd gathers around Ghislain, trying to win his favor with gifts and praise. Other nobles whisper that Macquarie must now resent Ghislain for gaining so much attention. Branford approaches and confirms Ghislain's value lies in his unique ability to succeed where others failed. Branford clarifies it was Ghislain's strength and insight, not luck, that earned his support. He fears that someone who shines so brightly may cast dangerous shadows behind them. Elsewhere, a sinister figure stirs, possibly linked to the dangers Branford foresees. A mysterious person enters through a grand door, his steps echoing ominously. Various nobles, including Count Aylesbury and Norton, react with unease as the figure approaches. With glowing eyes and a bone-like mask, the unknown man signals a new threat entering the scene. A dark and imposing figure steps forward. Duke Delphine, his expression calm, yet radiating malice. Ghislain watches from afar, recognizing the man immediately, with a clenched jaw and narrowed gaze. This moment confirms Ghislain's fear. The Duke, long hidden in the shadows, has finally returned to the public stage. A surge of memories floods Ghislain's mind, naming Duke Delphine his eternal enemy and political rival. He also identifies the man standing behind Delphine: Raoul Joseph, the feared strategist of the ducal house. The atmosphere in the grand hall shifts as a crowd whispers about the arrival of a figure from the Delphine ducal house, despite the murmurs. The figure, Viscount Joseph, walks confidently toward Marquis Branford, who seems to notice him with slight surprise. The two men exchange formal words, with Joseph acknowledging the unexpected presence, suggesting there is more to his visit than meets the eye. Joseph gestures to a figure standing behind him, revealing an escort knight in armor. The Marquis questions the identity of the knight, expecting some formal introduction for such a mysterious presence. Joseph nonchalantly dismisses the need for revealing the knight's identity, asserting it is not of special interest to the Marquis. The escort knight remains silent, prompting a brief moment of tension as the Marquis grows more insistent. Joseph reassures the knight with a calm response, hinting that revealing the face would be unnecessary at this stage. Despite the Marquis's insistence, Joseph remains composed, emphasizing that the knight's identity isn't important, but his presence speaks volumes. The conversation shifts, as Joseph reflects on the importance of keeping his honor intact, while suggesting the knight should be left to go. He gives the knight a quiet instruction to maintain discretion, recognizing the delicate balance of power and influence in the court. Joseph's words imply more than they show, revealing the larger unspoken games at play among the noble houses. As the tension rises, Joseph's sharp gaze meets the Marquis's, signaling a shift in their unspoken rivalry. A quick glance between them intensifies the atmosphere, as Joseph considers his next move in the ongoing power struggle. The Marquis is left to ponder the implications, and Joseph's subtle warning lingers in the air. His influence in the capital is stronger than it appears. Baron Ghislain looks at the young nobleman, who acknowledges having heard of him in the capital, implying they are well acquainted with his rise to power. The nobleman points out Ghislain's role in the fall of Pertium, hinting at the subversive activities that led to the kingdom's downfall. Ghislain responds nonchalantly, acknowledging the truth of the accusations, without revealing much about his own plans. The scene shifts as the two men leave the grand hall and move into a more private setting, a room with a clear view of the city. The nobleman, now seated, offers a straightforward approach, signaling a shift in the conversation. He mentions his interest in Ghislain's cosmetics, a potential alliance brewing. Ghislain, however, deflects the conversation, casually hinting that he has more pressing concerns than discussing business at this moment. The nobleman challenges Ghislain's situation, observing that such a brilliant individual should not be wasting away in a rural setting. Ghislain, appearing unruffled, downplays his situation, explaining he has only been studying quietly. The nobleman questions the manner in which Ghislain's talents have been spent, suggesting that something as grand as war was what really made Ghislain stand out. The nobleman proposes an offer to Ghislain, offering a position in his faction where he would no longer have to waste his potential. He suggests that joining his side would grant Ghislain the power and influence to shape his own future, an opportunity not to be missed. Ghislain, showing mild interest, reflects on the offer but remains silent, already considering the political undertones behind the nobleman's words. Ghislain calmly rejects the offer, revealing that he has already joined the royal faction, making it clear he is aligned elsewhere. The nobleman, unfazed, continues with his offer, subtly reminding Ghislain of the Duke's faction's power. Ghislain, though appearing indifferent, realizes the nobleman's persistence is part of a larger game, one that seeks to sway him into their fold. The conversation takes an unexpected turn as the nobleman hints that the north is a place much more strategic than it seems. He suggests Ghislain should take time to consider his position carefully, offering the idea of a counteroffer to join his cause. The tension rises as Ghislain calmly considers the offer, aware of the larger political game at play. The scene shifts to a grand carriage moving swiftly through the streets, heading toward a distant castle, signaling a change in location. Inside the carriage, the conversation continues. As the nobleman inquires about the impact of seeing Ghislain in person, the atmosphere in the carriage is heavy, with the answer being less about words and more about the intense unspoken conflict. As the carriage arrives, the nobleman observes the swirling feelings of danger, noting the strange bloodthirsty look in Ghislain's eyes. The nobleman feels an ominous presence, sensing Ghislain's true intentions through the shift in his gaze. The growing tension becomes palpable as Ghislain's expression reveals a far deeper complexity than the nobleman anticipated. In a sudden turn of events, the nobleman speaks of killing Ghislain, a moment of dark revelation as he speaks of the power he holds. The nobleman contemplates what it would take to overcome Ghislain, unsure of his strength and cunning. A dangerous aura surrounds them as Ghislain prepares for what is coming next. As the clash escalates, swords clash in an intense dramatic fight, their movements swift and precise. The sound of blades cutting through the air fills the room as both combatants strive for dominance. The battle reaches a crescendo, with Ghislain unleashing his true power in the fight for control and survival. The fight escalates as Ghislain launches an attack, with his movements swift and precise, using his full power. The nobleman watches intently, noting the deadly skill Ghislain possesses. Impressed, despite the conflict, Ghislain's power surges, marking him as a dangerous opponent and a force to be reckoned with. The tension breaks as the nobleman adjusts his stance, ready to offer his counter-proposal. He makes his offer, stating that perhaps Ghislain might want to join his faction, where his power could truly be recognized. Ghislain considers the offer with calm eyes, his expression unreadable, as the air remains thick with possibility. After a moment of silence, Ghislain responds in kind, agreeing with a cool tone. The nobleman's smile widens slightly, pleased with Ghislain's answer, while still remaining cautious. Both men understand that this is only the beginning of a much larger game. As Ghislain departs, the nobleman watches him, a contemplative look in his eyes. He realizes Ghislain's true strength and the threat it poses to his own plans. A sense of unease lingers as the nobleman prepares for the consequences of this new alliance. The scene opens with a grand church standing tall against the stormy sky. The air is tense as workers hurriedly move crates of military supplies. A man oversees the chaos, instructing the workers to make sure every last coin is taken. He emphasizes the importance of getting everything, leaving nothing behind. The scene shifts to a conversation between two individuals outside the church. One asks about the man's return, but he casually mentions his plans for the future, indicating more tasks remain. The conversation continues with a request for payment. The man asks for 300,000 gold for a job previously discussed. The other individual, still cold, asks if that's all he wishes to discuss. The response comes with a hint of mockery about their relationship. The man, unbothered, dismisses it. The scene zooms out to show the distant castle, cold and imposing against the wintry backdrop. The scene shifts as the other person questions the man about his goals. He seems uninterested in discussing personal matters and asserts his sole focus is survival. They continue their exchange, growing more tense, with accusations of dishonesty. The tension culminates in the man calling out the other's hypocrisy, stating that if survival was truly his goal, he should have joined another faction. The conversation grows even colder. The man declares his future ambitions, revealing his plan to succeed as the Lord of Fenris. He coldly asks for help, but makes it clear that he will bear the weight of his ambitions alone. The other person, stunned and unsure, tries to reason with him, but the man's resolve is unshaken. Their disagreement lingers in the cold air. The scene abruptly shifts with a sudden physical clash, the man grabbing the other person's hand, forcing a moment of shock and stillness. In the silence that follows, they both stand still, emotions lingering in the air. The scene closes with their fates uncertain, each of them weighing the heavy choices they must soon make. The scene begins with Ghislain walking ahead, focused and confident. A woman walks behind, and he calmly states that his only wish is for her happiness. As Ghislain walks further, a sense of calm surrounds him. The banquet has ended, and the atmosphere is positive, but he remains focused on his next steps. Despite the positive mood, Ghislain is aware of the underlying tensions and future challenges, knowing this peace is temporary. Ghislain reflects on the strategic decisions he has made, including resigning from a previous position. This has secured numerous benefits under the Brantford name. He now commands resources and military support, with numerous materials being redirected to strengthen his position in both Fenris and Perdium. While his power grows, he senses an undercurrent of danger, realizing that those who approach him may have their own hidden motives. The scene shifts as Gislin's thoughts turn darker. His eyes narrow in suspicion. A new enemy faction, led by Duke Delphine, is becoming more of a threat. His thoughts are sharp as he plans ahead, recognizing that alliances in this volatile world are ever-changing, and he must stay ahead of any plot. The realization sets in that those close to him may not be entirely loyal. The tension escalates. A moment of ominous silence looms over Gislin as he contemplates his fate and future in this dangerous game. The conflict intensifies, and Gislin's resolve is tested as he prepares to fight for his land and power. His eyes flash with determination. He won't back down from the challenge, no matter how treacherous the path may become. Gislin's return to his territory is met with overwhelming excitement from his people. His presence commands respect. As Gislin rides into town, the cheers of the citizens fill the air. The people are hopeful, seeing him as their savior. However, Gislin remains vigilant, knowing that his power is still fragile, and that the political game is far from over. Gislin walks through the streets. A nobleman warns him about the nature of nobles, asserting they are all the same, self-centered. As Gislin continues, the question arises whether he will proceed with his plan. He responds, saying that everything will go as planned. The nobleman, seemingly in disbelief, agrees to the plan despite his concerns. Later, Gislin walks through a crowded area. One of his men humorously asks if he should wave to the crowd. Gislin, unamused, responds that it feels great to be home. But his mind is focused on the future rather than the present celebration. His next command is clear. Gislin orders the organization of resources for his plans, showing his continued drive for power. In a meeting, Gislin demands updates on his domain's progress, but his staff is unprepared for his immediate call to action. Despite their resistance, Gislin insists that there is no time for rest. They need to push forward immediately with further preparations. A subtle reminder of the immense pressure Gislin faces in ensuring that his plans move swiftly. In a quieter moment, Gislin receives an update on the progress of his territory's improvements. The infrastructure is nearly complete, and new resources are available. Gislin contemplates the significance of these achievements, but knows that more needs to be done. There's still much to be accomplished. He quietly reflects, understanding that true progress will only be made once he achieves complete control. Our report on agricultural growth shows unprecedented yields, but Gislin isn't satisfied. He feels the goal is still out of reach. His mind shifts to the future, focusing on the larger picture. Though they've made great strides, he knows it's only part of his larger vision. Gislin's resolve is clear. He will not stop until his domain reaches its full potential. Gislin orders his subordinate to continue buying more food until told otherwise, as part of preparations for a larger plan. He shifts his focus to future plans, declaring that his next move is to prepare for war. His subordinate is shocked by the sudden change in plans. The subordinate is confused, questioning why war is necessary when they are aligned with the royalist faction, but Gislin calmly reassures him that this is part of his strategy. Gislin directs his men to focus on the urgent matters at hand, as he pulls up reports about Desmond's territory and activities. A member of his team reads aloud the data on Desmond's growing military power, large-scale conscription, weapon purchases, and free knight recruitment. The data reveals that Desmond is preparing for war, likely against the royalist faction. Gislin recognizes the implications of these movements. Gislin explains that these findings confirm the necessity of preparing for war. Desmond's resources and actions indicate that the battle is imminent. His team acknowledges the growing danger and the need to counteract quickly. A plan begins to take shape as Gislin prepares for the impending conflict, understanding the urgency of securing his own forces. As Gislin surveys the situation, he plans his next steps, targeting Desmond's supply lines and securing strategic advantages before the war escalates. He stresses the need for coordination, reminding his subordinates of the stakes. The final preparations are underway, with Gislin's resolve hardening as the reality of war settles in. Gislin makes a decisive move, commanding an attack on the county of Cabaldi. The entire room reacts in shock and disbelief. The room is tense as the plan is revealed, and the consequences of such an aggressive move weigh heavily on everyone. Gislin remains firm in his decision, knowing the success of his attack on Cabaldi will set the tone for the larger conflict. The scene opens with the imposing sight of the Cabaldi castle. It stands tall against the darkening sky, a fortress that has withstood time and conflict. Inside, a man's screams fill the silence as his fear echoes through the air. His terror is evident as his face contorts with dread. Seated in a grand chair, Count Cabaldi dismisses the screams with a cold, indifferent expression. His only response is a nonchalant, So what? Count Cabaldi listens as his advisor informs him about Gislen Fenris, the lord of Fenris territory. The advisor warns of Gislen's growing influence. He refers to Gislen as the strongest sword of the north, a formidable force not to be taken lightly. The advisor urges preparation for a possible war, acknowledging Gislen's unpredictability and tactical genius. Count Cabaldi, visibly irritated, questions the relevance of the information, dismissing the warning with a chuckle. The advisor stands firm, repeating that it's an order from the Duke. The Count responds with laughter, mocking the situation and the supposed threat. The scene shifts to Count Cabaldi's fortified castle, boasting its unbreachable walls and moat. The advisor insists on reinforcing the castle, yet the Count dismisses the suggestion, proud of its long history of survival. The Count's smirk fades as the advisor warns him that even the strongest fortresses may fall, hinting at a hidden danger. The ominous warning lingers in the air as Count Cabaldi's expression shifts from confidence to unease. Gislen's shadow looms large, his tactical mind already weaving the first steps of his plan. The tension rises as Gislen prepares to make his move, with the Count's once solid fortress now at risk. Gislen stands tall at the front of his army, his loyal followers grouped behind him, ready for the battle ahead. The sky is dark and tense, matching the gravity of the moment. He looks at the army before him, preparing himself mentally for the upcoming fight. His team members stand with determination. The scene shifts as Gislen draws his sword, signaling the readiness to proceed. His men follow his lead without hesitation. The battlefield is vast, with enemies ahead, and Gislen's calm demeanor remains unshaken. He makes a bold statement, addressing his men about the trust they've placed in him and their shared journey so far. His proclamation about making all his soldiers knights fills the air as he raises his sword high. In the war room, Gislen addresses his inner circle, preparing them for the attacks that are to come. They discuss the target, preparing for a strategic siege on Cabaldi County. Gislen reveals his plans, anticipating a bloody but necessary conflict. In a quiet moment before the battle, Gislen's thoughts reflect on the choices that led him to this point. He continues to strategize, knowing that this war will change the course of everything. The anticipation of victory looms, as Gislen makes his final decisions before battle. The tactical discussion continues as they debate their next move. Gislen's confidence grows, despite the challenges. He listens to his subordinates and plans for the future, understanding the importance of each move. The meeting concludes, and they are ready to face their foes with everything they have. Gislen announces his bold plan to transform his mercenaries into knights, who can wield mana. He explains the power of a knight, equating it to that of 100 ordinary soldiers. The army is ready, and Gislen, with his strategic mind, plans to turn his force of 200 mercenaries into an unstoppable force worth 20,000 soldiers. A member of his inner circle questions how they can master mana, knowing it takes years of training. Gislen turns to Vanessa for an answer. Vanessa presents barrels filled with mana compression sigils, a shocking revelation. One of the officers is stunned, asking if Gislen used all the runestone to create such a thing. Gislen calmly explains that these sigils will help his men learn mana in a fraction of the time, though they stray from standard methods. The group debates the risk of modifying the Perdium family's mana cultivation technique without permission. Gislen dismisses the risk, saying it's better to take the chance than let his soldiers die without learning mana. They continue discussing their next move, focusing on the upcoming siege of Cabaldi Castle, known for its strong defenses. Gislen elaborates on the castle's near, impenetrable defenses, with double walls and a moat. He explains that holding a siege against the castle will be a monumental challenge, one that requires meticulous planning, despite the obstacles. Gislen is determined to break through, ready for the battle ahead. In the war room, Gislen discusses their strategy with his officers. They debate their options, and he coolly reassures them, knowing he always has a plan. One officer questions the strategy, but Gislen remains confident in his decision. The meeting concludes, and Gislen leads his men forward, his confidence unwavering as they prepare for the final battle. Gislen commands his mercenaries to endure the intense strain of using the mana compression sigils. The sigils, though effective, cause immense pain as they compress years of mana training into a single month. Gislen gives instructions on how to focus the mana, comparing it to winding a thread. The soldiers are forced to endure the growing pain as they work to form their mana cores. The scene shifts to the soldiers, struggling but determined as they follow Gislen's guidance, their bodies glowing with the power they are learning to control. Gislen and his subordinate, Lowell, walk through the castle grounds. Gislen praises his men's progress and gives Lowell orders to monitor the mercenaries. Lowell mentions that the dwarves have arrived, though the elves have yet to come. Ghislain is pleased with the progress, but seems contemplative about their next move. He instructs Lowell to prepare for their next task, hinting at a more significant, upcoming mission that requires careful planning. As Ghislain reflects, he walks alone, thinking about the moon, which is absent from the sky tonight. His thoughts seem distant, calculating the next stage of their plan. He gazes at the distant castle, and the mood grows darker. He contemplates the challenge ahead, knowing that success depends on perfect execution. The scene transitions to a more urgent focus as Ghislain continues his journey, prepared for the intense battles and strategies that lie ahead. The focus shifts to a group of mercenaries breaking out of captivity. Their leader, Galveric, urges them to escape, promising freedom if they make it across the border. One of the men questions their plans, but Galveric remains determined. He presses the group to move forward and cross the border to reach a hidden district for those seeking refuge. The mood turns intense as the mercenaries push forward, risking everything for a taste of freedom. Back in the kingdom, Ghislain observes the mercenaries' actions from a distance, his sharp gaze focused and calculating. The mercenaries hesitate as they spot Ghislain, who calmly steps forward. The tension builds as Ghislain's presence forces the mercenaries to reconsider their next move. As the mercenaries prepare to flee, they are confronted by Ghislain. He calmly tells them it's useless to run away. The mercenaries are stunned, realizing Ghislain knew about their escape plan. Their anxiety grows as they realize they've been caught. One of the mercenaries asks if Ghislain came alone, but his question is met with silence. Ghislain acknowledges the question, confirming that he did indeed come alone. The mercenaries, now uncertain, begin to tense up, realizing that Ghislain's confidence is not misplaced. With an ominous tone, Ghislain adds that even with them gone, their fate is already sealed. Ghislain's gaze hardens, and a cold smile forms as he locks eyes with the group. A battlefield is littered with the bodies of fallen soldiers. The air is heavy with the scent of blood and the sounds of defeat. Ghislain stands, calmly observing the chaos around him. He walks past the wreckage, his face indifferent. Nearby, a dwarf struggles on the ground, his strength failing him as Ghislain steps toward him. Ghislain remarks on the dwarf's sturdiness, offering a suggestion to cooperate with him and promising freedom in return for their allegiance. The dwarf, still skeptical, listens as Ghislain promises them autonomy and a life free from slavery in exchange for their help. Ghislain's proposal catches the attention of others nearby. Some of the warriors begin to consider his offer seriously, especially after hearing about the political influence he has. Despite their disbelief, the group begins to show interest in the idea, contemplating the possibility of breaking free from their shackles. As Ghislain's words sink in, the dwarves whisper among themselves, wondering if this noble truly has the power to fulfill his promises. Ghislain, unfazed by their doubts, gives a reassuring look, revealing his resolve to change the system that oppresses them. One of the dwarves, intrigued by the possibility, begins to reconsider, knowing that Ghislain has powerful allies backing his claim. Ghislain turns to the group, acknowledging their hesitation. He speaks with confidence, his ambition clear in his eyes. He shares his vision of making a grand future, where freedom and power will be within their reach, but only if they align with his goals. The dwarves now see a flicker of hope in Ghislain's words, but some still hesitate, unsure if they can trust his intentions. A month passes, and the scene shifts to a magnificent castle, Cabaldi Castle. The grandeur of the place contrasts the hardships faced by the dwarves. Ghislain stands before the castle, his eyes focused on the horizon, knowing that his journey to reshape the kingdom has only just begun. The words, "a month later," Cabaldi Castle mark the end of this chapter, as Ghislain prepares to take the next step in his pursuit of power and freedom. Ghislain's letter warned Count Cabaldi to stop manipulating the iron trade or face consequences. Cabaldi read the message silently, confused and irritated by the bold accusation directed at him. His council dismissed the warning, mocking Ghislain and calling him powerless and out of his mind. Cabaldi's men discussed Fenris's strange behavior, stockpiling food at high prices from distant regions. They assumed the territory was struggling due to refugees and mocked the irrational economic moves. Cabaldi burned the letter, laughing, confident Ghislain's reckless acts would bring Fenris to ruin. At night, Marquis Braford's estate stood silent, while mocking laughter still echoed from Cabaldi's quarters. Braford entered his study solemnly, immediately sensing the weight of the message awaiting him. He paused at the desk, eyes fixed on a sealed scroll bearing Ghislain's crest. With a serious expression, Braford picked up the letter, reading it carefully and silently. The letter warned of urgent developments. Ghislain's movements were not simple provocations, but calculated. Alone in his chamber, Braford processed the implications with growing concern. Recognizing Gislin's hand, Bradford realized something grave was unfolding beyond surface appearances. He ordered preparation. All royalist nobles must stockpile food immediately for the impending disaster. A devastating famine loomed, one capable of shaking the kingdom to its very foundations. Morning light filled the once dim study where Bradford had stood in quiet reflection overnight. His daughter Rosalind entered, noticing her father hadn't slept, concerned by his late-night activity. Bradford remained silent, focused on the crisis ahead, while Rosalind stood quietly behind him, without turning. Bradford instructed Rosalind to summon the vassals and royalist nobles for a meeting. He had already sent Gislin's warning to others. Understanding the gravity of the threat, soon after, a severe famine spread across the kingdom, devastating land and turning fields barren. Crops withered under scorching sun and dry winds as the arid climate intensified mercilessly. People starved, dying in the streets while violent riots broke out over what little remained. The famine became an infamous historical catastrophe, reshaping the power balance across the realm. A noble declared it was time, signaling a shift as food prices soared beyond control. Amid panic, rumors spread Fenris had prepared early, storing food before the drought hit. Cabaldi exploded in rage, realizing Desmond failed to act swiftly and had missed their chance. Desmond's court scrambled. Some blamed poor timing, others awaited orders as desperation mounted. One noble proposed a solution: trade iron for food, just as Gislin had originally demanded. With no options left, they finally bowed to Gislin's terms, too late to save face. Cabaldi's advisors warned of unrest, food shortages, and the danger of continuing to wait for aid. The fortress neared collapse as grain reserves thinned, and soldiers grew restless amid rising dissent. Cabaldi, frustrated and conflicted, struggled to accept the humiliating thought of yielding to Gislin. Grimacing, Cabaldi ordered iron be sent to Fenris in exchange for food. His advisors reacted with shock, but Cabaldi dismissed concerns, believing Fenris would fall to others later. Boasting of his fortress's strength, he defiantly challenged any force to come and take it. Cabaldi changed course suddenly, demanding a messenger be dispatched immediately before the situation worsened. But a knight informed him there was no time. Gislin had already arrived with his army. Shocked and pale, Cabaldi stood frozen, realizing he had miscalculated Gislin's speed and resolve. Outside, Gislin's army surrounded the fortress as armored soldiers approached through dust and wind. Elite warriors in enchanted gear discussed their armor's power and readiness for battle. One soldier proudly claimed invincibility. Unaware of the clash that was moments away, the knight praised the armor's durability, attributing it to dwarven craftsmanship and magical reinforcement. "Let's go," he commanded, charging forward to strike before diplomacy could catch up. Gislin leads the Fenrir Knight Order across the battlefield, flags raised high as their horses charge forward. With grim determination, Gislin declares their march to war, rallying his knights without hesitation. Panic erupts inside the castle as enemy soldiers realize they've been surrounded during a drought-stricken defense. Confusion spreads among the defenders, shocked by the size of Gislin's force. Despite his rank, Count Cabaldi dismisses their fear, boasting of his weapons and the castle's impenetrability. Gislin arrives at the gates, calling out the Count with confidence and defiance. Gislin reminds Cabaldi of the letter he sent, making clear this invasion was no surprise. Enraged, Cabaldi accuses him of unjustified war and lack of noble formality. Gislin coldly warns that refusal to open trade would bring consequences. War was the answer. Cabaldi demands official justification, vowing to shun disrespectful nobles. Gislin solemnly declares war as Gillian hands him a bow. He nocks an arrow, eyes focused, prepared to strike. Cabaldi panics as soldiers raise shields to protect him from the impending attack. Gillian comments on the castle's height, testing Gislin's aim. Without fear, Gislin looses his arrow atop his steed, unleashing the first blow. Gislin's arrow flies with deadly precision, piercing through the shield wall and striking a soldier down. The projectile tears past defenses and hits Count Cabaldi directly, silencing him in front of his men. Gislin stares coldly ahead, declaring his war in action, not words, as chaos unfolds. News of the attack reaches the capital, shocking the gathered nobles during a council meeting. Despite Gislin's help during the famine, the nobles can't understand why he would start a war. The true reason surfaces: Cabaldi restricted trade, benefiting only Desmond's territory through exclusive deals. Zone noble mocks the justification, claiming war could be started over anything. Another calls for Gislin's removal from their faction before he causes further instability. Others agree, criticizing the timing when recovery from famine should be the priority. A calmer voice accuses the nobles of personal bias against Ghislain. A woman urges everyone to focus on resolving the crisis instead of arguing. She warns the war has already begun. Discussions of justification are now meaningless. She reveals herself as a member of the ducal house, surprising everyone present. Count Faud affirms that Ghislain attacked a neutral noble during a national disaster. The nobles are left stunned. Realizing the implications of Ghislain's calculated declaration, Marquis Branford questions if the royalist faction unanimously supports the war, testing Count Faud's position. Observers grow wary knowing the ducal house's intelligence makes them a dangerous force. The female noble realizes the outcome could shift power. Ghislain's failure would cripple northern influence. Yet if Ghislain wins and seizes Cabaldi's major iron mine, the reward could outweigh the risk. The mine's vast resources are key, making Ghislain's gamble more strategic than reckless. Count Faud declares the war justified, silencing the room with his bold stance. He explains the conflict is a personal dispute and not a factional war. Another noble warns, turning a blind eye may betray their duty to uphold kingdom stability. Faud questions the ducal faction's intense reaction, hinting hidden ties to Cabaldi. He accuses them of acting as if Cabaldi is part of their own faction. Meanwhile, chaos erupts on the battlefield as Ghislain lands a brutal hit on Cabaldi. Cabaldi's men panic, trying to stop the bleeding and stabilize their wounded lord. Furious, Cabaldi commands all forces to retaliate, vowing to protect his fortress. His elite knights prepare for battle, shouting in defense of their unbroken history. Ghislain calmly observes, noting the enemy's swift response honed by years of defense. Cabaldi's forces ready their catapults, preparing a full-scale barrage under his furious command. He orders the launch, unleashing a storm of flaming projectiles toward Ghislain's advancing troops. Ghislain charges through the chaos unfazed, reacting swiftly as the enemy's attack rains down. Massive volleys fill the sky, descending like a storm, but Ghislain leads a sharp maneuver. He raises his sword mid-charge, signaling a coordinated response from his frontline forces. Their formation deflects the barrage while moving in unison, impressing even Cabaldi, who watches in disbelief. With the dust settling, Ghislain questions the strength of the enemy's counterattack. Realizing the assault lacks lasting damage, he orders his troops to pull back. Ghislain calmly states they will prepare the next plan, already steps ahead in strategy. While Ghislain's soldiers relaxed, one knight praised the timing of their siege, confident the enemy would starve. Another soldier questioned their presence at the outpost, but the knight explained it was built for comfort. Boredom led to talk of games and bets, as they waited idly for the siege to progress. Ghislain returned unexpectedly, summoning Claude and issuing swift orders to prepare for an assault. He commanded the mages to dig an underground tunnel toward the enemy's castle for infiltration, though some questioned the effort. Ghislain insisted they act before the enemy received reinforcements. Confidently, Ghislain declared the war would end sooner than expected with this bold strategy. Inside the castle, Count Cabaldi raged, convinced Ghislain had fled out of fear of their firepower. He assumed Ghislain's forces planned to wait them out until supplies ran dry. Believing reinforcements would arrive, Cabaldi chose to hold his ground and wait. A guard warned about a tunnel being dug, shocking Cabaldi. He panicked at their audacity. Realizing the plan was unfolding in plain sight, his advisors deduced the tunnel exit would appear at the southern gate. Cabaldi ordered troops stationed there, planning to ambush the moment enemies surfaced. Confident, they dismissed Ghislain's army, underestimating the strategy behind the seemingly minimal force. Count Cabaldi, still confident, vowed that despite Fenris's surprise attack, he alone would stand victorious. Outside the castle, Fenris's forces prepared through the night, concealing their movements under the cover of darkness. Strong men hauled heavy equipment uphill, dragging it into position while the camp below stirred with urgency. The soldiers struggled, complaining about the impossible task of hauling gear in the dark on rough ground. Despite doubts, they pressed on, following Galveric, who had personally crafted the mysterious weapon they carried. Looking to the stars, the question lingered, were they truly attempting to fly? Around the campfire, Fenris revealed a large cloth to his team, sparking awe and confusion. He explained nothing directly but promised they'd soon understand his goal once the demonstration began. As the cloth filled with hot air over the fire, its shape began to expand upward. The men watched, uncertain what they were meant to grasp from the billowing cloth. Fenris explained the rising heat caused the material to inflate, proof of his concept. Still skeptical, one dismissed it as mere wind, unimpressed by the visual. But Galveric objected, realizing the wind wouldn't cause such inflation. It was controlled lift. Fenris guided their understanding further, proposing a large version with space to hold a person. With growing excitement, Galveric exclaimed realization they could fly with hot air and a basket beneath. Fenris admitted he didn't understand the science behind hot air rising. He discovered it while doing laundry. Intrigued by the phenomenon, Galveric eagerly asked Fenris to accompany him to the workshop. Energized by the idea, Galveric insisted they immediately begin crafting and testing the flying device. Fenris returned just in time, rallying the dwarves and confirming the operation was ready to proceed. As Belinda reported that mages and knights were prepped, he ordered her to begin the mission. When questioned about the tunnel plan, Fenris remained silent, already shifting toward the true strategy. Fenris led his force forward, surrounded by trusted allies and fully armed knights. At the edge of a cliff, his army overlooked the enemy fortress glowing in the distance. He announced that from this moment on, they would launch directly into enemy territory. Fenris reminded the troops their goal was infiltration, to open the gate and summon reinforcements. He acknowledged the enemy's strength and superior gear, warning them of the battle ahead. Despite danger, he urged urgency, declaring they might not get another chance if they failed. With fervor, he recounted past triumphs, including victory in impossible battles, like the Forest of Beasts. Rousing the troops, he demanded assurance in their readiness and fearlessness before this risky assault. The soldiers roared in unison, declaring they were not afraid and fully prepared for war. As the wind howled across the ridge, Fenris praised his troops' growth and urged them onward. The newly constructed airships gleamed beneath the moonlight, their launch marking the next stage of the assault. While enemy guards rested, assuming the attackers had given up, Fenris's forces prepared their aerial surprise. Shift changes on the enemy wall proceeded casually, with guards seeing no signs of imminent danger. Relieved to sleep, a guard expressed boredom with the pointless watch, until strange shapes appeared in the sky. Confused and alarmed, they spotted floating vessels approaching, unable to comprehend the airborne threat. Startled guards mistook the incoming airships for monsters, raising weapons in panic as they landed nearby. Fenris's elite units descended swiftly, blades drawn, cutting through the defenders with overwhelming force. Blood sprayed across the walls as the attackers breached the battlements with terrifying precision. The battle intensified as Fenris and his warriors carved a path through stunned enemy lines. Above, more troops launched from airships, bypassing defenses and striking key positions inside the fortress. Fenris himself joined the front, vowing to fight beside his men and ensure total victory. Knight Captain Leslie marched through the hallway with urgency, his armored boots echoing under the palace lights. With a grim expression, he pushed forward, knowing time was running out for their defense. Reaching the Lord's chamber, he was told the Count was still asleep, despite the danger. Startled from slumber, Count Cabaldi questioned the commotion as Leslie entered without hesitation. Leslie urgently reported the crisis. Enemy forces had already infiltrated the castle walls. Outside, chaos erupted as enemy troops launched from the sky, storming the defenses with overwhelming speed. A red-haired invader led the assault, laughing wildly as his men charged through the breached gates. Inside, Cabaldi panicked, realizing their tunnel defense had been completely bypassed. Leslie explained that the Fenrir soldiers descended from above using strange airborne devices. Acknowledging the castle's imminent fall, Leslie decided to move quickly to defend the outer gate. He planned to coordinate with the southern forces and trap the enemy inside. Cabaldi panicked further, stunned that their planned counter-trap had been nothing but a diversion. Shouting in disbelief, Cabaldi couldn't accept the castle's collapse under his leadership. Leslie ordered the Lord to escape with his retinue through the secret route. Resolute, Leslie promised to hold the castle, and if necessary, unleash their final weapon. Enemy units descended from the sky like meteors, catching the castle completely off guard in the night. Panic shouts rang out as soldiers scrambled, unable to comprehend how the intruders bypassed their defenses. A cloaked warrior, wielding a glowing blade, moved swiftly and struck down guards with brutal precision. Charging recklessly, one knight screamed before being cut down instantly by the masked intruder. The attacker showed overwhelming skill, dispatching foes without pause, throwing the defenders into disarray. Despite their numbers, soldiers hesitated, forcing a commander to bark orders and rally the shaken troops. Explosions shattered the ground as more enemy troops landed, scattering knights and creating chaos. Amid the smoke, two allies emerged, arguing while crashing into the battlefield in a rough landing. Before they could recover, soldiers advanced, swords drawn, but the attackers stood their ground. Gordon defended his ally while others joined the assault, swiftly taking out defending knights. After regrouping, they confirmed each other's condition, joking despite the chaos around them. With urgency, the white-haired woman gave orders to secure the gate before reinforcements arrived. A red-haired leader noted the enemy's quick reaction, suspecting a competent strategist among them. He warned the team of dispersed enemies regrouping soon, urging immediate action to maintain advantage. Commons were issued, Kaor to destroy weapons, and Belinda to find and capture Count Cabaldi, with firm resolve. The young knight declared he would open the way to the castle gate. His squad responded in unison, glowing swords raised, their aura pulsing with synchronized energy. He smiled confidently, knowing his unit was ready for the critical push. The Forest Knight Order received the command to begin the assault without hesitation. From high above, they descended rapidly toward the castle gate, closing distance in tight formation. Castle defenders spotted them and rushed to prepare, ordering soldiers to raise their weapons. Troops shouted to block the enemy and delay them until reinforcements arrived from the south. A brutal clash followed, the attackers striking fiercely as the defending line wavered. Captain Leslie's eyes narrowed at the overwhelming strength displayed by the invaders. One enemy swept through soldiers easily, pushing back the defensive front with sharp precision. Leslie was stunned. Every enemy weapon was infused with mana, increasing their destructive power. Despite being knights, the speed at which they advanced was beyond expectation. Leslie realized the armored knight leading the charge must be stopped to preserve the gate. He ordered the mechanisms broken and chose to hold the enemy back himself. Sword drawn, Leslie stepped forward, prepared to sacrifice time to save the stronghold. The cloaked warriors charged, their leader surging ahead with his glowing blade drawn. With swift footwork, he closed the distance and struck forcefully at the defending knight. Their eyes locked. Leslie recognized the deadly skill of the approaching enemy. The two clashed fiercely, swords colliding with explosive force under glowing energy. Leslie dodged and countered with precision, trying to match the invaders' unmatched speed. A powerful exchange followed as both sides pushed their limits in the narrow corridor. Blades continued to clash violently, while soldiers around them gave way to the duel. After a brief standstill, Leslie introduced himself, declaring his name and rank with resolve. The enemy remained silent, preparing for another strike as tension built between them. Leslie stood firm, blocking the passage, declaring no one would advance past him. Meanwhile, far behind the battlefield, a noble watched from the gate with urgency. He ordered someone in chains, Lucas, to delay the attackers at all costs. From within the shadows, Lucas silently acknowledged the order, showing no emotion. His eyes glinted with deadly focus as he prepared to act. A quiet breath escaped him, acceptance of the deadly role he now faced. Lucas, still shackled, broke his silence and looked directly at the noble standing outside his cell. Smoke rose above the castle walls as enemy forces prepared to breach the outer defenses. A red-haired commander roared the order to attack, unleashing his soldiers into the fortress. The attackers charged with brutal force, cutting down defenders and destroying everything in their path. Explosions shattered the ground as the enemy pushed through the crumbling gates under heavy fire. Knight Captain Leslie stepped forward, sword drawn, prepared to stop the advancing forces alone. He stood firm before the gate, declaring none would pass while he remained standing. A black, armored warrior drew his blade with calm precision, approaching Leslie without hesitation. As dust cleared, the warrior launched forward, clashing violently with the defending knight. Their swords collided with immense force, neither giving ground in the brutal exchange. Leslie countered each strike, but the enemy's relentless pace pushed him steadily backward. Blue energy surged from their weapons as power crackled between each strike. A direct hit forced Leslie off balance, barely deflecting the blow in time. The warrior spun and attacked with terrifying speed, overwhelming Leslie's defense. Steel clashed again and again as Leslie struggled to match his opponent's ferocity. In one final clash, the enemy's sword narrowly missed vital contact as Leslie fought back. Leslie clashed blades with the black armored warrior, but his strength began to falter. One powerful strike knocked Leslie back, leaving him open and gasping for breath. Nearby soldiers cried out in concern, but Leslie warned them to stay focused on their own battles. Struggling to endure, Leslie acknowledged the immense power behind each of his opponent's strikes. Despite exhaustion, he strategized: calmly deflect, maintain distance, then aim between the gaps of each blow. Understanding delay meant encirclement. Leslie braced to seize an opportunity amidst the chaos. He baited the enemy into a rushed strike, anticipating the moment to counter. The armored warrior charged, and Leslie dodged narrowly, preparing his riposte. A devastating slash pierced Leslie's defense, landing a brutal blow and drawing blood. Staggering back, Leslie tried to recover, his armor torn and body wounded. The Black Knight advanced mercilessly, forcing Leslie to defend with desperate energy. Still fighting, Leslie grimly muttered that his opponent wasn't as fearsome as expected, wounded and bleeding. Leslie recalled Count Desmond's words about Gislin's unmatched swordsmanship. The name struck him: Gislin, Fenris, the feared mercenary leading the invasion. Realization hit too late, as Leslie collapsed and his soldiers stared in horror at their fallen captain. With Leslie defeated, enemy soldiers cheered, confident that the battle had turned in their favor. Ghislain gave the order to charge and open the castle gate to advance further. A wounded defender warned Ghislain that his plans were already being countered from inside. The gate failed to open. As expected, the mechanism was sabotaged beyond repair. Realizing the defense was deliberate, Ghislain turned toward the opposing reinforcements gathering in the distance. The enemy believed their numbers alone could overwhelm him if the gate remained closed. Despite enemy confidence, Ghislain remained calm, analyzing the exhausted state of their forces. His subordinates hesitated, but he noted their mana was drained and they couldn't continue. Outnumbered or not, Ghislain recognized their current state, left them too weak to resist. Approaching the sealed gate, Ghislain raised his hand, preparing something powerful. He muttered he could activate it briefly enough to break through. With sword drawn, Ghislain warned his men to stand back immediately. A voice echoed thoughts about mastery, revealing Ghislain's control over a higher sword state. His blade radiated intense mana, revealing the true mark of a master knight, channeling his strength. Ghislain unleashed his hidden technique, Core Unleashed, igniting the battlefield in energy. Ghislain concentrated his power, gathering scattered mana and compressing it into his blade with precision. The compressed energy exploded outward, blinding all nearby and knocking enemies off their feet. Amid the light, soldiers struggled to see, while one collapsed near Ghislain's glowing form. A wounded soldier realized the blade's energy surpassed what modern knights could achieve. He watched in disbelief as Ghislain channeled power into a golden vertical strike. With overwhelming brilliance, Ghislain activated Aura Blade, cutting through space and fear alike. Cabaldi's troops panicked, ordering their forces to surround the Fenris soldiers. Despite threats, Ghislain advanced, undeterred by their numbers or commands. As soldiers charged, a fierce female warrior descended to reinforce Ghislain's front. A demonic horse galloped forth, alarming Ghislain's men as another figure joined him. A commander recognized the shattered gate and called for a full retreat. Chaos erupted as soldiers scrambled to flee deeper into the castle. Ghislain led the charge into the breached gate, ordering no mercy for the enemy. Inside, a mysterious white-haired woman awaited silently as another figure entered the hall. A man with a scythe emerged from the shadows, ready to face the intruders. The young man's eyes narrowed, locking onto the white-haired woman across the room. A tense silence filled the air as he took a step forward and muttered, "You." The enemy gate shatters under assault, as Ghislain leads his troops into the castle courtyard. Panicked soldiers attempt retreat, but are cornered and overwhelmed by the advancing mercenaries. A black, armored commander declares no prisoners are needed and orders the complete extermination of enemies. Ghislain's vision blurs momentarily as he realizes the toll of using the Aura Blade. Exhausted, he clutches his chest, acknowledging his limits with depleted mana. His comrades approach on horseback, reporting the enemy's defeat and commending Ghislain's leadership in the battle. Ghislain inquires about Belinda's whereabouts, learning she entered the castle and hasn't returned. His allies dismiss her delay as typical, but Ghislain grows concerned. Looking at the fortress, Ghislain suspects a hidden escape route might be inside. Ghislain orders a search for Count Cabaldi and sends soldiers to secure escape points. He mounts his horse, determined to find Belinda himself. Elsewhere, a young man questions a girl about her connection to the Shadow Knight. The girl's expression shifts as she demands how he knows that name. The man remains silent, then releases a powerful surge of blue energy. With his sword drawn, he prepares to strike, revealing strength that shocks even her. As the girl leaps from her horse, she strikes fiercely, forcing the man to defend. Landing with precision, she attacks again, her expression filled with anger and urgency, demanding answers. She shouts while the man silently counters, his glowing eyes fixed on her. Their battle intensifies as both fighters clash mid-air with streaks of aura blades. The man parries multiple strikes calmly, pushing her back with well-timed counterattacks. Realizing she's overpowered, the girl breaks away, retreating swiftly to create distance. The girl charges again, her sword glowing brighter with compressed energy. He prepares a vertical strike, aura swirling violently around his blade. Their weapons collide mid-air, locking them in a deadly airborne clash above the battlefield. She is sent flying, crashing hard against the ground but quickly recovers. While attacking, she questions how he knows the name. Still unsure of his identity, he answers with silence, pressing the attack, giving her no time to recover. Weapons locked, they stand close. He finally gives a nonchalant reason for his approach. The girl is stunned, caught off guard by the odd comment. The man explains he doesn't care about the war, but he refuses to go easy. The young man warns coldly that it's not personal, his blade already in motion. The girl is struck hard, aura exploding, as she's thrown violently against the stone wall. He watches the aftermath, but something makes his eyes narrow with concern. A new attacker strikes with force, forcing the young man onto the defensive. Belinda calls out in shock, recognizing her ally, the Shadow Knight. He orders her to flee, stepping in to battle the enemy alone. The two warriors clash fiercely, their weapons sparking with charged energy. Blades slice through the air in rapid succession, evenly matched in strength. Realizing he's being stalled, the young man mutters that chasing her now is impossible. He demands to know if the Shadow Knight is the one who started the war. Their blades lock again, and neither gains the upper hand. A powerful swing sends the young man flying backward across the hall. The knight lands a blow, slashing the man's chest and drawing blood. Kneeling, the young man laughs quietly as the knight approaches. With a calm voice, the knight greets him by name, Lucas. Lucas glares upward, confused by the knight's familiarity and mention of his name. The knight confirms he knows Lucas well, once his subordinate and comrade in the past. Lucas scoffs at the sentiment, finding the memory distasteful and unnecessary. The knight critiques Lucas's combat style, noting it's far from that of noble swordsmanship. Lucas demands his identity, still cautious, despite their exchange. The knight admits he once worked as a mercenary before rising in rank. Ghislain offers a duel. If Lucas wins, he keeps the castle. If not, he serves. Lucas questions the motive, calling it reckless and senseless. He refuses immediately, stating that hiring someone like him comes with a high cost. Ghislain explains, he's wagering the castle because Lucas himself is more valuable than its victory. Lucas, surprised, begins to reassess the situation with narrowed eyes. He asks Ghislain's name directly, wanting to know who would make such an offer. Ghislain reveals his full identity as the Lord of Fenris territory, removing his helm, blonde-haired and calm. He declares Lucas will now serve him as his master. Lucas, fatigued but still defiant, warns Ghislain he might be pushing himself too far. Ghislain calmly suggests Lucas consider his fatigue as a handicap in the duel. Lucas smirks, accepting the terms without hesitation, showing no sign of backing down, shouting with resolve. Lucas charges forward with his blade drawn, aiming directly at Ghislain. Snowstorms howled across the mountain as Ghislain descended the icy slopes toward his final mission. Inside a quiet cabin, he packed a white cloth bundle, preparing to leave without turning back. With his spear on his back, Ghislain stepped into the cold, determined and alone once more. Facing his former captain, Ghislain declared this was the final day of their 10-year contract. He reminded the man of the agreement made after Moriana's recognition, now officially concluded. Despite the offer to extend their partnership, Ghislain politely declined, intent on his own path. The captain accused Ghislain of leaving for a woman, masking his frustration beneath a scoff. Ghislain dismissed the sentiment, unwilling to be trapped in another man's personal war. He acknowledged their mutual burdens, revenge and love, each with a separate road to walk. Though parting, Ghislain promised to return if his former captain ever faced danger. The captain accepted the farewell, silently watching Ghislain disappear into the snowy distance. Elsewhere, a battle erupted. Blades flashing with deadly energy and unrelenting speed. A fierce swordsman slashed toward his enemy, eyes locked and faces twisted with resolve. Their weapons clashed, tension crackling, as both refused to yield or retreat. Amid the chaos, Ghislain reappeared, launching his spear to protect the one in peril. Ghislain clashed against his opponent, blades sweeping through the air with overwhelming speed and precision. He launched forward again, spear spinning as the enemy narrowly avoided the devastating blow. Both fighters locked eyes, neither willing to retreat, driven by pride and purpose. Leaping high, Ghislain attacked again while his foe prepared a brutal counter with his heavy blade. The enemy noted Ghislain's exhaustion but admired his unwavering determination to finish the fight. Refusing to lose, Ghislain steeled himself, recalling what was at stake beyond victory. Laughter echoed as Ghislain declared his refusal to join, ready to end it his way. His aura surged violently, mana wrapping around him like a storm before the final strike. The opponent sensed the overwhelming power, realizing Ghislain's strength surpassed all expectations. A memory revealed Ghislain's past 10 years of loyal service, ending in a fateful betrayal. He had tried to save his captain once before, only to fall into an ambush. Now, the captain remembered that sacrifice, regret etched across his silent expression. Ghislain returned, fierce and ready, refusing to repeat the same mistake from the past. His blade was dropped, eyes focused, body prepared to counter the looming threat. This time, the captain swore he wouldn't let Ghislain die, not again. Lucas lunged with his spear, but the enemy countered midair, slamming him into the ground. The clash sent shockwaves across the arena as Gislin's blade was knocked aside, thrown and pinned. Lucas struggled, but the victor's strength had already overpowered him completely. Wounded and exhausted, Lucas hit the ground hard, gasping in pain and frustration. Bloodied and defeated, he clenched his teeth as the battle came to a close. With a calm expression, the victor stood above him and declared, "I win, Lucas." Lucas cursed under his breath, frustrated not just by loss, but what it meant next. Smoke rose over a burning capital chaos, now spread beyond the battlefield. Amid the flames, soldiers lay slain, the kingdom's fate shifting with the victor's rise. Cabald knelt, trembling before the approaching knights as fire consumed his fortress. Tears streamed down his face as he mourned his fallen knights and shattered defenses. A cold voice answered, "There is no such thing as an impenetrable fortress." Shocked, Cabald stammered, trying to understand the true reason behind the assault. His demands for answers were met with a brutal declaration. One reason was to kill him. The name Duke Delphine surfaced, hinting at deeper conspiracies yet to be revealed. Gislin revealed deep knowledge of the Duke's scheme, recruiting nobles and weaponizing magical towers for rebellion. He exposed the plan to strike the capital, triggering a civil war within the kingdom. Cabaldi panicked, realizing Gislin knew every part of the conspiracy far more than expected. Terrified, Cabaldi questioned Gislin's identity, overwhelmed by how much he truly understood. Desperate, he begged to join Gislin's side, offering wealth and political backing. He promised iron, influence, and peace, trying to buy mercy with grand promises. Cabald continued, suggesting that sparing him would be more profitable than killing him. But Gislin's silence and gaze made it clear where he stood. "I have no intention of working with you," he declared coldly, rejecting all offers. Without hesitation, Gislin condemned them all, promising death to everyone behind the plot. Elsewhere, Cabaldi tried to activate a secret mechanism, clutching a hidden trigger. He hoped to survive through trickery, one last desperate escape from death. But his delay cost him. His enemies had already anticipated every move. The Duke's council realized their elaborate schemes failed, despite their meticulous planning. Now, with royalist support, Gislin Ferdium stood as the greatest threat to their faction. In the shadows, a new figure emerged, declaring that the growing threat must be crushed completely. He renounced all oversight, claiming absolute authority, and refusing further orders from his faction. With eyes burning with resolve, he set his new mission: destroy Fenris and eliminate Gislin Ferdium. In the heart of the capital city, Cardinia, tensions rose within the royal court as news of Baron Fenris's unexpected victory spread. Whispers of disbelief filled the air as noble officials gathered behind closed doors. An outraged noble questioned how Baron Fenris had overcome Count Cabaldi, a figure known for his military dominance. The gathered nobles exchanged skeptical glances, struggling to comprehend the upset. Despite initial disbelief, some acknowledged that Fenris had shown exceptional strategy, even overcoming obstacles like famine. This left no doubt that his tactical capabilities warranted serious recognition among the court. Silence filled the chamber as the Marquis processed the implications. His furrowed brow revealed concern over the shifting political balance caused by Fenris's victory. Another official confirmed that Count Desmond had remained inactive, with no apparent movement from his camp. This silence was unexpected, as many had anticipated him to intervene in support of Cabaldi. One noble lamented dispatching royal troops toward Cabaldi's territory, now realizing their efforts were unnecessary. Still, others saw value in the operation, which unintentionally exposed hidden alliances within the nobility. Some regretted Desmond's inaction, as it left his allegiance unclear had he moved. His position in the power struggle between royalists and the ducal faction would have been revealed. The Marquis spoke with clarity, reminding the court that though the royal faction had gained ground in the north, judgment should be reserved. The political landscape was still far from stable. The meeting was formally closed, but not before the Marquis reminded all present that the ducal faction wouldn't remain idle. Vigilance, he warned, would be essential in the coming days. As the chamber emptied, the Marquis instructed his daughter, Rosalind, to leave with him. She followed quietly but seemed lost in thought. Before speaking, Rosalind paused, noticing her father's subtle glance toward her. His stern yet silent expression spoke volumes of his expectations. After a brief silence, she responded with composure and respect. Her steady reply reflected both discipline and quiet determination to follow her father's lead in the unfolding conflict. Elsewhere, in the northern region near Cabaldi Castle, mounted soldiers surged forward. Dust clouds marked their approach toward the former battlefield. Captain Max, leading the unit, remained alert. The silence surrounding the area unsettled her. There were no signs of resistance, and the atmosphere felt unnaturally calm. As the scouts exchanged worried glances, one voiced concern that the battle might already be over. The eerie quiet suggested that Fenris's forces had achieved a swift, decisive outcome. As Max and Fiote debated their mission, concern mounted. They were tasked with rescuing Baron Fenris on behalf of Lady Mariel and the Marquise's daughter. Fiote worried about returning empty-handed, unsure how to explain failure. Max, ever practical, dismissed emotional concerns and reminded Fiote that Baron Fenris had caused this war himself. Their role, as mercenaries, was to act based on the pay, not personal feelings. As tensions rose between them, one of the soldiers noticed movement ahead. Alerted, the group turned their attention forward, prepared for a new development on the road to Cabaldi Castle. The castle finally came into view, rising beyond the dust and hills. As the riders approached, a sense of urgency settled in their ranks. Inside the settlement, a knight commanded the people to line up. Supplies were being distributed, and the new leadership ensured food was shared fairly among the citizens. Amid the crowd, miners were instructed to sign labor contracts. The townspeople rejoiced, realizing that exploitation had ended. For the first time in years, fair compensation was promised. In the streets, construction resumed. Soldiers and civilians alike hauled materials. A mage, overwhelmed and out of place, struggled to carry his share, complaining about the harsh workload. Supervisors barked orders, demanding swift progress on temporary shelters. The new system required all hands, regardless of status or background, to contribute. Max and Fiote watched in confusion. The town showed no signs of battle. Instead of chaos, there was order. Suspicious, they questioned if the war was already over and just how deeply Count Cabaldi had been hiding stolen goods. As more stolen treasures were uncovered from the castle, the mercenaries expressed disbelief. The level of hidden wealth suggested corruption ran deeper than expected. Max grew uneasy. Gillian approached them, questioning their identities. His size and commanding aura left no room for lies. He was no ordinary guard. Gillian demanded they reveal who they were. His presence radiated authority, and neither Max nor Fiote could move under his heavy gaze. Back at the capital, Gillian led Max and Fiote walked toward the Grand Palace. The city walls loomed behind him as he passed the gates with purpose. Inside, armored guards opened the ornate chamber doors, allowing the figure entry. The atmosphere was tense and silent. As golden light spilled through the grand windows, the silhouette of the man cast a long shadow across the hall. He walked forward, unwavering, prepared to confront the center of power. Escorted by Gillian, Max and Fiote stepped into the grand chamber. The air grew heavier as the scale of their surroundings set in. They followed silently, unsure of what awaited them. Gillian announced their arrival. All attention in the hall shifted as he addressed the man seated ahead. Clearly someone of high command and presence, the blonde swordsman turned slowly, rising to meet them. With sharp eyes and an unreadable expression, Ghislain, Baron Fenris, faced his unexpected visitors. Max's instincts kicked in. He assessed the man before him not by title, but by aura, scent, and the unspoken signs of experience. Ghislain wore the scent of battle, despite the hall's peace. His armor still carried traces of blood, his gait controlled and fluid. It was evident he had survived recent battle, but maintained discipline and precision. There was no doubt in Max's mind anymore. This was the man they had come to find, Baron Fenris, calm, dangerous, and nothing like the nobles he'd met before. Baron Fenris questioned their identities. Max introduced himself, explaining they were sent by Countess Alsefer and the Marquise's daughter to extract him if needed. Though respectful, Max's words felt hollow. Ghislain responded bluntly, noting that their rescue had come too late. The war was already over. Max attempted to explain the delay and offered to report back. But Ghislain, unimpressed, turned the conversation toward a new task, assisting with the reconstruction efforts before departure. Startled, Max tried to protest. The mission had been clear, yet Ghislain reminded them that they arrived after the danger had passed, and thus hadn't fulfilled their duty. With piercing eyes, Ghislain questioned how he should explain their failure to the nobles who sent them. Their silence during his time of need had not gone unnoticed. Faced with no options, Max lowered his resistance. Ghislain's command and moral stance had left him no room to argue. He agreed to comply with the Baron's request. Ghislain softened his tone, suggesting cooperation was the better path, both for their mission and their reputation. Max, tense, nodded in agreement. From above, Fiote looked on in concern, whispering Max's name. The situation had shifted completely from what they expected. Finally, Ghislain turned to Fiote, asking if she was the priest assigned to the mission. Caught off guard, she confirmed. Her nerves barely held together by formality. Feoti introduced herself as a servant of Wana, goddess of beauty and abundance, and stated she had been dispatched by Countess Mariel. Her tone was formal and composed despite her earlier nervousness. Ghislain found it unusual, noting that Wana's order typically avoided war zones and impure places. He recalled how few priests remained in the northern region due to these values. He remembered how another priest, Jilon, was unable to assist, due to his duties in Rayfold. Ghislain recognized that priestly power was rare in the north, making Feoti's arrival valuable. Ghislain acknowledged her difficult journey, showing brief courtesy before immediately giving orders for her assignment. He instructed Belinda to escort Feoti to the work zone. Feoti hesitated, protesting that she hadn't come to labor, but her concerns were dismissed, and she was gently led away by Belinda and another attendant. Despite her protests, Ghislain insisted that there were many who needed a priest's guidance. With that, Feoti was escorted out. Her role shifted from guest to active support staff. Observing from a distance, Gillian remarked that the priest's presence was a fortunate development. Ghislain agreed, saying it gave them more operational freedom. With a calm but decisive voice, Ghislain issued his next command. Someone was to be brought in. His tone suggested the meeting was not to be delayed. Outside the castle, Kaor was violently thrown to the ground in the training yard. Blood splattered as he crashed down before a calm, silent figure. Panic spread among the soldiers as they watched their captain, Kaor, defeated in an instant. His men shouted in disbelief, unsure what had just happened. A young man, Lucas, stepped forward confidently, casually mocking Kaor. He denied being the Baron's right-hand man, his relaxed demeanor contrasting the tense atmosphere. Kaor, furious and bloodied, surged up with renewed rage, shouting threats. He charged again, unwilling to accept the humiliation or defeat. Lucas launched a swift strike at Kaor, his posture calm but precise. His movement was clean, practiced, and without hesitation, a stark contrast to the chaos around him. Kaor and his men were caught off guard, their formation collapsing as Lucas's blow scattered them. The impact displayed his overwhelming strength and intent to end the fight quickly. The surrounding guards reacted in confusion, stunned by the sudden attack. Before anyone else could respond, Gillian stepped in, gripping Kaor to halt the growing conflict. Gillian forcefully restrained Kaor, dragging him back. Despite the younger man's struggle, Lucas stood nearby, observing the disruption with cold focus. Kaor resisted, shouting as he tried to break free, but Gillian's grip remained unshaken. The elder warrior's interference was not out of mercy, it was control. A sudden strike from behind sent Kaor flying, his body twisting from the unexpected force. The atmosphere shifted as Kaor realized he was no longer in control of the fight. Gillian warned Kaor to compose himself in front of his troops. His presence wasn't just disciplinary, it was a reminder of hierarchy and power. Turning from Kaor, Gillian addressed Lucas with calm authority, stating that the Lord had summoned him. There was no room for refusal. Kaor, left kneeling on the ground, could only glare at their backs, humiliated. He clenched his fists in frustration, stewing in silence. Gillian stayed quiet as he walked beside Lucas. The tension between them lingered, unresolved yet restrained. Lucas broke the silence with amusement, reflecting on the unusual nature of his task. The Lord had ordered him to confront Kaor directly upon arrival. As the two approached the castle, Lucas pondered the oddity of his new master. He found it strange that the first command involved beating a subordinate. Elsewhere, Kaor vented his anger by attacking a training post, his strikes wild and heavy, fueled by wounded pride. He envisioned his enemy with every blow, his focus narrowed on regaining dignity through strength. His strikes grew more violent. Kaor's final swing landed with a loud impact, sweat dripping down his face. Despite the punishment he inflicted on the dummy, his anger remained unresolved. Ghislain with sharp eyes approached Kaor during his isolated training, teasing him with knowledge of his recent defeat at Lucas's hands. Kaor remained still, sensing the mockery behind the words. Kaor, defensive and annoyed, told Ghislain to leave, assuming the encounter served no purpose beyond ridicule. His frustration simmered beneath his words. Unexpectedly, Ghislain handed Kaor a small object. Kaor turned toward him, puzzled but curious. Unaware of what the gesture truly meant, Ghislain explained that he had written down techniques in mana control and swordsmanship tailored specifically for Kaor. The gift was meant for improvement, not insult. Kaor opened the book and instantly recognized the depth of the content. His eyes widened in disbelief at the personalized detail within, confused by the generosity. Kaor questioned why he had been chosen. Ghislain shrugged off the question, ready to take it back if unappreciated. Kaor quickly refused, clutching the book protectively, walking together. Ghislain pointed out Kaor's limitations. He lacked the foundation, relying too much on strength alone, which stunted his growth. He explained that instinct alone had its limits. True mastery required discipline, theory, and understanding of the basics, elements Kaor had ignored. Kaor respectfully acknowledged the lesson. Ghislain, satisfied with the exchange, dismissed him for the day, advising him to rest before tomorrow's training. A month passed after the end of the war. The territory expanded quickly as the conquered lands of Kabaldi were absorbed under the new rule. To support the population, the administration seized the wealth of the old count and distributed food, quickly gaining the trust of the local citizens. The mines that once oppressed workers were revitalized through fair compensation, greatly boosting iron production and strengthening military capabilities. Ghislain praised the efforts of his team during a strategic meeting. Everyone had fulfilled their duties with excellence, earning the respect of the northern regions. With Peridum under control, Fenris now held 1/3 of the region's power. Their forces were unmatched in both numbers and strength. While the man celebrated enthusiastically, others in the room, including Wendy and Belinda, responded with restraint, balancing excitement with caution. Though progress had been made, the Lord reminded his council that the threat was not yet gone beneath the surface. Danger still loomed. As fatigue set in, the man slumped in his chair, begging for rest. His antics lightened the atmosphere, though his exhaustion was real. Vanessa hesitantly addressed the Lord, relaying concerns from the mages who were growing weary from continuous labor. She waited anxiously for his response. Fioti, radiant with divine energy, prepared a spell in the training field. Her glowing aura brought hope and dread to those nearby. The priestess began chanting a sacred invocation, her eyes glowing as she summoned healing magic without pause or hesitation. Alfoy cried out in fear, begging her to stop healing him. He preferred exhaustion over being forced back into grueling work. Fioti questioned whether using divine magic to send exhausted workers back into labor was truly right. Her conscience wavered as she healed. Reflecting on her status, she wondered when her promised release would come. Her time in Fenris felt longer than expected. Suddenly, Ghislain appeared behind her. He greeted her with a calm demeanor, startling her out of her thoughts. Ghislain explained that unlike mana, divine power could not be trained. He had observed a noticeable increase in Fioti's abilities. Her confused response was met with affirmation. He praised her unique gift, recognizing her as an exceptional priestess, beyond the average. When asked if she had any complaints, Fioti hesitated, then mentioned her desire to return to the order. The Lord responded sincerely, granting her leave as thanks for her service. In the capital city of Gardenia, disbelief spread as word arrived of the rising Fenris faction. Nobles mocked the idea, dismissing it as fraud. Despite the rumors, Ghislain arrived at the palace, flanked by his attendants, including Fioti. His steps were calm and deliberate. As he entered the chamber, he greeted Rosalind with warmth. The lady standing alone, prepared to receive him. Rosalind greeted Ghislain warmly in the royal chamber, relieved at his safe return. Her expression softened as she praised his efforts in stabilizing the region. Ghislain credited Fioti's contributions during the campaign, highlighting the vital role she played in healing and support. Rosalind received this with grace. With the dispatch complete, Fioti was formally released from duty. She expressed gratitude, though a hint of emotional fatigue lingered behind her polite smile. Rosalind observed quietly as Ghislain made a request concerning Fioti. Her expression shifted, signaling a deeper interest in the matter. Before he could elaborate, a knight interrupted to inform Ghislain that Marquis Branford awaited his presence in the meeting room. Ghislain asked Rosalind if they could speak again later. She nodded, her red eyes glimmering with curiosity, and agreed without hesitation. Ghislain entered the chamber where a group of noblemen sat in silence. All eyes were on him as he approached the center of the room. Each lord bore a unique expression, some smug, others cautious. None offered a warm welcome. At the head sat Branford, unamused. Branford, stern and dignified, acknowledged Ghislain's arrival with a cold statement, making it clear that punctuality was expected. Ghislain bowed slightly and apologized, citing his duties in stabilizing the territory as reason for the delay. His tone was respectful yet firm. One noble exploded in frustration, accusing him of neglecting protocol. Another tried to calm the tension, diffusing the outburst. Ghislain reminded them all of a crucial truth: had he failed to act against Count Kabaldi, not only would royalist honor have suffered, but their faction could have lost everything. Branford interlocked his fingers, warning Ghislain not to assume immunity simply because of patronage. Unilateral actions still had consequences. He leaned forward, demanding a full explanation of the war's events. His tone was commanding, and the room fell into silence. Ghislain remained composed. With unwavering confidence, he answered, "He never engages in battles that hold no chance of victory." Ghislain calmly stated that he had acted on an opportunity, not out of recklessness. He emphasized that his focus lay, not in defending past actions, but in shaping the path ahead. The room fell quiet as Ghislain stood with purpose, his presence demanding attention. Every noble eye remained fixed on his next move. With unwavering confidence, Ghislain made his proposal. He would lead the North. His request was bold, to be appointed as the commander of the northern forces. Ghislain boldly steps forward in the royal assembly, declaring his desire to be appointed as the commander of the northern forces. His sudden and direct request shocks everyone present, disrupting the formal atmosphere of the hall. The council members react in disbelief, exchanging alarmed glances. Their expressions reflect both confusion and anxiety, unable to process how someone so young would dare propose such a demand. The room erupts with a shout of outrage. The Marquis, stunned that Ghislain would aim for such a powerful military position without warning or support. Marquis Branford, seated at the head, tightens his grip on the armrest, showing visible tension. His silence implies disapproval, but also interest in Ghislain's boldness. Branford addresses Ghislain by name, acknowledging his presence has begun to shift the balance of political power. He notes that the royalist faction feels the winds of change since Ghislain's arrival. Ghislain calmly accepts Branford's words, confidently pledging to support him. His assurance is direct. He offers himself as a reliable force, not just a participant, in their strategic future. Branford questions whether Ghislain, known for his unpredictability, should be trusted with such critical responsibility. His gaze is sharp, weighing Ghislain's intent beyond his words. Unshaken, Ghislain meets the doubt with a confident affirmation. He does not flinch, understanding the magnitude of what he is asking for. A map explains the military structure. 4 corps govern the kingdom, each led by a commander. Though ceremonial in peace, these roles grant real power in wartime, by allowing one to summon all regional lords. Ghislain explains that the Northern Command is currently unoccupied, subtly suggesting it's an opportunity. He offers himself as the right person to fill the gap. Branford, unmoved, challenges Ghislain's assumption. He hints that leaving the post vacant may have been intentional and not due to oversight. The Marquis emphasizes that the command role is not a position given lightly. He warns that the power struggle already spans across the kingdom, with competing influences in play. Ghislain responds by identifying the instability. While the East and North remain loyal to the Royalists, others seek to exploit the opening, including the untrustworthy Count Desmond. He argues that allowing instability to grow unchecked would only lead to greater chaos. The balance of power must be preserved before it collapses entirely. His final assertion is resolute. The Royalist faction must consolidate strength now, even to the extent of suppressing a potential civil war sparked by the ducal faction. The mention of civil war ignites vivid memories of past conflict within the council. Flames and chaos from history resurface in everyone's mind, warning them of the destruction they narrowly survived once before. Marquis Branford remains quiet, internally conflicted by Ghislain's manipulative but strategic boldness. He stares at the young man, realizing he's being cornered. Branford finally gives in, acknowledging Ghislain's maneuver. He promises to recommend the promotion to the royal court, granting Ghislain entry to noble ranks as a baron, and opening the door to military leadership. Branford pauses and adds a condition. His hand, still writing the decree, hints that this offer won't come without a test of worth. Ghislain and his attendants react with cautious surprise. The hall, once filled with tension, shifts again as uncertainty rises. Branford reveals the mission, a rescue request from the dangerous Shadow Mountains within the Turian Kingdom. Ghislain is ordered to travel there and lead the response. The Turian Kingdom, isolated by its snowy terrain, is plagued by endless waves of monsters that descend from the surrounding mountains without pause. Its people, shaped by constant combat, value strength above all. Their knights, forged in harsh conditions, are feared across the continent. Ghislain remembers fighting there in his previous life. Aware of the brutal conditions and monstrous threats, he calmly accepts the challenge, without hesitation. As Ghislain departs, he walks through the castle gates, recognizing the fragile balance left behind. The ducal faction may be quiet for now, but its threat remains imminent. In his former life, Duke Delphine had seized control by manipulating commanders and sparking civil war. That tragic chain of events led to the king's downfall. Now determined, Ghislain recalls Desmond, the commander who enabled the betrayal. He vows to strike first this time, seizing the northern power before his enemies can act. In a quiet field, a large sword planted in the ground stands like a forgotten monument. The golden sky glows behind it, casting long shadows across the plains. A figure stands before the sword, silently watching it. The wind blows gently, stirring wheat as armored boots approach from behind. The warrior named Hutton turns and greets Count Desmond. His calm voice breaks the silence, asking how the approaching rider is feeling as the next stage begins. Count Desmond is mentioned with a tone of bitterness by Hutton. Standing amidst golden fields, he reflects on a fallen youth named Victor, who once carried his hopes. Though Desmond had invested trust in Victor, the boy was slain, and Hutton blamed for it was Ghislaine Perdium, now newly titled as Baron Fenris. Victor's memory haunts the old master. His disappointment lingers, not just in Victor's failure, but in his own decision to trust the wrong people. Hutton next to him dismisses regret, stating that someone stronger always exists. In this world, loss is simply part of the rule. Though the pain of losing Victor remains, Desmond thanks the Count for his words. He accepts the reality, yet his expression reveals lingering resentment. They acknowledge that their miscalculation cost them dearly. Underestimating Ghislaine and Perdium gave the royalists an edge, a mistake they can't afford to repeat. Behind Ghislaine now stands the royalist faction, and they're moving their army to keep Count Desmond in check. His authority, once strong, now feels hollow. Hutton presses him, asking if he's defying Duke Delphine. Desmond, resolved, vows to act by his own will and no longer be manipulated. He declares his intention to destroy Perdium and Fenris himself. This time he'll start a war to settle matters with the ducal faction on his own terms. Hutton listens in silence, but his thoughts are conflicted. He knows the royalists won't ignore Desmond's threats. They will respond with force. Fighting the royalists without the Duke's support is too dangerous. Hutton warns of the risk, but Desmond insists on hearing Hutton's true feelings. Desmond challenges Hutton to reflect deeper. He questions whether following orders is enough or if Hutton truly shares the fire burning in his own heart. The memories of loss weigh heavily on Hutton. He remembers the shattered remains of Victor's helmet, a symbol of the boy's tragic end. Victor, once filled with potential, had never known defeat, yet on that night, he returned lifeless, broken in body and spirit. Hutton's grief erupts into rage. Blaming himself for not training Victor harder, he clenches his teeth, declaring that what happened is unforgivable. He won't let it end like this. Fueled by grief and fury, Hutton charges forward, begging for the chance to personally kill Ghislaine Fenris. His voice trembles with vengeance as he demands to be the one to end it. Count Desmond remains still, watching Hutton's desperation. He assures him that the time will come, but not yet. Ghislaine's death must serve a greater purpose. In a grim vision of battle, Desmond sees the moment approaching. When chaos erupts and knights clash, that will be the day Ghislaine Fenris meets his end. Rosalind questioned Ghislaine's decision to head toward the Turian kingdom, clearly concerned by the danger of the place he was ordered to visit. Ghislaine calmly explained that the directive came from Marquis himself, and as a knight, he had no choice but to comply. The region, still unstable after the recent war, made Rosalind uneasy. He admitted the Marquis likely still doubted his achievements. It seemed this mission was meant to test his abilities, to prove himself fully this time. Rosalind, visibly holding back emotion, tried to maintain composure but stayed silent for a moment as she processed his words. She then shifted the conversation, informing him that her negotiations with the Ordo Wana had succeeded, which meant she could accompany Priest Fioti for the time being. Ghislaine expressed sincere gratitude, acknowledging that he owed her again. She replied, light-heartedly, noting that the pontiff from Ordo Wana had a notable weakness for fine wine. Trying to act casually, Rosalind brought her fan to her lips, hesitant about what she wanted to say next, as Ghislaine looked at her intently. Just as she started to speak, Ghislaine reached out and gently took her hand, startling her and making her pause, mid-sentence. He lowered his head and placed a soft kiss on her hand, with care and reverence, silently expressing emotions that words could not contain. Far north, in the frigid region of Sakran within the Turian kingdom, snow blanketed the treacherous mountains. As riders pushed through the icy winds, Ghislaine led the charge through the storm, his cloak billowing behind him, flanked by his squad as they followed his path without hesitation. One of the soldiers alerted him that the enemy forces had arrived. Ghislaine responded with a firm nod, his focus unwavering despite the cold. From the white mist emerged monstrous beasts, charging forward. Without hesitation, Ghislaine's unit launched into battle with blades drawn. Steel clashed and blood sprayed across the snow. Ghislaine fought fiercely on horseback, cutting down foes with precise strikes. His comrades followed with coordinated assaults, their movements sharp and disciplined. The enemies were relentless, but Gislin's leadership remained unshaken amid the chaos. Kaor let out a thunderous laugh, his wild nature undeterred by the biting cold. He swung his spear with reckless energy, cutting through the snowy air, charging forward on horseback. Kaor and the vanguard unit advanced aggressively, disrupting the battlefield with their fierce momentum. Despite the chaos, Kaor showed an unexpected awareness of strategy, cautioning his squad to stay alert while urging them deeper into enemy territory. A few days later, Gislin stood in the halls of Fenris, explaining that he would travel alone to the Turian kingdom as a precaution. He reassured everyone that his absence would be brief. Meanwhile, his subordinates reacted in their own ways. Some cheered as if it were a holiday. In contrast, others were overwhelmed with concern, unsure how to manage without Gislin's leadership during such tense times. A map lay before them, showing troop deployments near Desmond's borders. Despite their efforts, Desmond's next move remained a mystery. Gislin warned them not to engage should Desmond launch an attack. Instead, they were to retreat, avoiding unnecessary conflict. He then called for Belinda and Lucas to prepare for departure. Both responded without hesitation, understanding the urgency of the mission. Just as they were about to leave, Kaor suddenly entered the room, demanding to be brought along on the journey. His presence startled others, who were shocked that someone like him, known for avoiding responsibility, had shown such initiative. Lucas confronted Kaor, stating bluntly that his skills weren't enough to survive the mission, yet the decision ultimately lay with Gislin. Kaor launched himself at Lucas without warning. He declared that their last battle was unfinished, and that this time, he wouldn't suffer defeat again. Gislin, observing calmly, gave Gillian a knowing glance. The veteran commander stepped forward and offered to manage things in Gislin's absence. Gillian's confidence settled the room. With him overseeing the region, Gislin could now leave without concern. He responded with a satisfied nod, his usual composure intact. Gislin and his group approached Ironcliff Fortress through the thick snow. Kaor followed closely, silent as the gates creaked open ahead. Inside, heavily armored guards waited in formation as the team entered the stronghold's inner grounds. The atmosphere was tense and cold. The team passed through the towering walls into the inner court of Ironcliff, surrounded by mountains and the bitter wind of the Shadow region. Belinda remarked sarcastically on the fortress's dramatic setting, while Lucas noted that little had changed since their last visit. Kaor glared at a soldier who stared too long, but Gislin calmly stopped any tension from escalating. Lucas asked whether they would begin the mission right away, but Gislin reminded them they must first register as hunters at the local guild. Gislin cautioned them not to expect much. Even with royal backing, the fortress followed its own rules. As they entered the guild hall, the place was quiet and imposing. A large statue stood at the center, watching over the guild's registry desk. Gislin introduced himself as Baron of Lithania and explained he had arrived on an official request from the Turian kingdom. The guild officer, large and rough-looking, dismissed Gislin's noble status as meaningless within the fortress's walls. He made it clear that titles had no value there. All were treated equally, regardless of origin or class. Though he acknowledged their presence as monster hunters, he emphasized that internal conflicts among hunters were not the knight's responsibility. He tossed a token across the desk, granting Gislin's team hunting rights throughout the region surrounding Ironcliff. Gislin accepted the token, knowing they now had the freedom to move and operate, though respect would be earned, not given. As they departed, the officer gave them a half-hearted welcome. Kaor muttered about how cold their reception was, despite being summoned for help. Just as the group exited the guild registry, a group of armored men intercepted them. Commenting on their recent registration as hunters, Gislin responded with a disinterested glance, while Kaor confirming the statement without offering further detail, showing he had no interest in unnecessary conversation. One of the men introduced himself as part of a group under the protection of Ironcliff's self-proclaimed king, Donkarl, claiming they ensured hunters' rights and safety. Kaor was quick to mock the name, suggesting that every place had its share of idiots pretending to be kings. The guild officer explained that knights rarely interfered with conflicts in the city, leaving hunters to manage things themselves. Therefore, newcomers were often asked to pay an association fee to receive support, supposedly making their stay and hunting operations easier. Gislin told Kaor to listen carefully, intending to teach him the first lesson in dealing with places ruled by criminals. He warned that Ironcliff was full of individuals like these, and in such cities, strength and authority were the only laws that mattered. Gislin turned toward the man who introduced himself as Donkarl's representative and made it clear that avoiding conflict would be ideal, but not at the cost of dignity. Without further warning, Gislin landed a powerful punch directly on the man's face, instantly silencing him with overwhelming force. The impact sent the man crashing backward with destructive momentum, stunning the rest of the group and shaking the entire hall. Kavor smirked in approval, while Ghislain calmly stated that in a place like Ironcliff, fists held more value than words. Inside a crowded tavern, Ghislain's group enters, drawing attention. Kaor leads with confidence, but the tension in the air is clear. A hostile group of local thugs watches them closely, viewing them as easy prey. Kaor steps forward, mocking the newcomers, and delivering his version of local wisdom, violence before diplomacy. His tone makes it clear he views brute strength as the rule of the land. Ghislain answers silently, stepping forward and landing a devastating punch on Kaor. The crowd recoils as Kaor is thrown back with surprising force, signaling the start of a swift confrontation. Kaor's allies rush forward with axes, shouting threats and insults. Ghislain calmly prepares to face them alone, despite being surrounded. Without hesitation, Ghislain counters their attacks. His movements are sharp and efficient. Belinda and Lucas observe, impressed by his precision and control. Kaor, bloodied and frustrated, rises while the others hesitate. He now understands why his captain often relied on action over words. Yet even that doesn't help him now, facing a man clearly beyond their level. Ghislain stands composed, unaffected by the chaos. Belinda questions his familiarity with the area. Lucas listens carefully, sensing deeper meaning behind Ghislain's calm. Ghislain reveals the truth. He had been here before, during the time of the Seven Strongest, implying a connection to a powerful past. His knowledge of the place is not recent, but deeply rooted. A cloaked figure stumbles into the room, panic evident. The damage done by Ghislain's swift counterattack has broken their confidence. The group realizes too late that they've provoked someone far beyond their understanding. A furious man shouts with rage, warning Ghislain that he's provoked forces beyond his understanding. He claims the city's king will personally retaliate for the offense committed against them. Kaor turns to Ghislain, asking how to respond. Ghislain remains composed and unfazed, brushing off the threat. He shows no intention of wasting time on those beneath his concern. Ghislain orders the man to deliver a message. If the so-called king has a problem, he should come deal with it himself. Ghislain's calm confidence signals that he's prepared for anything. Elsewhere, chaos erupts. Barbarian forces rampage through the outskirts, cutting down guards and civilians alike. Flames rise around them as they charge with unrelenting force. The attackers show no mercy. With savage strength and overwhelming numbers, they tear through the defenses. Panic spreads as the defenders scatter in disarray. Their leader, towering and vicious, calls his warriors to revel in destruction. Fire engulfs the scene behind him. He commands them to enjoy the bloodshed without restraint. Far from the battlefield, in a remote northern camp, the Soundwind tribe celebrates. Warriors laugh around a fire, boasting about the brutality of their kills during the latest raid. As tensions rise in their banter, one warrior rushes forward, interrupting the chief. He clutches a letter with urgency in his voice, clearly shaken by its contents. Chief Kustu, seated calmly, and wearing a beast's pelt, receives the letter with interest. His expression hardens slightly, suggesting the message may hold significant consequences for what comes next. Chief Kustu opens the sealed letter and glares at the paper. His expression shifts from curiosity to confusion. The message lacks content, a deliberate provocation or mistake. Perhaps Kustu's anger rises. He accuses the messenger of mocking him by delivering a blank message, without someone who can read. The subordinate panics, quickly promising to bring the village chief for interpretation. As the interpreter reads aloud, the true message is revealed. The north is declared empty, and warriors are authorized to claim Perdium. The implication is clear, an invitation to invade. The chieftain and his lieutenants are struck silent. The message's meaning spreads among the warriors, stirring disbelief and anticipation. A rare opportunity has been granted. Excitement surges. The warriors realize that this gives them permission to raid Perdium, the long-coveted land of the Northern Wolf. It's a long-awaited call to action. Kustu sits in thought, processing the offer. The weight of the message isn't lost on him, though it grants what they always wanted. The timing and source raise questions. Moments later, Kustu breaks into laughter. He mocks the political maneuver, seeing through its intentions but caring little. Strategy means nothing to him compared to the thrill of conquest. He declares he doesn't mind being manipulated, not when battle awaits. The letter only accelerates what they were already preparing for, war. With a wide grin, Kustu gives the order. The other chiefs are to gather their forces. The warriors of the Soundwind tribe will march. Perdium will be theirs. In the icy expanse of the Shadow Mountains, a group rides through the snow under a towering peak. The cold silence is broken only by the crunch of hooves and wind through pine. Keo reacts with disbelief after hearing the number of monsters in the area. His frustration grows, doubting that fighting beasts will make him stronger. While Keo complains, Belinda points to a nearby slope. Ghislain and the group turn their attention forward, just in time to witness movement among the trees. From behind the snowbanks, a pair of monstrous owl bears emerge, massive and alert. Their golden eyes scan the party with sudden focus. One of the owl bears lets out a low growl before charging forward. Its size and agility are unnatural, showcasing its apex predator status. The group watches as the beasts advance rapidly. These are no ordinary monsters. They are the feared owlbears, known rulers of the Shadow Mountains. Keo steps forward, underestimating the threat. Keo makes the first move, charging without hesitation. A bear swipes in retaliation, striking with crushing force, knocking him back violently. Ghislain warns the others not to lose focus. These beasts are silent hunters, moving without sound. His calm demeanor hides the urgency in his words. As Keo protests, another owl bear launches an attack. With swift motion, it strikes from above, overwhelming the group. The danger becomes clear as another member is nearly hit, forcing them into full alert. Keo attempts to counterattack, swinging his weapon at the owl bear, bearing down on him. His strike misses, and the beast retaliates with savage force, thrown into the air. Keo is completely overwhelmed by the creature's speed and weight. His defensive posture collapses as he crashes to the ground. The owl bear slams down, pinning Keo hard. Snow bursts around them from the impact. Despite the beating, Keo grits his teeth, refusing to stay down. As Keo struggles, Lucas casually watches from a distance with satisfying smirk. He questions Ghislain's inaction, pointing out that Keo is being overwhelmed. Ghislain responds bluntly. Keo had insisted on handling the monsters himself, and this is his chance to prove it. Ghislain reminds him that strength without discipline is meaningless. Keo's pride takes a blow as he hears the words. Meanwhile, the owl bears continue to press the attack. Lucas taunts Keo further, suggesting that if he can't beat these beasts, he won't survive future battles. Belinda looks on with concern, asking if Keo is in real danger. Ghislain calmly reassures her. Keo is tough. This won't kill him. Ghislain explains that owl bears are clever predators. Rushing them blindly is a mistake. They lure enemies in with feints and counters. He reflects on Keo's past, a moment when he showed great strength during a desperate fight. Ghislain believes Keo can reach that level again, but only if he stops holding back and fights like his life is truly on the line. Keo refocuses his stance, no longer acting on impulse. He waits patiently, watching the owlbears close in with calculated aggression, embracing a predator's mindset. His eyes sharpen. This time, he doesn't charge blindly. He recognizes the moment of vulnerability. When a single strike could be fatal to the beast, Keo moves with precision. He intercepts the owlbear mid-leap and delivers a clean, powerful slash. The attack lands effectively, showing he has begun to adapt his fighting instincts. Keo doesn't stop. He rotates and continues attacking the second owlbear with agility and timing. His confidence now matches his strength. Dodging and weaving, Keo outmaneuvers the creature's wild strikes. His body moves with greater awareness, no longer rushing recklessly. With a fierce finishing move, he carves into the beast. Blood sprays across the snow as Keo, now fully engaged, shows his evolution. Ghislain observes, silently pleased by the progress. Elsewhere, whispers spread through the mountain. Word of a small group eliminating monsters without casualties stirs alarm among rival hunters. Hunters complain about losing valuable materials. Kustu himself watches from afar. The success of Ghislain's party has caught his attention. He had initially ignored their presence, but now it feels personal. Anger rises in Kustu's voice. Ghislain not only defeated one of his men, but is now encroaching on territory he considers his own. A confrontation is no longer a question. It's inevitable. In a cold, dim forest clearing, Kustu grips a massive stone pillar, effortlessly lifting it onto his shoulder. The weight seems meaningless in his grasp, his intent unwavering. He turns with silent determination. Snow swirls around his feet as he steps forward. His presence commanding the air grows heavier with the tension of coming bloodshed. His expression remains calm, yet cold. Addressing his men, Kustu gives a chilling command. The hunt has begun. And this time, the prey is not a monster, but men. After a brutal hunt, Ghislain's unit stood triumphant over the corpses of several slain monsters. Their efforts had clearly paid off, with dozens of beasts lying lifeless across the frost-covered field. Kaor, prideful and confident, mocked the less competent soldiers nearby. He pressed them to clean up the battlefield quickly, threatening those who lagged behind. Gislen remained quiet, while Kaor scoffed at the idea of trusting weak nobles or relying on politics. Gislen listened silently. Kaor continued his harsh assessment, labeling them as cowards with no resolve. Gislen remained silent as a subordinate approached, asking about the fate of the monster materials now piled up. Gislen calmly responded with plans to sell them to trade cities that valued such resources. Before further discussion could unfold, Belinda appeared in haste. She handed Gislen a sealed letter. Gislen instinctively sensed danger before even breaking the seal. As Gislen read the letter, his eyes widened. The message was clear. His homeland, Perdium, was under attack. The shock registered instantly. The scene shifted violently to Perdium. The stronghold walls shook as explosions rocked the outer gates. Barbarian forces, led by the savage Kustu, charged with terrifying speed and ferocity. The defenders shouted commands, ordering warriors to reinforce the walls. Kustu's war cry echoed, demanding his soldiers drag the defenders from their positions. With overwhelming force, Kustu's horde surged forward. The battlefield outside the walls became a storm of steel, war cries, and blood. Inside the fortress of Perdium, the defense leaders were overwhelmed by the size of the barbarian assault. One commander expressed disbelief at the sheer number of invaders. The urgency grew among the officers. One urged the others to send a request for reinforcements to Gislen. However, the Lord of Perdium, known as the Wolf of the North, rejected the idea outright, standing firm. The Lord insisted that the current crisis was not his son's burden. As the ruling Lord of Perdium, he refused outside help. His stoic gaze reflected his belief in self-reliance. Reinforcements were denied. Back in the snowy field, Gislen carefully analyzing the contents of the urgent letter. The message revealed that 6 barbarian tribes had formed an alliance and launched a coordinated strike against Perdium's northern fortress. Gislen realized this development was unnatural. In his past life, the tribes had never united like this. His instincts warned him that this situation was unlike anything he had experienced before. Gislen grew uneasy. His father was not the kind of man to overreact. If he moved this early, the threat had to be real. Gislen's mind raced. Something was clearly off. Belinda and Kaor stood by for orders. Gislen remained calm but decisive. Despite Kaor's eagerness to continue, Gislen called off the operation, declaring a tactical withdrawal to regroup. He reasoned that the letter's authenticity needed to be verified. Until then, they would retreat and reassess. But as the cold wind swept across the field, something in his eyes shifted. Suddenly, Gislen issued a single urgent command: run. The tone in his voice was final. Whatever was coming, it demanded immediate action. The team turned without hesitation, retreating into the snowy expanse. As Gislen gave the command to retreat, the team was ambushed. Winged beasts suddenly descended upon them with great speed and precision. The attackers moved in unison. Kaor and the others immediately engaged the attackers. With coordinated movements, they fought to hold the line. Blades clashed in a flurry of strikes as the monsters pressed in. Despite their fierce resistance, the winged creatures attacked relentlessly. Gislen defended Belinda from a blow, parrying with force and taking control of the battlefield. At a distance, a large column stood out in the snowy terrain. One of the winged attackers flew straight into it with explosive force. Snow and ice cracked violently above the cliffs. An avalanche had been set off. The frozen mass began crashing down the slope, thundering toward Gislen's group. Belinda and Kaor reacted in shock as the avalanche approached. Gislen stood ahead of the group, sword drawn, his stance steady. He braced himself against the incoming disaster, ready to shield his team. As the snowstorm surged forward, Gislen shouted for everyone to get behind him, planting his feet. He faced the avalanche head-on. Snow exploded around him, his aura flaring. Using his energy, Gislen cut through the avalanche, carving a path with sheer force. His body held firm even as ice and debris tore across the field. The avalanche eventually lost momentum, settling into silence. In the distance, the barbarian chief Kustu watched the result with narrowed eyes. Seeing Gislen's tactics, he acknowledged the countermeasure with amusement, realizing that his prey had come prepared. Kustu and his warriors stood before Gislen's group. Tension rose as one of the barbarians demanded to know who they were. Gislen's group remained silent, standing united in the snow. Kustu, unimpressed by the lack of response, declared that they had missed their opportunity to avoid conflict. There would be no peaceful resolution now. A new figure emerged from the enemy ranks, Dawnguard, the self-proclaimed king of Ironcliff. He introduced himself with authority, bearing a massive sword and a thick fur cloak. Ghislain responded with sharp words, noting he had expected a subordinate, not Dawnguard himself. He mocked Dawnguard's decision to appear personally, calling him foolish. From a distance, Ghislain called out Dawnguard's hypocrisy. He reminded him that their presence in this territory was already a violation of existing agreements. Dawnguard didn't deny it. Instead, he implied that the remote mountains offered a lawless place for bloodshed. Gripping his weapon, Dawnguard made his intention clear. In this region, accidents were expected. He hinted that if anyone died, it would be easy to blame it on monsters. Belinda and Kaor exchanged glances, clearly sensing the shift. Kaor grimaced, annoyed but cautious. The enemy was dangerous, and the encounter was about to escalate. Dawnguard's warrior asked who the leader was. Kaor paused for a moment, then turned and gestured without hesitation toward Ghislain, naming him their captain. Kaor addressed Dawnguard with confidence, declaring Ghislain as the future king of Ironcliff. The air grew colder as both sides now understood. This wasn't just a standoff, it was a confrontation between two rightful heirs to power. Dawnguard narrowed his eyes with a mocking smirk as Kaor stepped forward. Ghislain remained composed. Offering a short explanation, he had more pressing matters. Kaor slowly advanced toward the battlefield. His expression hardened, steps confident and purposeful. With a glance over his shoulder, he confirmed Ghislain's intent. With a burst of force, Kaor leapt forward, declaring his intention to finish the battle. His blade arced through the air, and his eyes locked onto the enemy. Kaor was prepared to crush Dawnguard's forces without hesitation. Kaor rallied Lucas and Belinda to follow Ghislain, allowed them to proceed while staying behind to observe. The rest of Dawnguard's men grew angry. Barbarian warriors rushed forward to block the retreat. They shouted threats, accusing Ghislain of cowardice, but Ghislain remained calm, his hand slowly reaching for his sword. With a single, precise slash, Kaor cut down the two attackers in one sweeping motion. Blood sprayed across the snow. The enemy's bravado shattered instantly. Kaor's strength spoke louder than words. Kaor taunted Dawnguard directly, demanding his attention. He declared himself the true opponent, drawing the barbarian chief's gaze. Dawnguard, intrigued, turned to face him with a smirk. Dawnguard acknowledged Kaor's challenge and agreed to fight. The surrounding warriors backed off, giving space to the duel about to begin. Kaor's confidence showed through his measured stance. The clash erupted as Dawnguard's henchmen lunged in support, but Kaor fended them off with swift, lethal counterattacks. His movements were sharp, leaving no room for error. Kaor charged headfirst into the heart of battle, cutting down enemy warriors with brutal precision. Each strike was backed by overwhelming strength, forcing his foes on the defensive. Despite being surrounded, Kaor's movements remained fluid and relentless. He ducked under a hammer swing and countered immediately, his blade tearing through armor and flesh alike. Kaor broke through the line and delivered a devastating blow to one of Dawnguard's top fighters, smashing him into the ground. The enemy's expression froze in terror just before collapse. Kaor fell to the ground but recovered quickly, planting his foot firmly for another charge. Dawnguard's strike had landed, but it wasn't enough to stop him. As Kaor advanced again, Dawnguard slammed his hammer into the snow, launching another barrage of raw force. The shockwave cracked the ice, but Kaor dodged and pressed forward, leaping to close the gap. Dawnguard swung his weapon with full force, but Kaor stayed one step ahead. With swift footwork, Kaor narrowly evaded the massive strike and struck back with speed, continuing the duel with no sign of backing down. Dawnguard chuckled mid-battle, impressed by Kaor's skill. He paused to offer a proposal: join him, fight under his command, and be rewarded. He saw Kaor as a worthy ally, rather than just another enemy. Kaor didn't flinch. Without hesitation, he delivered his answer, in full stride, his sword raised, defiant. His refusal was not in words, but in presence, stepping forward alone against the massive warlord. With a calm smirk, Kaor replied, "How could a wolf ever serve under a pig?" Declaring his dominance, he proclaimed himself the king from that moment on. The forest lay in silence, blanketed by snow and stillness. Suddenly, the calm was shattered by movement cutting through the trees, signaling the arrival of something violent and swift. Without warning, a barrage of ice blades erupted from the woods. Explosions of snow followed as bodies flew. Caught off guard by the ambush, one warrior, cloaked in black with white hair, charged in with controlled fury, overwhelming his foes with precise, powerful strikes. Kaor entered the fray, clashing head-on with the attacker. A brutal exchange of strikes followed. Ice clashed against raw strength as Kaor fought to push back his opponent. The snowy ground cracked beneath them, each blow heavier than the last. Neither side relenting. Kaor momentarily stepped back, gritting his teeth in frustration. His eyes narrowed, locked on the enemy. He realized his opponent's style wasn't wild. It was calculated, like a trained beast backed into a corner, striking with purpose. The white-haired mercenary lunged forward again. Kaor braced himself as the blade arced toward him with crushing force. The battle was far from over. Kaor launched from above, aiming another direct attack. The white-haired mercenary braced, swinging his massive weapon upward. Steel clashed as Kaor was forced to leap back, unable to break through the defense. The mercenary countered immediately. His strike pounded the frozen earth, blasting Kaor backward in a wave of ice and pressure. Kaor slid across the snow, leaving deep tracks behind him. Kaor clenched his jaw, thoughts racing. Despite the opponent's size, the man moved with alarming precision. His grip never loosened, and there was no gap to exploit. Even landing one solid hit seemed impossible. The mercenary didn't hesitate. He turned, twisting his full weight into a powerful swing. The attack came from above, too fast to block directly. Kaor had no choice but to evade or absorb the blow. But this time, Kaor was too late. The attack landed squarely, launching him through the air. His body slammed into the snow, skidding across the ground. The impact left him groaning in pain, barely able to lift his head as snow and debris scattered around him. Kaor narrowly dodged another crushing blow as the giant weapon smashed down behind him. His eyes widened in alarm, recognizing the deliberate aim meant to trap him in a specific path. Realizing the surrounding trees had become part of the enemy's strategy, Kaor adjusted his stance. The mercenary had funneled him into open space, ready to strike again with precision. The white-haired mercenary glared calmly, his expression unreadable. He had faced countless reckless fighters like Kaor, those who mistook aggression for power. To him, Kaor was just another overconfident opponent. Suddenly, blood scattered across the snow. The mercenary took a hit. Despite his overwhelming defense, Kaor had landed a surprise strike, his sword slicing into the side of the behemoth with force. Staggering but not falling, the mercenary roared in rage. His eyes burned with fury, blood dripping from his wounds. The tables had turned, but the battle was far from decided. The aftermath of the clash settled over the frozen cliffs. Snow burst from a steep ridge, marking the end of a fierce battle. Silence returned as one figure remained, alone. The white-haired mercenary sat quietly on a bench, a large pack beside him. The sound of wind through the trees was the only noise as he reached for a bloodied cigar from his coat. He lit the cigar with calm hands, ignoring the cold. As smoke drifted upward, his expression stayed composed, unbothered by the fading echoes of violence behind him. From a distance, Kaor's body lay motionless near a tree. The mercenary sat above, speaking to himself. He reflected that it had been a long time since someone dared to challenge him. Yet, even with Kaor's rising reputation, he fell short like the others. The mercenary scoffed. Kaor had become too cautious. Midway through the fight, dodging more than striking. The lack of aggression made the battle boring. In the end, it ended faster than expected. Kaor stood, injured but defiant. He muttered bitterly, blaming himself for placing trust in someone. His frustration lingered, a reminder of a costly miscalculation tied to another mission. The white-haired mercenary, now carrying his massive weapon on his shoulder, walked away without urgency. His calm movements showed he didn't see Kaor as a continued threat. Kaor shouted, stopping him mid-step. He hadn't conceded. With blood staining his cloak, he stood tall and demanded an answer. No one told the mercenary the fight was over. The mercenary turned slightly surprised. His eyes narrowed, curious. Kaor, beaten and bruised, still had fight left. That caught his attention. Face to face once again, the mercenary gave Kaor one last offer. He invited him to reconsider everything this time, to stand under his banner. The battlefield shifted from force to proposition. The mercenary, cigar still burning, mocked Kaor coldly. He suggested pride meant little when hunger struck, and even a well-fed pig was better off than a starving wolf. Without a pack, blood trickled down Kaor's face as he stared at the ground. His fists clenched. He listened, but his silence wasn't surrender, it was focus. Lifting his weapon once again, Kaor declared his answer. One of them would die today. His resolve was absolute. He had already decided it wouldn't be him. His eyes sharpened, burning with defiance. He rejected the offer, staking everything on the outcome of this fight. There was no room left for negotiation. The mercenary muttered under his breath, calling him stubborn. With tension in the air, he moved again. The clash was reignited in a storm of power and refusal. Kaor walks through the freezing battlefield. A fallen enemy lies scorched by blue flames. His expression is firm. Death is final. There is no room for regret afterward. Harsh wind bites through his wounds. Blood stains his fur cloak. He clenches his jaw as his limbs tremble. The cold is unbearable. It feels like his body is breaking from within. Frustration wells up. He thought he understood everything his master had taught him. But when truly tested in this brutal situation, all his confidence crumbles. He couldn't apply a single thing he learned. Kaor's hand trembles as it reaches for another. Their hands finally meet. The grip is firm, intense. In that moment, it's not pain or strategy that dominates his mind. It is fear. Staring down at their joined hands, Kaor finally understands. This is fear, not of death, but of failing again. His face hardens. In silence, he acknowledges the emotion. Then, he begins to move forward. The castle looms as raised voices echo off the walls. Accusations fly. Kaor is enraged by a claim that he backed down. His pride refuses to accept the insult. In the courtyard, Ghislain faces him with calm confidence. He remarks that Kaor might be too afraid to even reach Lucas. Despite the mockery, he admits Kaor fights better than expected. But hesitation before the battle ever began is a weakness. Kaor flushes with frustration. Memories of past battles, against beasts and brutal foes, never brought him shame. So why now? Why is that incident being thrown in his face? Sweat forms on Kaor's brow. His instincts scream. A flash of energy pierces toward him before he can react. Ghislain moves first, unleashing a devastating strike without mercy. Ghislain follows with a merciless onslaught, chaining fluid sword swings with deadly intent. Kaor is forced back, overwhelmed by speed and power. Each movement exposes a gap Kaor didn't know he had. Kaor senses danger mid-battle and urgently turns toward Ghislain, alarmed by an unexpected movement. His voice trembles with confusion as something suddenly feels off. Without warning, Ghislain launches forward. His speed leaves Kaor wide-eyed and frozen. The force of the sudden charge catches Kaor off guard, giving him no time to react. In a split second, Ghislain grabs Kaor and spins with precision, pressing a blade to his neck. Kaor breaks into a sweat, his instincts screaming at him, but it's already too late. He's been fully restrained. Ghislain's calm expression contrasts Kaor's panic. He speaks coldly, analyzing how people instinctively try to dodge when they believe they're at a disadvantage. His tone is firm, rooted in experience and control. Just as Kaor tries to recover, Ghislain seizes his sword hand, locking his grip tightly. The movement signals the end. Kaor's final option is stripped away, and Ghislain's strategy dominates the field. Ghislain drives his sword into Kaor's shoulder, pinning him against the wall. He states coldly that Kaor could have had a chance, if only he had broken through. Kaor, now bloodied and wounded, reflects deeply. He realizes that if he seeks to surpass his current self, he must first conquer what holds him back. In a vision-like space of ice and memory, Kaor faces his greatest enemy, fear. The looming presence stares him down, embodying the weight of everything he's avoided. Kaor stumbles back from the vision, though death is something one must avoid at all costs. He sees it clearly now. It is always near, always watching. In a flash of crimson, the consequence of hesitation unfolds. Blood scatters through the air, marking the final blow in Kaor's lesson. Fear is a weakness, but also a trial for the exceptional. Kaor launches a devastating horizontal swing with his massive blade, cleaving through enemies with precision. His attack is clean, controlled, and deadly, with the sheer force carving into the frozen battlefield. One opponent manages a quick counter, piercing Kaor's side with a glowing blade. The wound is deep, but Kaor's expression remains unchanged. Ignoring the pain, he rotates his body mid-motion, generating force for another strike. Kaor uses the momentum to leap, twisting mid-air while drawing energy into his next attack. His cloak flares, and the enemy has no time to react. The shift in pace surprises the attacker, leaving him vulnerable to what's coming next. Landing squarely, Kaor delivers a crushing upward slash that lifts the enemy off the ground. He follows with a second strike, unrelenting, driving his blade down in a fluid sequence. The combination is seamless, honed by years of battle. Blood explodes from the enemy's back. Kaor's blade lands again, twice in rapid succession. The wounded foe clenches his teeth, stunned. He realizes too late, Kaor wasn't holding back. He aimed to end it in 2 precise strikes. The white-haired warrior grits his teeth, blood dripping from fresh wounds. It's no longer a casual battle. He now sees Kaor as a true threat, no longer dismissing him as just another red-haired brat. Kaor stands calmly, surrounded by energy, his blade pulsing with growing power. His stance sharpens. The air crackles as he prepares for his next move. The enemy watches in disbelief. Kaor is evolving mid-fight, becoming stronger with every exchange. Driven by fury, the enemy charges with a roar. His massive sword sweeps down with raw power, aiming to crush Kaor before the tide fully turns. But Kaor stands firm, his eyes locked in focus, unfazed by the overwhelming strength aimed at him. The massive blade carves through the snow. But Kaor has already moved. He evades with sharp footwork, leaving a streak across the battlefield. The enemy's swing misses its mark, cutting only air and ice, and a wide arc. Frustration explodes from the enemy as he screams. Veins bulging, he demands to know what trick Kaor is using. But there's no trick, only raw growth, sharpened instinct, and a warrior's rising will to win. Kaor closes in, his blade glowing. The shadow of a massive tree looms overhead, darkening the snow-covered ground. The scene slows for a moment, as Kaor's presence overwhelms his opponent. The force of Kaor's strike blasts upward, shaking the trees and splintering the ground beneath. His speed is relentless. In the same motion he flips mid-air, preparing for another assault. The white-haired warrior is thrown off balance. Kaor's eyes sharpen, his breathing steadies. Blood streams down his cheek, but his focus never wavers. The fear that once held him back is gone. He's not the same as before. This time, he fights without hesitation. The enemy's face twists in disbelief. The tide has shifted beyond his control. What once seemed like an easy battle now turns into a nightmare. His voice stammers in shock, unable to accept Kaor's transformation descending from above. Kaor's blade comes crashing down. It slices clean through, drawing blood, and bringing a brutal end to the exchange. Kaor proves he's not just a survivor, he's the one rewriting the outcome. A vast snow-covered mountain range stretches beneath a gentle snowfall. The frozen landscape is quiet until distant tremors begin to rise from below, disturbing the peaceful white. A unit of horsemen races across the icy terrain, cutting through snow with urgency. Their formation is tight, coordinated, their breath visible in the cold air. They move with purpose, aware of the danger that could lie ahead. From afar, a scout observes them through a spyglass. His voice calls out in alarm, reporting the movement. The unit has been spotted, and their presence now known. Tension begins to mount on the cliffs above. Two observers in camouflage remain hidden on a rocky ledge. One confirms the rider's identity. Men of Lord Fenris heading south. The other assesses the situation calmly, deciding that even with a few losses, it won't affect the larger plan. The leader among the watchers, cloaked in blue and masked for the cold, gives his order. A message must be sent to Count Desmond. Whatever unfolds next must be shared quickly. The game is shifting, and every move now carries weight in this frozen chessboard of war. A scout rides swiftly through the snow, delivering a critical update. Lord Fenris is moving exactly as planned. His urgency cuts through the storm as he presses forward to report. Waiting ahead is Gislen. His gaze is sharp, calm, and unwavering. With piercing eyes focused on the horizon, he receives the news in silence, already preparing for the next step in a strategy only he fully understands. The battle begins at the northern fortress of Ferdium. A large enemy force surrounds the walls and pushes forward through heavy smoke and dust. The fortress defenders prepare for a long fight as the attackers rush in waves. Close combat breaks out on the battlefield. Soldiers clash with shields and weapons, and blood scatters across the ground. The defenders hold their positions, but the pressure from the enemy keeps increasing with every strike. A commander, in blue armor, shouts orders, telling the troops to reduce the enemy numbers with full force. He warns them not to hesitate, calling the attackers nothing more than savage killers. His goal is to keep morale strong and stop fear from spreading. Enemy fighters complain during the fight, frustrated that the defenders will not collapse. They expected the fortress to weaken quickly, but instead the resistance stays strong. Their anger grows as the battle drags on without an easy victory. A white-haired leader wearing a wolf pelt watches the situation with a confident grin. He mocks the enemy's fading energy and believes the fortress will fall after only a few more exchanges. He acts as if victory is already decided. The wolf pelt leader orders tired soldiers to retreat and rest, commanding a unit rotation. He announces that they will switch with the reserve troops. This shows the attackers are using a planned strategy instead of reckless charging. Some enemy soldiers complain loudly, disappointed that they are being pulled back just as they started enjoying the battle. But another soldier reminds them, this is Kust's command, and they must obey no matter what they want. Inside the fortress, defenders notice the attackers keep changing squads repeatedly. They realize the enemy is maintaining non-stop pressure by rotating fighters. The defenders grow frustrated because they cannot get any proper rest. A soldier reports to the commander that the enemy's rotation tactic is working too well. Their own forces are too small to fully stop the constant attacks. The commander is shocked that such simple-minded enemies are using a smart strategy meant to exhaust them. One of the leaders inside the fortress becomes suspicious. He says the enemy's coordination is strange and feels unnatural. He believes someone may be controlling the battle from the shadows, guiding the attackers with a hidden hand. The fortress commander gives a strict order: if the enemy returns, the gates must be opened. He declares that the Wolf of the North will personally cut down the enemy leader and end the fight directly. The men nearby react in silence. One looks shocked while another sweats heavily, realizing the commander's decision is serious and risky. The tension rises as they understand a direct clash is coming. A soldier urgently points toward the battlefield and tells the commander to look. Something unusual is approaching fast, forcing everyone on the wall to focus beyond the smoke. From the fortress wall, the commander watches the snowy field. The battlefield briefly clears, revealing movement in the distance that does not match the normal enemy formations. A group charges forward through snow and mist. The commander immediately recognizes the threat and stiffens, realizing this unit is different from the earlier waves. A knight in pale armor rides in at high speed on a black horse. The rider moves like a spearhead meant to break the defender's control. The commander realizes the enemy has sent a powerful fighter to the front. Two fighters on horseback appear behind the knight, a dark-haired man and a white-haired woman. One of them comments angrily that the filthy barbarians are causing too much trouble, confirming they are not normal soldiers. The armored knight speaks without turning back. He calls the two riders by name Belinda and Lucas, and orders them to lead their units to both sides and form a pincer formation. The knight narrows his eyes behind the helmet and decides to finish the enemy here. His tone is cold, showing confidence that this move will crush the fortress forces. Belinda and Lucas obey instantly. The camera pulls back to show enemy troops spreading out while the knight charges straight down the center, creating a three-part assault meant to overwhelm the defenders in one coordinated strike. Enemy soldiers spot riders approaching from behind and wonder if they are part of Ferdium's forces. They question why those people are coming from the rear, but one of them laughs it off and says it does not matter. The armored knight charges straight toward the barbarians. The enemy troops shout that they have been fighting hard like warriors, but now they will cut down everyone in front of them. They call it a festival of blood and prepare to clash. The knight closes in fast, raising his long weapon high while the enemies lift shields and weapons to block. The barbarians brace themselves, thinking they can stop one rider with numbers. The knight swings down with full force. The attack creates a powerful shock and instantly breaks the enemy's front line. The moment shows the difference between a trained elite warrior and ordinary fighters. In a wide spinning slash, the knight cuts through multiple barbarians at once, while still riding forward. Blood sprays and bodies scatter, and the soldiers watching freeze in fear as the cavalry charge does not slow down. The enemy's eyes widen as they see their comrades fall. Their formation breaks, and panic spreads because the knight's attack is too fast to react to properly. The soldiers begin to realize they are being hunted, not fighting equally. The knight continues carving through them in repeated strikes, turning the battlefield into chaos. The enemies swing back with axes and shields, but they cannot reach him cleanly because he keeps moving while attacking. A long arc of slashes cuts through more men, and several fighters are thrown into the air. The knight's horse charges through the center as the enemy line collapses, leaving no space for organized defense. The surviving barbarians scream that there is a monster. Like warrior within Ferdium, they shout orders to stop him, pull him down, or run away. But their voices overlap in confusion and fear. At the same time, the Wolf of the North rushes in from the opposite side on horseback with his men behind him. With both sides pressing the enemy, the battlefield shifts quickly, and the barbarians are trapped between two deadly forces. The wolf pelt leader realizes something is wrong. He shouts in anger, asking what they are doing, and suspects the enemy's elite warriors have been caught in a trap. After only one day of fighting, a soldier rushes in and warns the tribal chief that the situation is dangerous. The chief stays still for a moment, listening as if he already senses the battlefield turning against them. Reports come in that the enemy is attacking from both sides. A fighter is thrown into the air during the clash, showing how violent the counterattack has become, and how quickly the front line is breaking. The scene confirms the full plan behind them. The Wolf of the North leads troops out through the opened gate, while Belinda and Lucas strike from the sides. The tribe is being squeezed from three directions. The wolf pelt leader grits his teeth, furious that the fortress opened its gate. This is not something Ferdium has ever done before, and he realizes they took a risk to launch a decisive counterattack. Even so, the chief refuses to retreat. He raises both axes and declares that their warriors still outnumber the enemy. He orders everyone to push forward and crush them through brute force. The enemy soldiers tremble as they stare at the wolf pelt leader. One mutters that he is a monster, showing that his reputation is still terrifying, even in this chaotic moment. The warriors around him panic, and whisper his name like a curse. They describe him as a blood-soaked demon from legend, and their fear spreads through the ranks. The atmosphere turns dark as the story shifts into a memory or legend. A story mentions the day when the forest of demonic beasts burned, hinting at a disaster connected to this feared warrior. The legend continues, describing a demon who drank the blood of 1,000 warriors and stole their souls. The story suggests the wolf pelt leader carries a terrifying past that makes even hardened fighters hesitate. The battlefield identifies the armored rider as the feared bloodlight demon. The Dark Knight stands tall on his horse with a heavy weapon, giving off pressure that makes even veteran fighters hesitate. The wolf pelt leader recognizes the name and reacts with mixed tension and excitement. Sweat runs down his face, but his expression shifts into a grin as he accepts the challenge. The wolf leader laughs loudly and says this is fun. He is shocked that someone this powerful was hiding in the north. His men stand behind him, watching carefully as the duel is about to begin. He declares himself the northern great warrior Cust and charges forward. Cust announces that he will personally cut off the demon's head, trying to prove dominance in front of his troops. The demon calmly responds with a short remark, showing no fear. His horse lowers its body as if ready to strike, and the demon's posture stays steady under pressure. Both horses collide as the two leaders rush at each other. The impact shakes the ground, and their weapons swing toward one another, with killing intent. The demon speaks coldly, questioning how many people Cust has killed with his barbaric violence. His words show contempt, as if Cust is just another target. The two exchange blows at full speed. Cust swings his axe with power, but the demon blocks and counters instantly, forcing Cust to defend instead of attack. Cust is launched into the air from the demon's strike. The demon's counterattack is clean and overwhelming, showing higher skill and control in mounted combat. The demon follows through and slams Cust down hard. Cust crashes into the ground in pain while the demon remains mounted and ready to strike again, ending the first clash with Cust clearly losing the advantage. Cust crashes and slides across the ground, shocked by the strength behind the demon's strike. The fall proves Cust cannot win by force alone, even with his size and rage. Bleeding and furious, Cust shouts that he still has not fought properly yet. He swears that he, Cust, will definitely tear out the demon's throat and turn the duel around. Before Cust can recover, the demon attacks again. The demon's blow lands hard and fast, smashing Cust's face and tearing him open, ending Cust's attempt to stand back up. The demon speaks like a judge, saying a new legend will begin today for the barbarians. The image of a giant beast behind Cust shows how completely his courage is being crushed. The commander in blue armor appears behind Cust and drives a sword straight through him. He declares that the Wolf of the North will break the spirits of every warrior here, finishing Cust in one decisive strike. Cust's eyes widen in disbelief. He tries to speak, but his body locks up as the pain spreads. His pride collapses the moment he realizes he was killed from behind. The battlefield freezes as the shout spreads. The enemy chief is dead. The barbarian warriors panic because their leader has fallen, and their will to fight begins to crack. The fortress commander raises his sword and orders the remaining barbarians to be eliminated. He demands they cut down every enemy soldier and make sure none of them can threaten Ferdium again. The defenders roar and charge forward in full force. The fight becomes a cleanup battle as the barbarians are pushed back without leadership or formation to resist properly. After the slaughter, the armored demon dismounts and walks toward the commander. The battlefield becomes quiet for a moment, showing that the real power behind this victory is now standing face to face with the fortress leader. After the battle, the blue, armored commander looks to the side and says it has been a long time. His calm tone suggests he recognizes someone important approaching. A figure steps forward from the dust and smoke. A blonde knight arrives and says he is late, showing he came on purpose and was trying to reach them at the right moment. The dark-haired soldier rushes in and hugs the blonde knight tightly, shouting in relief. He calls him an important commander and says they survived thanks to him. The blue commander questions how the blonde knight knew to come here and even brought troops. The blonde knight stays quiet for a moment, showing he may be hiding the real reason. The blonde knight explains that he received an official request for help stamped by Ferdium's leader. Because barbarians were attacking, he sent part of Ferdium's forces ahead as reinforcements. The blue commander holds up the letter and asks if the request was really sent by his father. The seal and wording look official, but he is clearly suspicious. The dark-haired soldier becomes nervous and interrupts. He insists that his brother had told their father not to send help, so this letter should not exist if everything was normal. The blue commander starts sweating and asks the serious question, if his father did not send the request, then who did? The realization makes the victory feel less secure. The blonde knight steps forward and addresses him directly, calling him father. In a respectful way, his words show this discussion is not only military, but also personal and urgent. The blonde knight looks straight ahead and reveals the truth. They have fallen into a trap, even though they won the battle. The letter proves someone is moving pieces behind the scenes, and the next danger is already approaching. A detailed map marks the territories of Peridum, Fenris, and Desmond, highlighting Stonehaven Fortress at the center. The Royal Army's 2nd Corps has set up a garrison near the highlighted zone. Inside the garrison, soldiers pass time playing cards. One soldier loses his salary in the game, indicating how routine and uneventful their assignment has become. One expresses missing his hometown, Cardinia, while others look to their commander for answers. Commander Doran reminds them they'll return only when ordered. One mentions their presence is to deter Desmond from attacking Fenris, yet no movement has been observed. Another dismisses the idea of Desmond attacking while the Royal Army is watching, suggesting the Count is not foolish. He insists that Count Desmond wouldn't be reckless enough to provoke the kingdom. His belief is rooted in Desmond's reputation for caution and strategic restraint. In the distance, an ominous silhouette of approaching cavalry begins to emerge, breaking the calm. A wave of dread settles in as unseen forces draw near. A soldier bursts into the tent with a warning. Count Desmond's army is charging toward their position under cover of darkness. Catching everyone off guard, panic spreads rapidly within the camp. Desmond himself leads the charge, armored and resolute, signaling an unexpected and bold assault. His forces storm downhill with precision and speed, exploiting the Royal Army's unprepared state. Commander Doran regains control and calls for immediate formation. Realizing it's a full-scale night ambush, he orders his troops to front lines. As the alarm spreads, Commander Doran commands his soldiers to form a defensive line using a phalanx formation. The infantry rushes to the front, while cavalry from Desmond's side charges through dense fog. Violent collision erupts between the phalanx and the cavalry. Spears pierce forward, but the momentum of Desmond's elite vanguard overwhelms the formation. Desmond's knights break through the barrier, amid the chaos. Soldiers fall rapidly. Their defense crumbles under the sheer force and speed of the attackers. The Royal Army's formation scatters. Despite being an elite unit, the Royal Army is falling faster than expected. Commander Doran realizes the situation is beyond recovery and orders a full retreat toward Fenris Castle. As they attempt to regroup, an explosion rocks the rear camp. Doran turns to find Desmond's cavalry attacking from behind, catching their forces in a deadly pincer. The reality sinks in. Desmond had baited them from the front while secretly sending forces to block exits. The ambush is complete, and there is no way out. Soldiers fall into disarray as enemy riders flood the field. A stunned soldier realizes they've been outmaneuvered. Desmond executed a perfect trap, dividing attention and cutting off retreat. Doran's forces are encircled. Riding with composure, Harold Desmond greets Viscount Doran face to face on the battlefield. His calm presence underlines his dominance. Furious and bloodied, Doran glares back, overwhelmed with rage. The battle has turned into a personal confrontation. News of the devastating defeat reaches Fenris. A scout confirms that Count Desmond has annihilated the Royal Army's 2nd Corps. From within the castle, the council reacts in disbelief. Claude grimly reports that Desmond is advancing rapidly and not pausing his march. Inside the war room, tension rises. Officials recognize that the danger is no longer distant, but already on their doorstep. Lady Beauty and Alfoy scream in alarm at the mention of war. The atmosphere shifts from shock to fear as the reality of invasion becomes undeniable. The General Administrator is asked for orders. Calmly but urgently, he advises the destruction of valuable assets and the transfer of troops and resources to Fenris Castle. It is clear the city must be abandoned. With grim finality, Gillian confirms that Count Desmond's attack is already underway. The threat is immediate. Survival now depends on swift action rather than planning. Alfoy, beamed, urges everyone to flee immediately. Declaring the location lost, he rushes others to evacuate. Meanwhile, the other warriors remain still, observing in silence as decisions are made in haste. Vanessa sits quietly, absorbing the chaos. While others scramble, she remains composed and thoughtful. As people shout and run in fear, she rises. Her voice cuts through the panic as she declares her intent. Vanessa, resolute, promises to stop the enemy using her magic. Shock spreads as everyone realizes she plans to stand and fight while others retreat. Alfoy reacts in disbelief to Vanessa's decision, warning her of certain death if she remains. But Vanessa refuses to leave. She reminds them that abandoning the city would erase all the efforts they've made for their land and people. Alfoy insists that survival must come first and claims their lord would understand and reclaim it later. But Vanessa counters, stating that their past victories, no matter how impossible, were achieved through unity and determination. She reflects on the city's achievements, the smithy built with dwarves, and the discipline the knights upheld. To flee now would undo the dreams they worked so hard to build and protect. Vanessa walks through the hall, determined. She declares the city represents their lord's vision, a symbol of his hopes. She swears to defend it no matter the cost, making her vow before all present. Lady Beauty watches silently, moved. Claude then steps forward, revealing crucial intelligence. Desmond's army numbers 30,000 strong, and includes siege weapons and elite troops. Claude warns further, Desmond's personal mage, a terrifying sixth circle magician, is part of the force. The threat is unlike any they've faced. The tension thickens. Alfoy reacts in horror at the mage's level. Vanessa remains serious, but doesn't back down. The elder confirms they can't last 3 days with reinforcements so far away. Despite objections, he declares the Lord's command unchangeable. Orders must be followed, above all else. As decisions settle, he gives the final instruction. All must evacuate with the supplies immediately. Gillian firmly declares that he will stay behind. His decision stuns Vanessa, who had expected him to follow the evacuation orders. He repeats his stance with resolve, unmoved by the danger ahead. Claude, frustrated, reminds him of the overwhelming enemy force. He shifts focus to strategy, proposing they delay Desmond's army at Stonehaven Fortress, an ideal choke point between Desmond's land and the Cabaldi region. He reveals that Count Cabaldi had always viewed Desmond with caution. Holding that line, even briefly, could prove critical in buying time for the Lord's return and stopping Desmond's full invasion. With firm belief, Gillian says their Lord will return. Until then, he will hold the line and stall the enemy. The others, inspired by Gillian's stance, joins him. He promises to forge equipment for the coming battle. There is no time to hesitate, preparation must begin. Now, another night rises. Gordon, he declares his intent to stay too. With each decision, courage spreads among them. The will to fight rekindles as their resolve solidifies. Gordon, ashamed, recall their captain's expectations. They choose honor over fear, swearing to stay and defend. Their rallying cries echo in the hall. The resolve to fight unites them, pushing back doubt. Even Alfoy, who once planned to flee, finds himself overwhelmed. Vanessa watches with moved eyes, deeply touched by their unity. Hope rises from their bravery. Within the northern fortress of Paradum, Ghislain sits in silence. He reflects on the impossible feat already accomplished, unifying fractured lands, protecting a dream that now stands threatened again. He recalls the faces of those who chose to remain, Gillian, Vanessa, and the knights. Their courage now anchors him. Ghislain knows Desmond's attack wasn't just strategic, it was a message. Reading intelligence reports. Ghislain confirms Desmond's strength, 30,000 troops, elite command, total control of the battlefield. Desmond had dismantled the Royal Army's Second Corps and disrupted all networks to prevent Ghislain's response. Though Ghislain had considered Desmond might move independently, the scale and precision now suggest far deeper intent. Others in the war room panic. They urge Ghislain to return to his territory, claiming his presence is wasted as Desmond pushes forward. Before he can act, a soldier bursts in. A new threat looms, barbarians advancing in waves toward the fortress. The strategic dilemma intensifies. Moving now would doom Paradum to the invaders. Commanders stare in disbelief at the scale of the barbarian force. They realize the assault is total. There is no pause, no opening for retreat or regrouping. Ghislain understands. Desmond orchestrated everything. While Ghislain was tied defending one front, Desmond launched chaos elsewhere. Staring out with fierce clarity, Ghislain swears silently. This war is no longer tactical, it's personal, and Harold Desmond will face him. Soon Ghislain hesitates, but his father approaches and questions him. What is he waiting for? His father reminds him that defending Paradum is no longer his burden. His father's stern words settle in. Ghislain is told that the people he governs are depending on him. As the Northern Wolf, his father will hold the line here, while Ghislain must protect the broader realm. With a heavy heart, Ghislain prepares to obey. He knows his father is right. He must lead, not linger. His resolve solidifies. He must act swiftly to stop Desmond before greater damage is done. With clenched fists, Ghislain internalizes his duty. The battle rages as Paradum's soldiers hold their lines. Their courage strengthens his conviction. His father gives the final command. Ghislain must go. With enemies bearing down on them, there is no more time to hesitate. Ghislain watches his father face the oncoming storm though torn. He turns away, knowing he must strike where it counts. His voice is steady. He trusts those staying behind. He grips his blade tightly. These aren't just people to protect. They're his pillars, the ones he believes in. Leaping into action with fierce energy, he joins Belinda and Lucas. The team sets out to eliminate the threat quickly and return to defend their lands. With sharp eyes and a voice full of vengeance, Ghislain makes his vow: Count Desmond will die in this war. Stonehaven prepares for battle as dust rises across the plain, signaling an approaching threat inside the fortified city. Panic grows as guards and workers scramble to secure the defenses. Soldiers rush to fill supplies, fortify walls, and ready arrows under the barked orders of commanders. The tension is high, and the urgency is clear. An attack is imminent. Gillian halts the chaos with authority. He commands the guards to restrain the now prepared prisoners. His presence brings order as he turns to confirm readiness with Killian. From atop the wall, Gillian assesses the armor quality with approval. Below, knights speak of the new gear's lightness and durability, optimized for long battle use and enchanted resistance. In a chamber, knights stand clad in magically enhanced armor. Arcane energy pulses from their cores, prepared to boost their combat capabilities temporarily using mana infusions. Gillian addresses Galber, expressing concern for the safety of the skilled twins. Galber replies cautiously, hinting at their value to the enemy. Though reluctant, he knows their talents cannot be spared. Galber reflects grimly: if survival requires obedience to Noam, so be it. 10 years of promised freedom might not be worth a hollow future under false rulers. He confronts Gillian with fierce doubt, questioning the path they're on. Gillian remains silent, resolute, his eyes fixed forward as he contemplates the cost of leadership. Atop the wall, Gillian finally asks if everyone is ready. Below, armored soldiers raise their spears in unison, shouting confirmation. The battle is about to begin. Lady Beauty steps forward, listing the available forces: 1 priestess, 10 mages, 100 knights, and 1,000 soldiers. Alfoy and Vanessa wait silently for the next move, their expressions tense. The sheer difference in numbers weighs heavily on their minds, but they remain in position, awaiting orders from their commander. Outside the walls, Gillian looks toward the open field. Dust surges upward as the enemy begins their charge. He doesn't flinch, standing firm as the ground trembles from the approaching horde. The army from Noam reveals its size: 30,000 strong. Cavalry leads the front, banners raised, their formation tight and prepared to overwhelm. The sound of hooves and war cries grows louder. From the high wall, Gillian observes the sea of enemies. His troops brace for impact as tension and fear ripple through their lines. The defenders feel the crushing weight of the oncoming storm. The enemy army finally collides with the walls. The soldiers roar and the ground shakes. But the defenders hold their position, staring down the overwhelming odds with silent resolve. The soldiers notice the size gap, 30 times smaller. Panic sets in. Some begin to falter while others urge retreat. Vanessa yells that it's too late to run. Fear spreads. Gillian stays calm. He reminds himself that the goal isn't to win but to hold the line until the Lord arrives. His eyes narrow as he measures the battlefield carefully. He states the obvious: the enemy will soon be exhausted from the terrain. The defenders just need to delay long enough. The battle is survival, not conquest. Gillian recalls the meaning of family and homeland, remembering the villages and supply routes protected behind the walls. He recognizes that the soldiers fighting beside him were promised reward and survival by their lord, just as he once was, standing firm on the battlefield. Gillian steels his resolve. He accepts that his fate is tied to this stand and chooses to protect the Lord's dream rather than his own. The defenders advance cautiously beyond the gates. Vanessa tightens her grip, watching the field, while the troops follow Gillian's lead. Dust and noise rise as the clash intensifies. The soldiers push forward despite fear, their formations strained but intact. Vanessa gathers herself, her expression steady as she prepares to support the front line. The defenders know retreat is no longer an option. From the rear, movement signals reinforcements. Herald Desmond arrives mounted, accompanied by elite troops. Reports confirm that all ambush points are secured, and the enemy's ritual preparations are incomplete. Herald Desmond surveys the battlefield with calm authority. He acknowledges the situation quickly, understanding that time favors them if the enemy remains unprepared. A mage steps forward to report that enemy magic activity is minimal, disrupted by the sudden clash. The delay has forced the attackers into a prolonged engagement they did not intend. Herald Desmond draws his sword, the decision made. With the battlefield assessed and the enemy off balance, he prepares to issue the decisive command. Raising his blade, Herald Desmond signals the advance. The defenders surge forward, shifting from survival to counterattack as the tide of battle begins to turn. Catapults fire massive boulders into the air, crashing down onto the battlefield. The enemy formation scatters briefly under the impact, but the advancing waves continue forward relentlessly. A barrage of artillery rains down on the defensive lines. Soldiers brace under shields while commanders shout to prepare for counterattack. Dust and chaos blanket the field. Harold Desmond spots movement from the enemy side. Gillian rushes to the defense lines, rallying forces and calling for coordinated resistance against the charging front. Defensive troops man repeating ballistas, launching a wave of bolts toward the enemy towers and infantry. Each impact slows the siege towers but doesn't stop their march. Enemy troops push siege towers toward the walls. Commanders raise their shields and shout orders to continue advancing. Momentum is on their side. Desmond notes that despite heavy ballista fire, the wall shows no damage. He realizes the enemy adapted their engineering, thanks to DWRF slave labor. The fortress walls are now stronger than expected. Archers on the siege towers initiate the first wave. Arrows fly in thick volleys, pressuring the defenders along the ramparts. The goal is clear: soften resistance before storming the wall. Troops gather at the base, awaiting the next order. The full assault begins. The defenders are overwhelmed but continue to fight, holding the line despite losses. Desmond is taken aback by the precision of enemy archery. He curses their upgraded equipment and yells for the units to switch to close-quarters combat. Harold Desmond gives the order to unleash powerful magic. He calls upon the High Mage Yahello, instructing him to rain fire on the battlefield. Yahello steps forward, channeling immense energy. Yahello, surrounded by glowing runes, begins the incantation. A massive magical circle forms beneath him, pulsing with energy. His voice carries weight and power as the spell intensifies. A spiraling vortex of dark clouds begins to gather overhead. The mood shifts instantly as both sides sense something overwhelming approaching. The sky darkens into a swirling storm. The unnatural formation sends tremors across the field. Gillian recognizes it immediately. Advanced magic, far beyond standard battlefield sorcery. The fire spell ignites. Flame rains down across the field, burning siege engines and enemy formations. The scale and precision are terrifying, shaking even Gillian's confidence for a moment. Yahello warns all to prepare as the spell's final phase begins. His eyes glow ominously. He declares that everything will be consumed in cleansing fire. As an inferno descends from the heavens, the impact of the spell devastates the front lines. Galber, injured, cries out that even their enchanted armor is no match for this scale of magic. Panic sets in among the ranks. Gillian orders the soldiers to remain calm and hold formation. Despite the destruction, his voice brings steadiness. He assures them there's no need to fear because they too have mages. In the distance, waves of retaliatory magic begin to rise from within the fortress. Their own arcane forces are preparing to counter. Vanessa unleashes her counterspell, conjuring a powerful wind barrier. Her control over the elements manifests in a glowing surge as she intercepts the incoming firestorm with precision and force. The vortex of flame descends, but her shield resists its intensity. Magic collides in the sky. Heat and wind clash violently, lighting the battlefield with bursts of red and blue energy. Despite the overwhelming pressure, Vanessa holds firm. Her spell diffuses the flames into harmless sparks. The battlefield clears, revealing a momentary calm as enemy magic dissipates. Gillian stares in awe at Vanessa's power. His men, though dazed, recognize her as the force that protected them from annihilation. Among the enemy forces, Yahello realizes the truth. Vanessa was the same mage who once obliterated the Diagald army. The fear in his eyes confirms her reputation remains unmatched. Alfoy start praising her. Vanessa calmly warns them not to lose focus. The fight isn't over, and another attack could come at any moment. Harold Desmond stands silent, calculating his next command. His knight urges him to respond, but Harold is lost in thought, watching the battlefield shift in their favor. He internally reaffirms the battle principles: machines with machines, arrows with armor, magic with magic. Vanessa has fulfilled her role. Now, he must make the next move. He reflects on the unseen hand guiding the enemy, the hidden royalty or power behind this war. Though uncertain, he's resolved not to hesitate again. His eyes narrow, prepared to strike. Harold Desmond reflects on the moment's significance, realizing it's a divine opportunity. Had they hesitated, the fortress would have fallen beyond recovery. His decision to act swiftly now seems vital. He turns to his officer and firmly declares that no further probing is needed. The time for testing the enemy's defenses is over. Their next action must be decisive and total. With cold resolve, Harold orders a full assault. His eyes burn with conviction as he states that the enemy before them must be completely erased from the map without delay. A massive army gathers before the fortress as a blue-haired commander raises his weapon, signaling the full assault while siege towers stand ready behind tightly packed soldiers. And at his command, the formation advances in unison, shields lifted and weapons steady, pushing across the open field toward the walls. And from the battlements, defenders release arrows downward, attempting to slow the attackers before the siege engines reach the gate. Inside the fortress, soldiers look upward as flaming projectiles descend, realizing the outer defenses are under heavy bombardment. Fireballs crash onto wooden platforms, triggering explosions that scatter defenders and damage the structure along the wall. Through the smoke, a white-haired knight charges forward, cutting down nearby enemies and disrupting their attempt to regroup. Allied soldiers react with renewed confidence as the knight's presence stabilizes the collapsing front line. Meanwhile, towering siege engines grind closer, aligning with the walls while attackers push upward under constant resistance. A veteran leader issues firm instructions, urging the troops to maintain position despite the overwhelming numbers pressing in. The Fenrir Knight Order forms a tight assault unit, surrounding themselves with focused energy as they prepare for close combat. A blue aura gathers around their leader as he lowers his stance, ready to launch a decisive first strike. Determination hardens his expression, revealing his intent to overwhelm the enemy before they can recover. He bursts forward toward the gate, meeting a wave of defenders rushing to block his advance. Sweeping attacks carve through multiple opponents, forcing the line to collapse under his momentum. A final powerful strike clears the immediate area, driving the remaining defenders backward as the breach deepens. A blood-stained blade dominates the foreground while the white-maned knight stands beyond it, his body surrounded by a fierce blue aura as fallen soldiers lie scattered across the battlements. Energy flows around his armor and hair, signaling restrained power as he surveys the battlefield with controlled focus. Fear spreads among nearby defenders as they realize the knight's presence alone is shifting the balance of the siege. Elsewhere, a blue-haired commander observes the clash with calm analysis, recognizing the strength of the opposing knight order. After a brief pause, he turns away from the front line and silently measures the time required for ordinary troops to overcome such resistance. Raising his voice, he summons the two-wing knight order, prompting elite cavalry to step forward in disciplined formation. New orders spread quickly as infantry are directed to reinforce the siege towers and push enemy knights off the walls. Specific assignments follow, including preparations for a battering ram assault and the gathering of mana for a large-scale spell. The commander signals another subordinate, indicating that the white-maned lion has become a priority target. A cold command is issued, granting permission to eliminate the enemy knight without restraint. One armored rider tightens his grip on the reins and spurs his horse forward, weapon raised as he charges toward the battlefield. Beneath his hood, a fierce grin appears, revealing eagerness to confront the formidable opponent. The scene shifts to the capital city of Cardinia, its towering castle standing peacefully above the walls. The walls. Inside a grand chamber, a spokesman of the House of Delphine appears tense, sweat forming as he delivers urgent information. Seated at the head of the hall, a stern noble listens in silence, hands clasped as he contemplates the unfolding conflict. In a dim council chamber, a stern marquis declares that the ongoing conflict lacks any legitimate justification, his sharp gaze reflecting suspicion rather than outrage. A shaken spokesman questions the sweat forming as images of battlefield losses are invoked to challenge the claim of neutrality. The Marquis narrows his eyes, suggesting that the current war aligns too conveniently with the interests of Duke Delphine. Dufine. No? The spokesman hastily denies any alliance, attempting to distance his house from Count Desmond and the ducal faction. Calm but firm, a noblewoman reveals that prior investigations uncovered cooperation between Desmond and the ducal house. She reminds the room that the Second Legion was deployed with purpose, implying strategic awareness rather than coincidence. Tension escalates as another royalist warns that accusing the royal army carries severe consequences. Frustration shows on the spokesman's face as he realizes the royal faction's displeasure is openly displayed. Left alone in thought, he silently resents the burden placed upon him by his superior. Attempting damage control, he pleads that Count Desmond acted independently and insists the ducal house will avoid involvement. Royal representatives challenge that stance, questioning whether neutrality is genuine or merely convenient timing. While the spokesman argues that both factions previously avoided interference, suggesting consistency rather than conspiracy. A hand grips the desk tightly as the Marquis accuses the ducal house of deliberately complicating the situation. He outlines the dilemma: intervention drains royal strength, while hesitation allows the ducal faction to absorb Fenris. Overwhelmed, the spokesman insists it is a misunderstanding, claiming their refusal to interfere stems from a desire to avoid war. In the royal chamber, the Marquis turns his back on the trembling spokesman and summons a knight named Tolio, declaring that he has tolerated enough manipulation. With cold resolve, he orders the immediate imprisonment of the spokesman and demands the arrest of every ducal-aligned noble within the capital. His threat follows without hesitation, warning that if Baron Fenris falls, the ducal faction will pay with their lives. Shock freezes the spokesman expression before armored guards seize him by the arms, despite his shouted about diplomatic immune. As he is dragged away, the Marquis calmly asks which ducal territories are the most vulnerable. And repurse. A royalist noble answers with a calculating smile, identifying northern baronies that can be occupied swiftly. The Marquis immediately approves the plan, instructing the royal army to march north and support Count Fenris. He further declares that he will personally raise a separate force to confront Count Desmond. Rain pours over the battlefield as the siege intensifies outside the fortress walls. Amid shattered stone and bloodied ground, heavy infantry clash in brutal close combat near the breach. The two-winged Knight Order storms through the openings, smashing aside defenders and forcing their way deeper inside. One massive warrior swings a spiked mace with violent force, targeting an advancing knight, and a shield intercepts the crushing blow at the last moment, sparing the knight from losing his head. The white-manned commander counters instantly, driving his blade into the attacker with decisive strength. Steel clashes again as he presses forward, cutting through another armored opponent to secure the breached wall. The white-manned knight swings his massive axe in a wide arc. Without slowing, he drives forward into another defender, crushing the enemy's guard and forcing the surrounding soldiers to retreat from the impact. A new figure steps onto the battlefield, observing the carnage and identifying the knight as a mercenary serving under Baron Fenris. A long sword drops firmly toward the ground, signaling the arrival of a hooded warrior who advances through dust and scattered debris. The newcomer declares himself captain of the two-winged Knight Order. Standing tall as fallen bodies lie between him and the white-manned knight. He demands the mercenary's name, but the white-manned warrior refuses recognition, presenting himself only as a weapon loyal to Fenris. The axe rises again, heavy and steady, as the mercenary prepares to confront the captain directly. Blue energy gathers around the white-manned knight, intensifying the pressure in the air as both fighters measure each other's strength. With sudden movement, the hooded captain lunges forward, initiating a decisive clash that halts the surrounding battle momentarily. Chaos erupts as armored soldiers clash, driven by the command to wipe out the Fenris forces. Blades cut through the air, and blood is spilled across the battlefield. A massive battering ram charges toward the towering gate, the unit pushing forward under strict orders to breach the fortress. The structure groans under the force of the impact, with the front line pressing ahead. Troops swarm the outer walls, surging toward the fortress as war cries echo under the rain of arrows. One warrior leads the charge, striking down an enemy cleanly, his weapon glowing faintly with a strange energy. Eyes narrow, his focus sharpens as he locks onto a new target. The flash of his memory briefly surfaces before he moves. In a single motion, he sprints forward, blade drawn, cutting through multiple foes, as purple energy trails behind his strike. A grizzled soldier notices the strange fighter and narrows his eyes in surprise. The two warriors engage instantly, their weapons clashing mid-motion, neither giving ground. With a twist of his body, the mysterious warrior counters, swinging upward with precision as he forces his opponent to retreat. Their battle intensifies as the young fighter flips over his enemy, striking with unnatural agility. The older soldier, watching with amusement, acknowledges the unorthodox style before readying himself. Both lunge again, blades colliding violently as sparks fly from the powerful impact. The purple axe slices downward, barely missing its mark as the white-haired warrior counters with a shield bash. He spins low, attempting a sweep while maintaining balance, forcing the other man to defend. But the older opponent strikes cleanly, exploiting an opening, and blood splatters into the air as the blow lands. A commanding officer assesses the battlefield, his cold stare signaling a change in tactics as he halts the current assault. The battering ram is ordered to withdraw, while all eyes shift toward the towering gate, still unbroken yet within reach. With a steady voice, he entrusts Willow with the task of bringing the gate down, placing full confidence in the man's abilities. Two soldiers react in alarm, unable to comprehend the decision to abandon the ram, their panic barely masked. Above the battlefield, a powerful energy begins to gather, radiating from Willow's raised arms as he prepares a spell of immense magnitude. Recognizing the scale of the attack, a bearded mage braces himself, realizing it will not be as easy to resist this time. A massive explosion follows as a pillar of flame crashes down from the sky, aiming directly at the fortress gate. The detonation rocks the structure as smoke and fire erupt outward, engulfing the entrance in chaos. Troops rally instantly, infantry and cavalry surge ahead, under orders to storm the breach defenses and claim the stronghold. Amid the crumbling battlefield, a duel between two warriors escalates, neither side yielding as weapons clash violently. The older fighter takes note of his opponent's unorthodox draw style, commenting as he fends off an attack. Steel meets steel once again. Sparks bursting forth as the tempo of their duel intensifies. Words cut through the clash as the older warrior reflects on the potential his rival might have had under different circumstances. Their weapons remain locked, tension rising while the sounds of battle grow louder beyond the walls. Faced with a question whether to end or continue the duel, the younger man offers no answer. His silence speaking volumes as magic begins to stir. Within Fenris's war council chamber, a young man seated in command demands obedience as the acting steward. An elder questions his authority, pointing to his past as a slave, but the steward affirms his current rank and control. Surrounded by nobles and officers, he acknowledges the enemy's overwhelming numbers, and admits that resistance by force alone is unsustainable. His expression sharpens as he signals the beginning of the counter-strategy, intent clear in his voice. He outlines the moment of execution the plan initiates, once the wall is breached and chaos unfolds. Soldiers and mages are ordered to fall back while a tactical map reveals the intended redirection route, avoiding suicidal direct clashes. Knights engage on the front lines, acting as a temporary distraction to draw enemy attention away from the main retreat path. Gillian, the white-haired veteran, receives the order to lead the timed withdrawal on cue. Amused, he comments on Victor, questioning the younger warrior's relationship to his opponent during their tense exchange. A remark about Victor's death provokes fury, as the older fighter mocks both master and disciple alike. The provocation lands hard, riling the hooded warrior who seethes with rage and gritted teeth. With a sudden burst of force, the white-haired fighter lands a crushing blow, drawing blood and igniting their duel further. Both men are knocked back from the impact. Weapons scattered across the ground, regaining momentum. The older warrior reaches for a nearby contraption as dust settles around the battlefield. He charges forward again, scoffing at his opponent's tactics, declaring all clever tricks meaningless in the face of brute power. Gillian rushes forward with a siege contraption, momentum carrying him as debris scatters in his path. Without hesitation, he launches the device toward the castle wall, aiming at a vulnerable upper section. As it lands, confusion spreads among the defenders who witness the act unsure of its intent. Turning his back on the battlefield, Gillian begins to walk away, his silence unsettling to those watching. The blue-cloaked knight watches in disbelief, gripping his sword tightly as the white-haired warrior retreats. Scoffing, the knight mutters in contempt, accusing the other of cowardice and unworthiness of a knight's title. He looks down with bitter disappointment, his thoughts weighed by betrayal and frustration. Declaring the opposing forces as dishonorable, he watches the battlefield where enemy troops vanish behind smoke. A soldier reports their retreat, asking if they should give chase to those who fled mid-battle. A sense of unease rises in the commander's chest, instincts warning that something is amiss. Memories flash. He recalls how fiercely Fenris troops once defended their ground, never willing to surrender. Realization dawns as his eyes widen. He begins to suspect a deeper plan behind their unexpected withdrawal. Soldiers scramble as orders are shouted to hunt down the retreating enemies through the fortress gates. The army storms after the fleeing Fenris fighters, determined to end the battle decisively. Leading the charge, Gillian runs ahead of the pack, unaware of the trap that may lie beyond. Gillian bursts through the fortress interior, leading the charge without hesitation, unaware of the figure waiting beyond the gate. A mysterious woman levitates above the stone floor, gathering energy as swirling force surrounds her in a calm but deadly stance. With piercing focus, she grips her blade tightly, her aura surging as she prepares to strike with lethal precision. A dark-haired woman draws in vast mana as rain falls over the battlefield. Blue energy surrounds her body while she focuses on unleashing a decisive spell. Both hands grip her staff tightly as a luminous magic circle expands beneath her feet. Power surges upward, distorting the air around the castle courtyard. Lightning crashes down into the enemy formation, detonating on impact. Soldiers are thrown aside as the ground fractures under the violent strike. Inside the castle, several men sense the overwhelming mana shift, while others react with shock. A young noble remains composed, studying the situation. A massive explosion bursts beyond the walls, igniting the courtyard in blazing fire. Flames rise high as the shockwave tears through defensive lines. The noble watches the inferno without panic. Reflected firelight sharpens his gaze, revealing quiet confidence in the unfolding plan. Chaos spreads among the soldiers as burning debris falls around them. Cries echo while armor and weapons scatter across the scorched ground. A commanding knight orders an immediate retreat. Elite units move swiftly to rescue the injured and reorganize the survivors. Mounted troops withdraw through smoke-filled gates. One knight urgently searches for his lord while maintaining formation. The noble demands a full report at once. His expression remains firm despite the raging flames behind him. From a distance, The castle burns intensely as explosions continue within its walls. Observers stare at the destruction in stunned silence. A wounded warrior stands with assistance, refusing to fall. Companions quickly assess injuries amid drifting embers. Survivors discuss the costly runestones that triggered the devastation. Though expensive, the tactic secured victory. An older warrior acknowledges the captain's calculated strategy with quiet approval. Rain falls steadily as the leader confirms everyone's safety. Order returns while the ruined castle smolders in the background. Flames consume the fortress as smoke rises into the sky. Amid the burning walls, a warning spreads that pursuit will soon follow. A white-haired warrior with hardened features orders an immediate departure toward the second assembly point. Far from the castle, the battlefield lies covered in bodies and drifting smoke. The same warrior advances across the blood-soaked ground. A towering armored figure descends with a curved blade glowing in blue energy. The impact of his strike forces the white-haired warrior backward. Both fighters exchange rapid blows under pouring rain. Steel clashes repeatedly as the larger figure presses forward with overwhelming force. The armored opponent swings in a wide arc, driving the warrior to one knee. Despite injuries, the white-haired man refuses to yield. Breathing heavily, the warrior attempts to reason with his enemy while gripping his weapon. Bodies scattered around them reflect the cost of continued fighting. He offers to represent his people and proposes a truce. Pointing to the fallen soldiers across the field, the battlefield remains silent, except for rain striking armor and flesh. The armored figure listens without lowering his weapon. A close view of the helmet reveals cold, emotionless eyes behind metal slits. No sympathy appears in his stare. The white-haired warrior continues, promising that further attacks will cease. Determination mixes with desperation on his face. Without warning, the armored figure cuts him off and raises his blade high. His posture signals the end of discussion. The strike lands with brutal precision, blue energy tearing through flesh. Blood spills across the rain-soaked ground. Calmly, the armored warrior declares that moderation has no place in war. His stance remains firm over the fallen opponent. Standing alone among corpses, he looks down at the defeated general. Rain continues to fall as silence replaces negotiation. Through heavy rain, the white-haired captain leads his riders at full speed, his cloak whipping behind him as the burning fortress fades in the distance. A rider warns that enemies are closing in from behind. The captain glances back briefly, his expression tightening as hoofbeats grow louder. From a higher slope, armored pursuers appear in formation. Descending rapidly, their numbers stretch across the terrain. An opposing commander raises his sword and signals a full charge. Determination spreads through his ranks as they surge forward. Among the fleeing group, several companions react in alarm at how quickly the pursuit resumed. The captain measures the remaining distance to the assembly point. Realizing it may not be enough, he prepares for a difficult choice. He suddenly reins in his horse and turns to face the approaching army. Dust and rain swirl as his men halt in confusion. Calmly, he orders everyone to proceed without him. His voice carries firm resolve as he announces he will hold the line. The group hesitates, but the captain remains unmoved. The open plain ahead becomes the chosen ground for a defensive stand. In the enemy ranks, soldiers acknowledge that their forces still greatly outnumber the fugitives. Some recognize the strength and skill of the white-haired warrior despite his smaller numbers. Respect for his reputation spreads quietly. Even so, morale remains high among the pursuers, who believe sheer numbers will secure victory. Back with his allies, the captain grips his massive axe and confirms his decision. His loyalty to his lord leaves no room for retreat. With a powerful swing, he signals the counterattack. Energy surges through his stance as he charges forward alone. Both armies collide across the muddy field, cavalry crashing together in a thunderous clash. Captain Gillian crashes into the enemy cavalry, his axe sweeping in a wide arc, as horses collide and soldiers are thrown from their saddles. Surrounded on all sides, he parries a spear thrust and counters with brutal precision. Determination hardens his face as he vows that the northern lands will not fall again. Watching from behind, the opposing commander notes that the mercenaries have chosen to resist rather than flee. The commander raises his sword and orders the first line of mages forward. Robed spellcasters step ahead. At his signal, blazing fireballs rain down toward Gillian's forces. The sky glows orange as flames descend in rapid succession. Mercenaries brace themselves, trusting their advanced armor to withstand the blast. Even so, the overwhelming magic shakes their formation. A sudden surge of blue energy rises to intercept the flames, colliding with the fire in a violent burst of light. A woman steps forward barefoot in the rain, dark hair flowing as mana coils around her staff. She declares her resolve to fight beside them. Her presence stabilizes the mercenary line as the magical barrier expands outward. Across the battlefield, the armored commander approaches Gillian directly. Recognition flashes in his eyes as he recalls the captain's name and past exploits. He questions why a former mercenary risks his life for Baron Fenris, dismissing the northern ambition as impossible. Gillian listens in silence, rain sliding down his weathered face. Firmly he rejects the claim that the dream is futile. The past he once lived no longer defines him. He raises his massive axe, declaring that his former self has already died. Loyalty to his lord guides his renewed purpose. With steady resolve, he affirms that his lord's dream has become his own, preparing to strike once more.